Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. And greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans and my good brother Kala Genesis from the Black African Infrastructure and Kala Genesis Radio. And family, we're the kings of Pan-Africanism as we push towards our nationhood. Greetings, good day, my good brother Kala. Let me know if you're ready for another dynamic night.
You know I am.
As we focus our movement on organizing the best of our people so we can work together and compete and realize that we don't need everybody and we don't want everyone. So what we're looking to connect with is the best of our people who see and understand this vision when we talk about Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. That means that if we're having a dialogue about what we're talking about, you're clear. You're not confused about what we're talking about, and it's not something alien or foreign or confusing to you. So that's what we're dealing with, family. We're dealing with professionalism as we're looking to build this movement stronger. So tonight we have another dynamic subject, and it is what is hashtag Blacks Winning. Our movement needs winning teams leading the Pan-Africanist community. So family, this is the Afrikstan analysis. So what we're gonna do is break this down and talk about, are we really winning, and how do we focus more of our movement on winning and being the winning team and the progressive team. And before I continue on to that, family, what I want to do is just briefly share our schedule with you. As we always talk about connecting to Africa, doing things in Africa, and building energy and business in Africa. We're building here an incredible repatriation connection from 2006, and that connection begins with you connecting to Africa with us via tourism or via this way to get you there organized with a group energy so we can build momentum, build energy, build connections, build network, build a feel for how things work on the actual African continent. So our goal is to get more people to feel the experience, and also when you're there on the African continent, I want you to open your minds to us building communities, us doing group economics, us doing organized building there in the continent. That way, when our brothers and sisters are ready to repatriate, ready to live, do business in Africa, we have a well constructed program. So this is our program energy to get you started and get you open. So not to get much into it, but once you're on our website, africafortheafricans.org, family, the only thing that we ask you to do is to take a look at the schedule details, and you can just pick the list of different countries that we have, and all of them have full detailed information. And then also my contact information is available. So once you're serious, once you're open, we can talk more. I'm always open to connect, meet, video call, and so on. I'm available for serious people looking to connect with us about serious business. If you're looking to connect with us on the Black Star Pan-African community, and you need to see the land, you need to be there, you need to do a one-on-one, you need to talk about certain things, then reach out to me. That's just what we are showcased, and this is just a foundation of a world of Africa tourism investment, which is the foundation piece. And through tourism, that's what have led us to build a real estate development community and open our minds to the future of what else we have to do in Africa, and also more so doing it on a scale where it's a group of us and group energy. And some of us have had individual success, but the challenge is building more group success as we begin to put more of our energy together when we're doing things together and say, let's build something serious. Let's put something in place so we can have something, and let's not this waste all of our money and waste all of the resources that we have now. So serious about those things. We have to think about the long run. And what I see when we're traveling throughout the African continent, I see other races and nations of people, competing, enterprising, and to get right to the point, doing a lot of things that I would love to see more of us do. So in order to get more of us there to the continent, and it's just not just myself, it's a bunch of other people, whether they're going to some of the same countries, going to different countries, but we also have to elevate our game beyond just getting us there. So once we're there, the goal is to have things in place, especially for the rest that are watching and looking to retire and looking to make Africa a future for themselves. So reaching out to those who we can connect with, whether it's grant writers, whether it's publicists, whether it's people that are organizers, business visionaries, people who are serious about making this move as we are working on this incredible reconnection. So the list of journeys that we have coming up, as we just returned from Ghana in May and June, we're on our way to Tanzania, which is our fourth journey to Tanzania, and that's been going on since November 2020. And it's a beautiful country that's to show our people just the diverse beauty of Africa, the infrastructure, the paradise in Zanzibar Island, making our way around historical parts of the country, and moving via domestic flights, ferry boat, and just seeing a modern day infrastructure and a well organized African countries operate. So looking to this inspire more of us to open our minds to the future, and and keeping it that simple. Whether you're looking to do tourism, you're looking to this getaway, or whether you're looking to invest in the future, or whether you're just looking to this process what's going on, so you can just come up with an organized plan on what to do. But the goal is for us to connect you to the African continent, one way or another. That's what we do. That's what we're about. Whether it's pushing Pan-Africanism toward nationhood, whether it's us again getting into tourism and investment. So that's the schedule that we have, and that's a brief energy of Tanzania. It's been a very fruitful journey, and if you want to see more of the highlights, right here on this YouTube page, you can go to the playlist and you'll see all of the Tanzania playlists, and likewise with all of the other journeys that we have on the schedule. And as we explore Liberia, which I'll be talking about coming up, we'll be able to do the same thing to build incredible documentation of our full experience. So that way, for those who are interested, you can see what everything looked like, see how the energy feel, and so on. So we're going to be closing out the year in South Africa. That's December 24th to January 5th. So still have space for both of those journeys for anyone who want to journey with us. And both journeys, again, we have documentation of the previous journey, so you can see what everything looked like. That way you're not being led into anything blind. And then once you click on these links, full tour overview with all the numbers, what's included, what's not included, full itinerary, the full day-to-day schedule, where you're staying at, what you're doing. That way you're clear on it. All the preparation information, visa details for Tanzania, no visa information or visa required for South Africa if you deal less than 90 days with a U.S. passport. So that is our 2023 remaining schedule. And then we're going to set off next year, and that's in March, April. And that is going to be our Liberia Reconnection, March 29th to April 9th, Journey of a Lifetime. So we're looking to reconnect you to the great energy our ancestors built by showcasing just the history, the culture of the country, linking you with the energy of paradise, great accommodations, great networking, business conference, and this us open up our minds to to the future. So that's what we're looking to share with you. And for those who are ready to journey with us, join us. And for those who are looking to see what it look like, I do understand. The best thing is to do is join us now. But for those who want to see more, we'll document everything to the highest level and share with you. And whatever updates that we have from there, we'll build with you. We realize that more people want more visuals, so definitely understand that. And you can also follow all of the information that we have talked about Liberia on the playlist, and that is also right there. As soon as you get to this YouTube page, it'll say Liberia preparation, and lots of great conversation. Lots of great breakdown with myself and College Genesis, and then this several different people from Liberia and living in Liberia. So that's our energy that we are, sharing with you to build that energy. And right now we have a nice small group of 10 of us, so it's a great start, and looking to get a few more people and looking to share with you. So that is the only journey that we don't have those full documentation to share with you, because some journeys we have to start from fresh. So from there, we're gonna kick off our Ghana journey this time in the summertime. That's July 11th to the 23rd, and that is a journey we have all ready to go. And all these prices this year are all subject to change based on the airlines upping the price, and based on this, any changes that need to be made before you commit. So we're setting off that 24th journey of a lifetime, and the biggest highlight is we'll show you more of our progress at the Black Star Pan-African community and build more of an energy with those who are looking to find out more about how it is to get access to land, be a part of a community, and so on. And the goal is to just build an energy along West Africa. So both journeys talks about investments. So that's Liberia and Ghana. Right, then as you scroll down, the last journey that we have scheduled, which would be Egypt Roots and Culture Journey, November 21st to December 2nd. So that's what we have scheduled. Those are the journeys that we're working on and we have set up. And as we complete one or two more, we'll work on some future schedules and make it as flexible as possible as we try to showcase 2 to 3 different journeys. And and the main ones we're looking to focus on, that's a regular, is Ghana and Liberia, because we're looking to really move that energy to where those who look into this make a repatriation movement. We do it together stronger, and we already have upfront experience, and we have a system that we're organizing to work with. So all I'm looking to do is just connect with more of us so we can build a level of success. So family, that's all the links. So you can scroll down some more and you'll see some more details, and you can look on the main menu and on the side part of the website, and everything will just be in reference to what we're building. It's just focus on our tourism investment and the documentation of those things. And then when you scroll all the way down, you'll see 17 years of us in Africa. And that's just us with our group of people building energy. So the thing of it is, if we have more in place and more to offer, more for our people here, some who are retiring, some will be retiring soon. The African continent, especially West Africa, will be a great opportunity. So calling out for those who are open to that vision, especially to connect with those who are ready to set things in place. That way we can get more of the people looking to retire in the next 5, 10, 15 years to come join us in Africa, come join us and build a future, and come join us for great accommodations. So serious work. So we have to put some good energy together and we can pull this off. So that's what I'm looking to do. So not looking to keep up with any foolishness on YouTube, not here to waste my time just talking to be talking, and not here to get into any back and forth arguing with anyone. Just looking to build, and it's nothing more than just building. So for the serious people out there, that's my information down there at the bottom. Phone number, email address, website. You can reach out, connect. And if you're just looking for the combinations or directions, we can talk and connect. And everything is about being serious, because I calculated all of the time that I've wasted with people in the last 10, 15, 20 years, dreamers and people who just want to just waste time. And it's serious, you can't get that time back, especially when you really need that time to build, and all the waste of money and the waste of this investment. So yes, family, we're back to our scheduled program with our good brother Genesis, and let me pop up the topic and we can get right back into it. What is #Blacks Winning? Our movement needs winning team leading the Pan-Africanist community. So family, as we talk about leadership, I realize that many of us out there are just YouTubers and completely incapable of leading anyone. They can't even lead themselves. So definitely be mindful of who you take in leadership advice from. And just because somebody have popular numbers on YouTube don't mean that they're a leader or organizer. There's a lot of clowns out there that have ridiculous amount of numbers on YouTube. As a matter of fact, there's a whole generation of children with 50 million subscribers and things like that. So just because they have those numbers, are you going to really follow these children? when they're just talking about foolishness and playing around. So in a serious movement, I don't expect us to have these ridiculous numbers and things like that. But I do cater to the quality of our people, or looking to really connect with the quality of our people, especially people who's about that business. So we're here spending our time to reach out to those people. So don't let us be on here talking to ourselves, family. Make sure you join us. Send super chats, send comments, link with us, reach out to offer your help and support. So let me know what you think about that, Carla, as you get into the subject.
Exactly. What I want to talk about tonight is when I say blacks winning. This is a hashtag I came up with years ago. It was trending on Twitter. Every time, in other words, basically, every time I see a black person doing something remarkable, a new business, achieving and everything, I put the hashtag blacks winning. And some people have picked up the hashtag and using it. Okay. So when you're around, when I say blacks winning, right? Winners basically seek out other winners. Winners basically are in a company or inspired by other winners. Losers tend to only concentrate on the negative, okay? And they always concentrate on problems that you solve. Instead of winners concentrate on things that they agree on and things they can build upon, okay? They understand that's challenges, but if you basically build upon the things that you are strong in, you're going to win. And then winners have all things in common, whether they're white, black, or anything, they're winners. You can see a winner walking a mile away. They don't make excuses, they got that positive glow about them. Okay. And they basically are trying to win. They don't make an excuse for failure. They win, and their winning basically is evident and it manifests itself in everything they do, say, or speak about it. Okay. You can always tell when you're talking to a winner. Okay. Successful does not necessarily mean you're a winner. You got people who are successful, who are sore winners. A winner is just somebody basically achieves, right? And he keeps achieving, right? Because he stays on the point of achieving, and he wants to win, and he wants to. I'm saying tonight is we need that winning spirit in the pro-black and the black nationalist movement, okay? A winner doesn't sit back and say racism, white supremacy is out there, it's going to hold me back, okay? A winner does not say that the only reason why you won is because a white person lets a few of you go when not, but the system is rigged against black people and everything. A winner knows that wherever there's a will, there's a way, and that every man has his own destiny. And so therefore a winner realizes that he can achieve anything, right? He has to do what he has to do. He has to meet who he has to meet with. He has to broker any deal to come out on top, right? And then when he does win, he gives respect to the people who gave things, but he's alone with it all. He doesn't owe anybody anything. That was his achievement, his accomplishment. Now, some winners will give back and say, look, I'm grateful for what I did. I'm grateful for what I have, the life I have. So I'm going to try to help somebody else out. But he's not obligated to that. A real winner, there's an old saying, you could judge a man's character by how well he treats people who can't do nothing for him. Okay? When a winner basically got everything, he's on a winning track, and he takes time to give back to other people, right? Who may not, and he does it quietly. He doesn't have to do it publicly. He doesn't have to call it. He'd show up at a charity event. He shows up, or he'll quietly support somebody. Like I don't like what The Rock did. He had a homeless guy that was from Zimbabwe, whatever, like that, right? He helped him out with a new house or whatever, like that, right? What's the point of putting it on his Instagram and showing millions of people? Why couldn't he just do that quietly? You see what I mean? Why are you doing that so you can have more to gain? A winner doesn't do that. A winner just does things from the goodness of his heart, right? And he does not have to basically gain and feel like he has to gain anything for it. He did it because it was the right thing to do. What I'm saying about a winner is also a leader, okay? A winner leads by example, right? And he has empathy for people. He doesn't judge people who does not have his level of success. He's just an example of what you can do when you put your hard work to it. He understands that there's circumstances, luck, and sometimes the right place at the right time, and just pure perseverance that he got it. people don't really understand something. When we talk about entertainment, the most celebrated entertainer produced in history is Walt Disney. Do you know how many times Walt Disney lost in his life before he finally won? Walt Disney didn't get on and successful until he was age 49. Think about it, 50 years old. So he spent years of people throwing his idea of Mickey Mouse in his face is stupid, everything like that. Then at the age of 49, when he was about to give up, whatnot, he finally got his big break. And because of him, everybody all over the world, the Disney name is still in every household throughout the planet. Colonel Sanders, right? He didn't get rich until with his famous recipe, right? To the age of 65. But he had his dream about this thing. He was barely literate, could not read and write, basically. He didn't understand the KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken Corporation. He just took cash. So he didn't even get any of the wealth of Kentucky Fried Chicken because he didn't understand how stocks work. But he said he was age 65, okay? People who are winning in life, and he also gave a lot back to the world as far as like for his good fortune, which he didn't really live to see a whole lot of it, right? Because he was age 65 when he finally got wealthy, okay? Same thing with David Thomas of Wendy's Corporation, you know? He was later in years before he found success, you know, try and true tribulations, you know? So don't look at people basically who are struggling, right? Don't kick people on their way up, you know, on your way up, because you're gonna meet the same people on your way back down, okay? Winners have a vision and they're gonna stick to it. They're not gonna let detractors and naysayers tell them what they can't do or it's not gonna work. And so therefore, like I said, I am determined to be a winner in what I'm doing in Africa and the Pan-African movement, right? And I'm not going to showcase stuff that I don't have. I'm not going to lie. I could come back from Liberia with a bunch of pictures and say, look what I got. They'll probably fake it. But I'm not going to do that, right? I know I have a winning plan, right? I know I picked a winning country to do what I'm trying to do, okay? I don't care how long it's going to take me, right? In the end, it's going to be successful, right? It's going to be a winning situation. So it's up to me to make sure that I keep doing everything in line and building everything in line till I get that day of victory. And those who are with me or not, they're going to benefit in that thing. If those who don't, hey, you sit back and watch. So what I'm saying is tonight is we need more winners. We in the Pan-African world need to be basically producing our own millionaires and billionaires. We need to basically say, how can we basically build farming, mining, everything. We got all the tools because I mapped it out. There's all tremendous opportunity on the African continent, but it takes organization. It takes institutions. It takes think tanks. It takes investment clubs. It takes people really believing in this idea and sticking and being single-minded and getting other people to see your vision so you can see this thing through, if they see your project through. And then at some point in time, you meet in the middle, you meet up and say, well, geez, you know, you're here, we're on the same path. How much progress have you made? Okay. That's when you draw people to you. When they see your path of progress, they see how far you've come, and then they draw to you. And also, winners have no problem getting financing and support. You know, if you got something that's going to make money and everything, everybody wants to get on a winning team. Everybody wants to be part of something that's winning. The problem in the Pan-African community is that we have not built winning teams. You know, we put teams together based on enthusiasm, right? And exaggeration. And a famous quote from the College Genesis says, exaggeration is the bastard child of what? Enthusiasm. So beware of the enthusiasts, right? Enthusiasts will exaggerate. He'll tell you, oh, yeah, you know, just invest your money with me. You're going to get rich in 2 years in Africa and everything like that. They exaggerate. They exaggerate things, and they're not really have it in place because they're enthusiasts. Enthusiasts will exaggerate. Exaggeration is a byproduct, the bastard child of an enthusiast. So therefore, the main thing is we have to start creating winners and winning teams and people that have a solid plan and doing their due diligence and everything and build and being realistic and being logical. And what's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. Whenever you're doing is based on logic, right? Like I study, like I see some of the problems I see in Africa, right? And people say, oh yeah, land issues, leasing, and all stuff like that. And I studied the issues in Liberia. And I said, I talked to many Liberians, and I was there on the ground. They said that one of the things you don't have to worry about in this country is owning property. And property is a big thing. And why does that happen? Because the laws are similar to that to the United States. Were basically ported over from the United States. The laws of private property. I don't think our ancestors built Liberia knew what they were doing. The laws of Liberia are based on the Magna Carta, and the countries in the world that adopted the Magna Carta system of laws and private property in the state was Japan. Let me tell you about Japan. Japan was a whole country, a feudal country, right? When Japan became a republic and modernized its land laws, suddenly people who owned large numbers of land and cottages and everything got their land deeds and titles. And next thing you know, they was able to go to the bank and take out millions of dollars. They said, where did this come from? That's what wealth is all about. Okay? It's same thing when the Japanese took over Manchuria. Okay? When they took over Manchuria, and I read in this one book, I'm going to go to the library and get this book again, right? What they did was they created land deeds and land trusts and everything, right? And the Japanese banks were able to borrow and hedge and loan against these properties in Manchuria. And when those properties added value to it, when they built railways and factories, everything, the price of real estate went up. Now, that did not exist before they got there, because before they took over, they didn't have the same sort of land laws in place. And thing. Just the opposite. And when the French owned Indochina, right? Millions of dollars were poured into Saigon and the pearl of Southeast Asia from Wall Street banks and everything. Why? Because they had created new land laws and everything. And people got rich and everything. Saigon was a pearl of Southeast Asia and everything. That's why if the communist takes over, that's why that's why they fought the war in Vietnam. Why? Because when the land laws are in place, no matter what, the banks and everybody can recoup their money because they have laws in place to basically for loans, everything like that. But when the communists take over, the whole system collapses. That's why we fought the war in Vietnam. That's what it is. It was about recouping, making sure that the United States Wall Street banks recouped the money they had pumped into that country for generations through France and other international investors. What I'm trying to say tonight is, folks, is we have to start being on the winning side of history. We cannot keep talking about how evil capitalism is and we're not going to get this thing any other way by supporting, other than supporting modern banking laws, modern real estate laws, modern insurance laws, modern systems of trade and industry and government and everything. We have to be on that winning side of history, because history has taught us that this is the way to go. We want modernize. You look at Africa, right? West Africa, the only region in the world that has not modernized is fishing industry. You got people still using like 1,500-year-old fishing methods, but you go to Central and South America and everything, you got modern marinas. Okay, go to Mexico, so they got some of the canoe boats out there and everything like that, but they make sure they got modern marinas, motorized craft that go out to sea and stuff like that to fish and everything. And all over the world, you see modern ports, modern marinas with fishing and everything. But in Africa, you don't see that. The boats can only go up so far, and they got to work towards hard. What is it that the modern world that we reject? And what is it about the modern world we reject? Why come we don't have tycoons emerging out of Africa just overnight, just by using the modern system of business and everything? You have a huge market right there in West Africa, 400 million people, right? What if we had modern roads and modern, I was talking to this about Great Africa today, about a highway system for West Africa connecting all the cities. But instead of doing that right now, West Africa is preparing for war with each other. Instead of saying, something, if I'm in Ghana, right, the reason why I'm not winning is because I'm not looking north to all the huge countries in the Sahel Desert, millions of people in Niger, Burkina Faso, Algeria, and all stuff like this, right? I'm sitting in Ghana, basically doing what I'm doing, and I don't have any means of because we're not thinking on a level. So my point I'm trying to make is this: why is it that now people think it's normal or just flattering to talk about Senegal sending troops to fight the war in Niger? Why is Senegal sending a trade mission to Niger instead of sending troops? See the mentality? I want to be on the winning side of history, right? I want to be on the winning side of history. I want to be on the side of business and development and get like that. I don't believe the black race is condemned to be stupid, backwards, primitive, and no. I don't want to see Africa become the next Middle East. Do we see what happened in Central and South America where there was narco this, narco that, wars and everything like that right here? West Africa, why is it that West Africa, it looked like it's becoming the new Middle East? Why? Because war is big business. You know, this group supplying this group, the munitions industry, the arms industry, and all this stuff like this. Why is that my homeland, my ancestral homeland, got to be the thing? That's not winning. That's not winning. And if people don't understand the fact that what we're doing right now in West Africa is not winning, right? We need to scrap ECOWAS. We need to scrap the AU. We should scrap all that because that's keeping us in a loser column of the world. The winning column of the world would be adopting the ideology of the Black African infrastructure. And I don't care if I'm just on this little YouTube platform. I don't care if you think I'm nobody and everything like that. I'm going to keep saying it until somebody gets on here and tell me something that's better than what I've been saying. And I'm talking to a lot of people and say, Colin, you make a lot of sense. Yeah, I've been saying this stuff like this, talking like this for 30 years. You know, I've been studying African infrastructure for 30 years now, you know, since the early 90s. And everything I predicted right here, I said, we don't build what I call, I show a great African today, the African rings, you know, these are rings, these are circular rings, you know, that will connect all of West Africa, the Sahel, Sudan all together in these circular rings of highway systems and railway systems that go in circles, and that could link up to all the different regions. And so you could basically this. So you could so travel is going to be easy across from Dakar all the way over to the port of Mombasa. I said, I've been studying this stuff for years, Trans-Africa highway system, railways. But instead of those plans that I've been talking about, I've been studying for years, that's been on the books for years being implemented, right? We're talking about war, and that's not winning. You know, once the war starts, the next generation does not have a chance. It'll take 20 years to recover. And then you're going to have people being destitute and refugees. That's not winning. We want to start winning. In order for us to win, somebody else has to lose. The world's already decided that Africa is going to be the losers of the world. You know, all the rest of the world, they're building their economy. They're building their global infrastructure. They're building their stock exchanges. They're building their banks. They're building stuff like that. And Africa is the poorest region on the earth. You know, no infrastructure, no anything, no trade with each other, no trade outside the continent and everything. And the only thing we want to talk about is the next junta, the next military coup, the next war. And we're going to sit here and talk about stupid stuff about African Americans versus continental Africans, or some African American treating me bad when I came to America. And we got to stop acting like little sissies in this world and man the hell up. Or either we man up or give it up. That's what I'm talking about tonight. And the only way you're going to be a winner is we got to man up. And we're not manning up. You know, we can have a whole conversation about, the FBA versus continent. It doesn't get us absolutely anywhere. How is that winning? How is that winning when I play a video, 20 top black businesses in America? Instead of people saying, you know something, we got African Americans that got business skill on that level. You know, one sister that have a staffing service, right? That's global, right? That could solve Africa's problem. Her company could solve Africa's problem overnight by training IT and people and staffing services to bring professionals to the continent and bring Africans out of the continent, but training everything like that. You basically create all the things, and that's 20 top black businesses is something that Africa can use to be like that. And we're talking about our own people here. But instead of people looking at that, our brain is so, that's no big deal. What I'm talking about is this, and we give too much time to losers. Winning people will say, I love Icon Fire. When he saw that video, we sprayed it. He was like almost in tears, man. Look at these black businesses. He sees people look like him at the top of the thing. But people don't want to acknowledge that, because to acknowledge that would mean they would acknowledge that Black America is basically at the top of his game. It'll go against the narrative that Black America is a bunch of losers and stuff like that. That's a popular narrative, which is not the truth. The black people in America are winning, right? Unfortunately, they don't have any interest in Africa, right? Why is that? Because we have not the Pan-African movement and Black Africa has not basically been attractive to African Americans that are successful, with the exception of South Africa for the most part. So therefore, we have to basically become the winning thing. Once we start becoming winners, and we start producing real millionaires on the African continent in manufacturing, service sector, all the things we saw in the top 20 black businesses, service sector, food production, food distribution, and all these things like that, telecommunications, and all these things like this, then you're going to attract the sort of black people that say, okay, this Pan-African stuff is winning. When something is winning, people want to be part of it. People don't want to be part of failure. People don't want to be part of people losing. People don't want to be part of a controversy. People don't want to be part of nonsense, everything. They want to see, do you have a plan? Like in the movie Higher Learning. And Lawrence Fishburne said to Omar Essa, he said, oh, this is all a game. He goes, in the real world, nobody wants to hear empty rhetoric. They want to know that you got a plan. And I learned that thing. Nobody wants to hear empty rhetoric. They want to know if you got a plan. What's the plan? The plan to win. And when you have a plan to win and people see they can be a part of it, they'll join you. They want to be part of your team. And when they want to be part of your team or not, then you got a team of winners. You could even have a team of rivals, but you're winning. Sometimes when you see people in top corporations, they may hate each other, but they know they can make money or they can build something together or not. They have a team of rivals. Winners are winners. One thing those winners won't do, as much as they hate each other, compete, is invite a loser in. They may be in a golf club and laughing, and they're basically like, yeah, I'm going to cut them out and I'm going to do this one night. But they know they're dealing with fellow winners. One thing that's not going to happen is they're not going to give that loser a break. Not because they're mean, because they understand that if they're dealing with somebody they're competitive with like that, they're going to make the loser respect their competitor too. No, he got to that level right there because he did this. Well, he inherited his money. But look, his father did the right thing. His grandfather did the right thing. While your grandfather didn't make the decision, your father didn't make the right decision, he walked into a situation. So he was born a winner. Now, if you want to change the trajectory, you get yourself together, right? And then you pass something on to your kids, your grandkids, so they can become winners. So that's what I want to open with tonight, Brother Bomani.
Yes, brother. Greetings. Excellent. That was incredible. Appreciate the presentation details. So, family, for those who love to join us, you can join us. Our goal is not to keep it long. Our goal is to keep it strong and get right to the point, because that's what we're building. That's what we're doing. So let me take us to a video break. And since you talk about Niger, and it's a popular subject and thing, one of my good brothers did a nice nice presentation. So I just want to share, and then we can analyze it. Then also we can play some of the news footage on it if we want to continue to talk about it.
Yeah.
So this is it right here. This is my good brother Bala Kema. So family,
Yeah.
we're gonna break this thing down right here.
There has been a military coup in Niger. France threatened invasion. ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States, a body of which Niger is a part, gave the coup leader Abdurrahman Chiani a 1 week ultimatum to reinstate the deposed president Mohamed Bazoum. AU, the African Union, also gave the coup leader Abdurrahman Chiani a 15-day ultimatum to reinstate the deposed president Mohamed Bazoum. Oh, and by the way, there are lots of uranium in Niger. Hmm. Which then begs the question, what's actually responsible for this coup in Niger? Who are the true puppeteers in the background of this coup? And who are the puppets? Folks, I want to thank you for clicking on this video. Once again, this is the Migration Podcast. And as always, I am your host, Bala Kema. First and foremost, I'd like to ask you to go ahead and click the thumbs up button under this video. Click the like button because this is the only way that YouTube is going to spread and push this word to the rest of the world so that people can be exposed to these kinds of good information to help them to remain well informed and make their own decisions. Niger is a country that's located on the west coast of Africa. Niger has two southern neighbors, Nigeria and Benin, two western neighbors, Mali and Burkina Faso, two northern neighbors, Algeria and Libya, and one eastern neighbor, the Republic of Chad. Niger has a land mass of about 490,000 square miles and a population of 25 million. Now, just to give you a perspective, one of Niger's southern neighbors, Nigeria, has a land mass of about 370,000 square miles. But get this, a population of about 230 million people. Just imagine that. Niger has a bigger land mass, but a lot less human beings. Nigeria has a little, much smaller land mass as compared to Niger, but a lot more human beings. Just to give you further perspective, the United States state of Texas has a land mass of about 269,000 square miles, but a population of about 29.5 million, nearly 30 million human beings. So Texas has more human beings than Niger, but about half the size of the land mass of Niger. Niger was just hit by a military coup about 1 or 2 weeks ago. And the leader of this coup is called Abdurrahman Chiani. And the president who was removed from office is Mohamed Bazoum. No doubt.
You like being in other people's business.
I'm trying very hard not to be. But you make it very challenging for me.
Are you warning me?
I'm preparing you. Is that a Timex?
No, it's a move.
That's the
This region, the Sahel region of Africa, has seen a flurry of coups in the last few years. Mali, Burkina Faso, even Guinea. So we have seen the dissemination of coup in these regions. But what's most important at this point is to talk about Niger and what is the real reason for this military coup in Niger. Just to give you a perspective, the Republic of France has a huge military presence. You know, France is the former colonial masters of Niger. Well, they tell you that colonialism is over, but is it really over? The United States of America has a major military base, really just for drone activities in Niger. Germany has troops in Niger. And now we know that the Russian Wagner group is also present in Niger. The coup leaders have aligned themselves with the Russian Wagner group. And a deposed president, the administration of the deposed president, find themselves more aligned with France. One of the reasons we're hearing for this coup is the fact that the president, I guess now deposed president, Mohamed Bazoum, was way too cozy with France. France is coming in there, literally stealing the uranium. And this president is so cozy with France There are a lot of terrorist activities in that region. Niger is seeing the blunt of it. And the Niger government started to make headways against the terrorists. And France tells the now deposed president, Mohamed Bazoum, stand down. Let's not be too aggressive towards the terrorists. And this incited anger within the hearts of the Nigerians. And the actual bodyguard of the president, Abdurrahman Chiani, had enough of it and said, we cannot continue to sell Africa short. We cannot continue to behave this way to our own people. So he rose up and led an uprising, a coup against his own boss, President Bazoum, and took him out. Now the current president, or the now deposed president, is under house arrest. He's being held in Niger by the coup leaders. But external powers, like France in particular, is now threatening to invade Niger. Why would France want to invade Niger? Niger is not France's personal property. You would hope it's not. So why does France feel like she has to act and to invade Niger? Why is Niger certainly so important to France? From what we've known in the past, up until this point, the only thing Niger has gained, or all of these regions, all of these francophone countries in Africa, the only things they have gained from France have been abuse, neglect, and abuse, and neglect, and disrespect, abuse, neglect, disrespect, and that's it. Nothing else. Nothing positive. Africa, most of these francophone countries in Africa have never gained anything positive from their quote unquote relationships with France. So,
yes, my good brother Kala. I know he said much, but definitely want to focus on the things at the end, as far as what are these African nations are gaining from their love and hate relationship with the French, the French government, because
Well, I think, to be honest with you, right? We look at it, African countries didn't fight the French like the Indonesians did. Like, they didn't have a Ho Chi Minh. People don't know Ho Chi Minh lived in Harlem. That he's attending Marcus Garvey rallies, and he came back. He was so inspired by watching the Garvey parades and the Garvey movement. Right, that's what radicalized him. To take his country back. And that's what he was inspired by Marcus Garvey. Okay, and so the bottom line is this: he was determined to win his country back. Right. In Africa, we don't have that, When you have, like I said, this is going to basically controversial what I'm saying. I'm getting ready to say my next few words are going to be very, very controversial. Okay. They always do this, right? They know African Americans have a zeal for Africa, right? All you have to do is put a robe and a dashiki on an African leader and have them do some dance, and you got the African American beguiled and sucked in. Now, I love Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. I love Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. I love these posts with it. But even he had to realize, right, that thing about him being the first prime minister of the Gold Coast, right, was a sham. It was a sham. It was a joke. It was no independence in Africa. In fact, the British and all the French and everything, post-World War II, were digging into Africa. Like Harry Belafonte once said. Actually, they were digging in while they were being removed from Asia, because Asia was like, look, we're going to go to our history, right? That's what happens when you have a written history. The Asians basically can make movie after movie, and they got so many stories, everything. They know their identity. Africans, we don't have. Black people never had that, right? So you could actually buy into this idea that you are a Black Frenchman, or you're a Black American, you're a Black this, because you don't have a written history that goes back thousands of years that you could draw on. So therefore, we're coming into the modern world not knowing who we are. And now Africans are waking up, right? They see there's something going on. I know they're watching a lot of stuff on social media. okay? Because the educational system in Africa, the French and the British teaches them how to be part of the British Empire, the French Empire, and stuff like this. The Black nationalist movement of the West, the transatlantic slave trade, and the Harlem things about the Harlem Renaissance and all stuff like this are omitted in African culture. That's why when you have people like Amara, you ask them, what do you think about that? We heard about the slave. I say, so you don't feel any connection to the Africans who were brought over. Yeah, we heard about that and everything. So therefore, they don't have an identity, African identity, a Black African identity. So therefore, it's easy for them to be Black Frenchmen or whatever, the French and everything. And also they let these people come into their country. They give them visas and stuff like that. They go and they date the French girls and the European girls and also like that. So there's no idea of Black pride and all stuff like this. Now it's different, right? After like 60 years, right? People saying, you know something? We're still freaking poor. We're still freaking poor. And they look at countries like Asia, like Singapore, that are developing. They look at a country that out of the desert, like Dubai, and building great cities and everything. And they're saying, so why are we always so poor and backwards in everything? So therefore, they're turning on France, right? And to be honest with you, right, a lot of it's France's fault, but it also has to do with a lot of the so-called Africans who basically thought this was going to last forever. It's like Paradise Lost. The Europeans basically created a whole class of Africans who benefited from the status quo, right? They benefit from the fact that they could come to America and get an education or get a job, whatever like this. They don't care about the ongoing imbalance of power in the world. The Black race is the only race that does that for the most part. As long as they benefit personally, they could care less about what happens in their country. They could care less about what happens, as long as they're benefiting. They basically cultivated a whole class of Black people. Like I was watching this thing one time where this white South Africa was saying, we don't have to worry about the mass of Black people because the new Black diamonds, they're going to take care of them. And guess what? Remember a couple of years ago, like 10 years ago, there was these the miners were striking, and it was Black soldiers or white soldiers fired on them and killed them at that mining incident in South Africa. And they was talking to this one Black lady in the ANC, and she was like, "Well, this riot and that one." So she's comfortable. She got her place in South Africa. She got her nice house and everything. So she's now a partner with the white power structure in South Africa. And so therefore, if they could convince themselves that thing, and then 2 years ago, there were riots in South Africa where the Blacks were rising up in Durban, looting stores, looting Indian stores, everything like that. So these things are going to happen all over the continent as long as the masses of people feel hopeless and feel disconnected, and we don't want to be in a situation where we're the targets, That's what they're trying to make it seem like, right? Like these people, these race traders who basically try to make it seem like African Americans are taken away from the people in the Gambia, or they're taken away from Ghana and stuff like that. And they're completely ignoring the Africans, their own people that's really robbing them, looting them and everything like that. They want to make us the scapegoat. We don't want to be in this thing, Tay Brown, you really fight in Africa? Well, first of all, that's not my fight right now. The only way I'm going to fight is when we have our own land. I'm not going to fight for something that I'm not going to gain from. No, I'm not going to fight. That's up to them to fight to settle that. I didn't start that with the French and them. That's up to them to fight that. Now, the day when we have land and territory that's assigned to us, or we take whatever like that built, then it's time for me to fight.
All right, well, perfect. Well, here's another one right here by Barudi.
Barudi says, Kala, do you think the ECOWAS should pledge military to Niger and fight France? Dude, man, come on. Where have you been for the last week? ECOWAS is France. What are you talking about, bro? Have you listened to what they were saying for the last hour? Anything that pays money, anything that works in Africa is basically financed by either the Chinese, Europeans. There's nothing independent about ECOWAS or anything like that. It's a joke. It's a organization in name only. economic community in West Africa. For who? To facilitate the raping of Africa. You know? So African countries have not been poor. West Africa used to be the richest. That region of Niger, Mali, used to be the richest region on the planet. What are you talking about? You know, West Africa, like I said, I came up with the concept of rebuilding West Africa, the West African trade routes and everything in the modern sense. These borders are a hindrance. The reason why these borders exist is to break up that trans-Sahara trade that linked Europe, Asia, and Africa all together across the thing. West Africa used to be the main trading hub, and it could still be this that thing. If you got the north-south thing on a much scale set, but instead of using camel and roads, use railways and highway systems. None of that exists right now in Africa, right? Why? Because people built these fake nation states that make no logical sense. There's no trans-Sahara and trans-Sahara highway systems built to facilitate trade across from West Africa to East Africa. So don't talk about what you don't know. West Africa in the medieval times, Mali was called the Empire of Gold. Most of the world's gold supply came through West Africa. Most of the goods coming from China couldn't travel to Europe because it was so dangerous. Travel to West Africa and then to North Africa and then through China, you know, then to Europe. You know, most of the trade. That's why the Europeans decided to find a new trade route to the east. That's why they started exploring, because West Africa had a stranglehold over the spices. Everything that came from Asia came through the Silk Road in China through Africa. There's basic history people don't even know. You know, so like I said, when I start talking about Pan-Africanism, right? People think Africa was always like this and always a mess. No. You know, no, it was never always like this.
Well,
it doesn't have to be like this.
We go kind of break it down. This ties into that same thing that we're talking about. So this is DK's comment.
Nigeria gonna murder fellow. I think that was just a bluff, to tell you the truth. I don't think Tinubu ever thought he was gonna send troops over there. That was just a bluff. You know. I think that was just a bluff. You know.
So what do you do after? What do you do when they call your bluff? When you tell them?
Well, the Senate.
What they're doing is they're giving ultimatum, and Niger, the leadership now, they're not budging. We'll see how long they'll keep that up. Because after a while, if you really, if they really want them to do something, they're gonna have to put some kind of fire under them.
I think they'll be like already. Nigeria could break apart. Northern Nigeria could actually end up siding with Niger, right? And Nigeria could split in half. You know, do Nigeria really want that? You know, Tinubu is a freaking tribalist, an what do you call what's wrong with enthusiast? You know. So Bomani shows a man from Nigeria. You know,
you go send link, and we can do that. And if it's nothing worth watching, then we just change over it. But Tay Brown say, would Marcus Garvey say that, Kala?
Say what? about Africa being not being. Africa was never poor until the transatlantic slave trade, starting in the 1600s all the way to the mid 1800s and everything like that, and then the European occupation towards the end of the 1800s or whatnot. That's where Africa's problem started, you know.
Well, the genius is saying that Africa has been poor for thousands of years. So I don't know how people know all these things.
That's a lie, you know. That's somebody
who was around 1,000 years ago.
I studied African history. Africa had big cities. Djenné was a rich city. You know, Timbuktu was a rich city. Europeans, Timbuktu was so rich, they thought gold was on the roofs. That's how rich Timbuktu was. There was so much gold and commerce there, flowing across the Niger River, up from the upper Niger River to the Niger Benue River. All these cities and ports were bustling in commerce. Merchants called the Dayula were getting rich and everything like that, and the traders from the north, right? We're bringing salt from the north and books and stuff like that from the north, and they were exporting to the North Africa cloth and everything like that, manufactured goods and everything, gold works and everything like that. West Africa was the place of trade, was a deep place of trade in the Middle Ages, So I don't know what you're talking about. There was so much wealth and peace and prosperity. What they said West Africa was probably, you can go to look at Mali right now. This is what they're angry about. These crazy jihadists, right? These Arabized niggas are basically wreaking havoc in West Africa, bringing their stupid, degenerate form of Islam under the guy that this has nothing to do with Islam. It has everything to do with these Arabized Negroes. And that guy, they threw out this president because he looked like an Arabized nigga himself,
Well, check out this comment by Eric B.
The same tribe that run Nigeria, same that's in power in Nigeria, so most likely they will not fight each other. Well, now the Tinubu is actually a Yoruba, But the thing is, though, the Senate in Nigeria and the northern states and everything are all Fulani, House of Fulani. You must say there's one group, House of Fulani, and they're not going to go and fight in Nigeria. That's not going to happen. They're not going to gun down their fellow Muslims and everything like that for a thing, No. The same I was saying, we might well physically fight for Africa. What are you fighting for? What am I going to tell you? Yeah, I'm going to pick up a gun and go there. If I could tell you, I could say anything, right? I'd be lying. Nobody asked me to fight any war. What am I fighting a war for? This is what I'm going to tell you about how I am, right? Until African Americans, us, are at the table, right? We don't have any representation at ECOWAS. We have no representation in AU, right? We don't have any ownership over what's rightfully ours, the oil blocks and the mines, the uranium mines. Do we own any of that stuff like that as African Americans? All the stuff that we lost? No. So what the hell are we fighting for? We did that in America. We're fighting for something that we're not going to gain from. So you just made something like a fool. No, African American. We're in a position of power right now, right? If Africans want our support and everything like that, they have to give something up. And we're talking about land infrastructure nationhood. This is a different type of Pan-Africanist. Listen to College Genesis. It's a new age. I'm not going to cheerlead for anybody, and we don't benefit. And we in the diaspora have nothing to show for after everything. All they do is after we get our support, like South Africa, we help liberate them on South Africa or whatnot. We didn't benefit from South Africa's liberation. So the heck are we fighting? We can help you, support you, and everything, but you better put something on the table. That's the way it's going to be from now on. If I have something to do with it. The idea of like that. I don't know anything like that. Now, the Congo and everything, I'd say, look, we have territory, land for the African Americans to build, and we could, the African Development Bank will help you guys get set up and everything. We don't have those conversations. We go to Africa, we're completely on our own. What the hell are we going to freaking fight for? Either we're freaking Africans or we're not. So while that's the case right now in 2023, Africa has to figure that stuff out for themselves. Once we get what we need in Africa, right? Because that's how Africans are. They only care about themselves. They don't give a shit about us. You think they care about our fight? How many Africans have ever came to America to fight on our behalf? None. So the bottom line is, I think you're trying to be slick with your comments, Tay Brown and whatnot. You just got crushed. Try something new. I'm not one of these little punk, sissy ass Pan-Africanists. I'm the real thing. The translation says collectively decimated African prior to the 19th, with adding more layers of suppression. Well, yeah, that too, but also colonialism actually built modern Africa. That too, It wasn't so much as colonialism. Colonialism ended the slave trade, What what decimated Africa. That's why I hate when people use this transatlantic slave trade and colonialism in the same sentence. That's so disrespectful. What devastated Africa was the transatlantic slave trade. That's what altered Africa's DNA and everything like that to this day. Colonial was just an aftermath. It was only brief. They only got there in the late 1800s. It was only lasted for a few decades. So when people try to put colonial, that's what people do when they want to basically just put it all together. No, colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade were two different things. He said, Bomani for America. Bomani was in the Navy. You know, he was there for what? Tell us your story, Bomani.
No, it's a quick story. You know what I mean, a man has to make a living. Navy for 4.5 years doing aircraft maintenance. So it wasn't about no fighting or anything. The reality of being in the military or being this on any, you know, in any career field, whether it's just working at the airport and
even if you go to combat, you pay for
and working on airplanes, you know, you can lose your life and things can go wrong. So, you know, military is just, you know, it's a position, it's a job, it's an opportunity. So, you know, what the person is trying to say is that that I showed some level of commitment, and then they're wondering about your commitment. So people, you know, want to question you, but so this was the actual comment, and I don't know. I gotta tell you, whoever this person is, this is the kind of stuff that they want to do. They don't want to come on here and have a conversation with the brother and tell it to his face. But beyond that, brother, I got another comment right here as I go through the comments. We're gonna...
Oh boy! Did you get a credit report straightened out? You know, girl. Okay, ways to fight for Africa for America. Y'all need to be pushing for better African power, helping African immigrants get government contracts for import. Helping African immigrants for what? You know, African immigrants got so many different organizations I know about that help them out. They got white people and everything. African immigrants in general got so many different resources they can plug in to the government and everything. You know, they're taken care of. You know, they got their embassy, they got all the stuff like that. We have nothing. You know, we're completely on our own. African immigrants got resources. You know, that's how they get so far in America. That's because they're hardworking. They're connected. You know, there's people for the first 7 years, they're getting food stamps, they're getting government assistance and everything like that, and a job program, education, all stuff like this. You know, all they have to do is stay in line and stay out of trouble, and they're good. You know, so this idea that, we got to come, you know, that's not our responsibility. We've been taking care of everybody. You know, my gripe is not with the common folks in Africa. It's a leadership. You know, it's a leadership of Africa. The misleadership in Africa because they're all disingenuous. You know, and I hope this young brother in Burkina Faso, they see it. You know, they don't know what to do. These young guys know what they're doing. They're just tired of all the mess. The common folks in Africa just want a better way of life. The leadership in Africa sells Africa out to the highest bidder. You know, and they get up and they brag about what they brag about this and also the leadership in Africa, they go to Europe for a free meal and lodging and everything to look big and take pictures with Macron and the European heads of state and whatnot. And they broadcast that back on local TV, say, look, I'm in power or whatnot because I'm sitting down with the white man. That's been like that for the last 65 years. Nothing's new. They think that going to Europe and everything like that or shaking hands with the U.S. president is all that means they're in power. So it's not the average African. Average African, they don't care. A nation state is supposed to exist to protect the people. When a country basically fails to protect the people and let the country be exploited and everything, and people don't see a return, they have a right to rise up against that country. And I don't mind the stuff. Care about the stuff about somebody democratically elected. That's the thing. It's a farce. Democratically elected in Africa is a farce because it's the Europeans who basically prop up these so-called people, these candidates, and all stuff like this, right? Because these people get power and they control the political parties and all this kind of nonsense and everything, and they get in power. And it's basically they do this all over Africa, you know. So you got 5-10 people running for office. Every one of them who gets in, who ends up to the finish line is who the French or the British favor the most, because that's the person that's going to get more coverage in the BBC or the French newspaper and stuff like this. So you don't really have democracy in Africa. You don't have it.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. That's what we're talking about. Building a winning team, and winning team equals winning team ingredients. Leadership is very important, and these folks seem to lack any kind of leadership, and then lack any kind of accountability. And here's another one that we talk about: lack of leadership and lack of accountability. 50 euros, my brother. Do you know what 50 euros is?
What's about?
Close to about 50 US.
Yeah.
More or less. Not looking at the conversion chart, but yes, man. You know what I mean.
So you got to pay 50.
I'm not sure if you've ever been to Rotterdam, but Rotterdam is actually neighboring to Amsterdam in the Netherlands. You can get there via train from the airport. So I want to know if you're gonna catch that flight from the US and go to the Netherlands, so you can hear the Prince of Pan-Africanism dropping it in the Netherlands. This is September the 2nd, 2023. You still got time. As a matter of fact, you know what I mean? Right now, you probably can get a ticket for about $400 or $500 going to Amsterdam on KLM from the US. Now, they have flights, many of them daily. Yeah. So you can get educated, you know, by a renowned world leader, world organizer, one of the biggest Black influencer of his generation. I mean,
yeah, that's what we have influence.
This is what these guys do.
Check us out. 100 years from now, right? They're gonna look at and say, okay, let's see the artifacts of what happened in 2023, right? Other people can go and see buildings, ruins, and stuff like that. You know what they're gonna have for Black people? They're gonna have a whole bunch of people with DVDs and tapes. But, you know, that's always gonna be left with DVDs, tapes of
speaking engagements. I was a great speaker.
I was a great speaker, you know. I was a great speaker, you know, and speaking engagements.
Yeah, did you see how he dropped it? You know what I mean? Got everything on the wall and not a damn thing on the ball. And that's what it is, man. Everything is about this. Everything is about this.
Hyping people up.
The energy. But when it comes to practicality and us actually putting things in place and organizing, it's a whole different story. We feel like the best way for us to build up anything with our people is to talk a hole in their head about things that most of us already know. So my big question to you, Khaled Genesis, since you are a big fan of, you know what I mean, of Dr. Umar Johnson, Ifatunde Johnson, or Dr. Umar Ifatunde Johnson. My big question for you, brother, is please share and tell all of us that are watching right now, what have you learned from Dr. Umar Johnson since he's so dynamic? And this is not.
I haven't learned. I learned stuff that I forgot about. It's a lot of stuff I forgot about.
Let's retry this again, man. Come on, I want you to be a little more positive. The brother is a dynamic speaker and things like that. There's got to be something that you have learned from him.
Well, this is what I'll put it like this, right? So I was watching this program, and it was like a elementary class, right? And the teacher was saying something to the students, whatever, like that, right? I'm scrolling through the television, right? And I stopped for a second, right? I say, what does he have to say? Well, okay. Now it's elementary stuff and everything, stuff I heard 1,000 times, everything. But I think it was just interesting that I'm hearing stuff that were repeated that I probably heard when I was in the 4th grade my damn self, you know?
Okay, that's why. Well, I was going to say, just think about the things that he's saying on here. All right, encouraging and empowering let's say reparations, but the encouraging and empowering part, me and you are down with that. So we do appreciate it, brother, for doing that. As far as reparations, I can't really, I would never be against reparations. but I can't put too much of the energy of our network into that movement when we're pushing repatriation, African Black family structure and awareness and self-love. So one would say that this our brother care about our people, and I really do feel honestly that Dr. Umar Johnson care about our people. Only thing I would say is this is narcissistic behavior, is causing energy to where somehow, whether it's him or the rest of us, we don't ever make a connection to build anything together. And somehow, whether it's him thinking that he's above people, like he's some golden child leader, and everybody else is just a subject, that's another situation.
You want to hear my issue with him?
I'm saying we're talking about building a winning team, so I want to make sure that I'm putting these things in perspective. The winning team,
break it down with
a way to build a winning team. Go ahead.
When we break it down about him, right? Here's my thing, right? Like I said, I was in fourth grade, right? I talked about things when I was a man, when I was a child and a boy. I thought like a child and a boy, right? I became a man. I put away childish things and I start talking like a man, right? When I talk about stuff in the Pan-African world, right? What am I talking about? Infrastructure, business, technology, science. Those are things that's important. I'm on the phone with my brother, great African from Liberia today, and we're talking about infrastructure, how we can build better infrastructure in the interior and stuff like this, right? We've had a debate about what type of energy source, because why? Because these are grown men conversations, right? Africa has to make a decision. What type of energy that we want to power things, right? Because we're not going back to the Stone Age, right? Do we want to use geothermal? Do we want to use hydro dams? Do we want to use wind power? Do we want to use nuclear power? These are sort of conversations, right? The Pan-African world or the nation building world of Africa, Black people need to be talking about and discussing, right? And what type of trade, right? Do we, what kind of currencies do we use? Do we, what kind of exchange we use? What language are we going to use for business? All these things right here are the stuff that we've been talking about in the Black African infrastructure for years, And so what I'm saying is this, though, we're on a different level of talking about infrastructure, talking about science, STEM, what can we do for STEM and everything? STEM is not fun. It's not fun to talk about science. We saw that with LeBron James.
I don't know about you gonna do that, man.
No, I'm just serious, right?
No, brother. This is one of the most popular figures. It's embarrassing.
The problem is this.
So people are equating that just because you're rich and you're successful, you're articulate and you're intelligent. Not saying the brother's not, but what I'm saying, when it comes to as a person that read a whole bunch of books here and things, when it comes to you explain the book that you read, you got to take it to another level.
He never read the book,
Exactly.
So when I'm saying this though, when somebody is sitting there and you say that you want to be educated, talk about education, right? And you spend no time with your kids, being an example, being in a classroom, going over math and everything, how are the kids going to be inspired? You can't just show up on television and everything like that. And this is the problem I have with Umar, right? He has not showed how that other than the fact that our school is going to be private like this. So you telling me those kids are not going to be subject to state tests and everything, where we can see and measure how well their education is being progressed? So you basically don't have to be beholden to state stuff like that. One thing I do about Charles,
did he really confirm that he wasn't going to do that? Because
he said we don't believe in charter schools. Our school's going to be controlled by Africans and all this kind of stuff, whatever the hell that means.
The thing is, what I don't want us to just do with our children is, the thing of it is, if you have a few different standard exams, I'm not saying that this is just the complete way to go, but it's like, me personally, I believe in getting our children ready to compete, and things like that. So whatever standard tests or whatever basic school, like, I tell my son and I tell other children, the school stuff is actually simple, but whether they believe that or not, another is one thing, because whenever you build these things and put them together, like I personally don't believe that white people will create a system to where the things that they put in place are difficult for them and their children.
Right.
So I would automatically say, whether it's the education system, if you can't, if you can't flow with that, I don't know how you're going to really compete, because these things are set to be.
They're not trying to win. That's why. They're not trying to win.
So if you're trying to win, what do? You get prepared for competition. It's just like one of those things where maybe you have a group of white athletes that have better training, better facility, better technology, better whatever, but you're supposed to be, black people with this great DNA, this great physical attributes and everything. And but then how do you compete if you don't measure and compete and connect yourself with what and what they're building, what they're doing, and literally compare yourself to where you can, because eventually sooner or later you're gonna have to measure up these people, whether it's academically, athletically, or just whatever you're involved in. And I believe it's an honest world of competition. So I would love so if intelligent and educated people are bragging about how much their school or their children did on certain exams and things, aren't we supposed to compare ourselves to that? Or does he want to create his own different standards of what children are going to be judged by, and is it going to be effective? Because we're talking about winning again.
Yeah, but the bottom of the time you figure out it's not effective, but he's gonna be long gone.
That's funny, brother. That's some funny stuff.
Yo, check this out. But look at the track record, right? He's on wifey number 31 and 32 on his thing. This could be wifey. Man, you're all around talking about going out. He smashed that Soca Kana. That's my queen. That's queendom stuff. When a ratchet hoe is his queen. This is what I'm talking about. People are putting up and actively taken seriously as somebody's going to educate people and lead people. This is what I'm talking about. This is how far down we've gone. I have never heard any conversation outside the Black African Infrastructure Organization. Right? I miss when we used to have our weekly conference calls and whatnot. People calling in, members calling in, talk about science, and some of the guys as scientists. I just sit back and mute myself, because all the shit they're saying is above my head. I miss stuff like that. People actually interested in Africa. And, this is what I can do for Africa. This is the type of stuff. And that's why I was glad when your brother Dion came on and talked about this new technology with the tire. I said, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what the BAIO will use. So we use problem solving, and stuff like that. And we're saying, yeah, this would solve the problem right here. This would solve the problem right here. This is how we could build better things. Some guy came to me with a proposal. He said, look, I could build refrigeration units, right, that runs both on the grid and on solar energy, and that 30% of the energy could be used by solar, and we always have refrigeration. We need to build African refrigeration, and stuff like that. I said, man, that's a great idea. And so the bottom line is, so all the problems that we see, and we study continent, Africa has a serious problem with refrigeration, lack of refrigeration, And lack of refrigeration means food and stuff like that, food storage. Me and Great Africa was talking today about food storage and food manufacturing and storage, stuff like that. That's very, very crucial as far as that. So we need people to have these sort of conversations. How do we build better food production and stuff like that? How do we do all stuff like that? And I don't hear any suggestions coming from Umar Johnson on this level, And so therefore I can't, take that seriously. I'm on a different level when we talk about nation building, because we're talking.
Oh, no, go ahead. Finish the last part you were saying.
No, I was saying, so when he asked me, well, did I learn anything? I was like, dude, man, if you're saying, Martin Luther King, most honorable Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey lived 100 years ago. Marcus Garvey, great Marcus Garvey, was 32 years old, right? He was still learning at the time. He was just a young man, I'm many years ahead in seniority, even Marcus Garvey right now. Not saying I'm a great man like him and whatnot, but life experience means something. Okay, we can't talk about the past elders, my ancestors. I prayed to my ancestors. Everybody will talk about the ancestors. The ancestors, what the ancestors do if they came in? They'll kick you right in the freaking head and say, "Get something freaking done, nigga." That's what Marcus Garvey would do if he came back to life, man. Nigga, if you don't get out there and get something done, everybody's praying to the dang ancestors, praying to the ancestors. Now is our time. Now is our time, right? To build something, right, that people could build upon and believe on. And when people take away from these shows, when they listen to us talk and everything, I want people to get inspired and get an idea and say, this is what I can do. Kala can't do everything, right? Bomani can't do everything, but this is going to be my part to contribute to our revolution and to our liberation. Where do I fit in? Where can I be part of the winning team? Where can I win? I could be part of the team of winners. That's what we're talking. We all know the problems, but how can we win? There's no such thing as, oh yeah, well, no. Either you're winning or you're losing. We don't like to believe that. We like to look at failed people, failed ideologies, everything, and we have sacred cows. You know what sacred cows are? Sacred cows are beliefs and ideologies that people hold on to that's failed them, but they hold on to them because they're sacred. And that's just the way it is. That's what's called sacred cows. And we have a lot of sacred cows in Black America. We have to think outside the box. Why is it that we don't have what other races of people have? Why is our ancestral homeland, why are we disconnected from our ancestral homeland on this level? And all this stuff right here is coming to pass,
Perfect, Carl. Let me pop up some of these comments and we can go through it. Right. Here's first one by Pro Woman J.
White people run those organizations. No, a lot of Africans have their own organizations. They're smart. A lot of Africans, you don't understand something. A lot of Africans in America they basically have their own organizations. I'm a member of some of them. They have their own organization, everything. They have their own lobbying. And they support congressional candidates and everything. And particularly in the Democrat Party in the major cities. A lot of African and Caribbean immigrants, man, they dominate the talking points. That's why you think all these cities are sanctuary cities. Because of Black immigrants. Oh yeah, let them all come in. And now they're like, damn, what the hell happened? Because the people who were pushing this were mostly African immigrants, the average African American don't care about people coming across the border, whatever like that. But African, so they have a lot of influence, So it's not like they're very well organized. The African immigrants in America are very, very well organized. They have their own organization, they have their own Facebook groups and all stuff like that. Don't underestimate them. And the bottom line is pro stuff like this is pro. I think I had fallen out with a lot of my Liberian friends because I always simply said Trump don't seem like a bad guy. They were like, oh, how dare you, Colin? You're supposed to be on our side. I'm like, the dude's giving $50 billion a year to Black HBCUs. I'm not supposed to like that? No, man.
What's the issue with Trump? Right now,
I won't say a word because I'm back in good graces with my Liberian friends and everything. And the bottom line, they think Trump is a devil and all stuff like this.
What are they basing that on? Are they basing on because he said about that?
Back and he doesn't care.
Countries.
He does not care about Africa. He says that he doesn't want to engage in that. That's a perfect president. Someone's going to stand.
That's actually a plus because
that's a plus. They don't see it that way.
Yeah, because the issue is those who get involved. Since this new government been in place, they done send Kamala Harris all over the place to push a negative agenda that's not in line with African culture.
But they don't.
Is that what people want? That's one thing I can respect about Trump. He never went there, or he sent his wife, but he never went there to push any kind of agenda. And I appreciate that. That's just one less devil in Africa.
Yeah. But they don't see it like that. They want, they say, oh, we miss Obama. Obama's trying to push the LGBTQ on you.
That's
Obama,
the person you should have an issue with because that's the person that's coming there and trying to get you to conform to, conform to his leaders, his leaders' agenda. The people are just really pushing, or the people who literally got him in that position. So But yeah, that's the issue. I mean, and that's the issue with the minds of our people. You know, sometimes
and what about Obama?
where's the critical thinking?
What about Obama helped overthrow Gaddafi? You know, Gaddafi
Yeah, I mean,
did
yeah.
Africa.
I mean, he should have automatically been condemned once he did that by by
Right. So,
African nations,
but African immigrants,
people.
they love Obama. They love Hillary Clinton. You know, they love Hillary. And when that Hillary was the one that said, we came, we saw her, he died. You know, and I'm saying to myself, so when people ask me, why don't you go over there and fight? Look, I cannot do. The African mind is not there yet. You know, I'm not going to fight for anybody that's not a Black African nationalist, Pan-Africanist. That mind. When we create the Afrikstan and stuff like that, then we're on code. You know, but I'm not going to get involved with African foolishness right now. You know, that's where we're right now.
Well, perfect. Let's get on some of these people. It's a few of them on there. We'll just go through these comments. Let me get the next one real quick. Tay Brown, you signed up for war efforts. You consider yourself a brother in arms with the American Navy. Bomani, correct. That is incorrect. You're talking about someone that's 18 years old. Young, have a whole lot of energy, and you need to do something with your life. And out of all opportunities, that was the best opportunity, and that paid off very well. It worked out perfect. It put me in a better situation and put me way ahead of all of my peers at that time, around the same age. And that's what have given me the advantage and put me still ahead of some of my peers, even though I have not made the money I wanted to make as far as this independence. You haven't made those riches in business yet. But the good thing about it, when you're in something like like in the military, and you literally take advantage of the opportunity, you literally can put yourself in a position where your leadership, your organization, your business skills is ahead of other people, and allow you to just outdo and outcompete other people. And since then, I've just been all about trying to learn as much as I can learn in whatever industries I'm in, and then outdo and outcompete people against people. I've been an IT technician for 18 straight years, and that's on the back of also being an aircraft technician. So whenever I have work, troubleshooting, business to do, I mean, the level, it just gets knocked out. But I can't speak for other people, but I was smart enough when there was no war, and there was no war coming, as you can see it, and it was a great time to train. So I got paid for 4.5 years to do training, and so I can't. So I would have to consider that a win and a successful energy, and it got me, my second best position, working with the airline. So it's a great opportunity. You just have to make these things work for yourself. So it's not like we as Black people have a whole bunch of opportunities and a whole bunch of, and some people may say, we're in America like everybody else. We may have the same chances of things. Well, maybe some of us don't have the ideal test scores to get into certain places. And maybe some of us got literally go to technical school or join the military and do something with yourself. But I'm always telling people, it doesn't even really matter how you start, but you do have to get some level of start. And I'm speaking to our young generation, because you don't want to be like some of these people, in my age, where you meet them and you're wondering. Sometimes I ask them, I was like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I was like, what did you do for the last 20 to 30 years of your life? What did you do since high school to now? Did you engage in building a career? And some people tell me that they have no skills, brother. I'm dead serious. Brother, yeah. This is America, brother. I don't think there's any place on the planet with more technical and business schools and training schools. Even if nothing else, brother. Even if you can't, the thing of it is, even if you can't get a job, you should have some level of education. But others tell me that either some people don't apply themselves, or some people just, sometimes you don't grow up in an environment where it's encouraging for education. As a matter of fact, I remember a time frame of being younger, and then there was some energies of certain people in school where the energy was it was negative towards education, basically saying that you're a geek if you participate into being smart and intelligent and articulate and things like that, because I guess some of the cool students were some of the cool students were some of the dumb students. So I mean, it's so you ask yourself, it's to be cool, do I need to be stupid, and do I need to just be illiterate and things like that? So, but then you laugh at these people, because when we get to becoming an adult now, then you realize that
they're on YouTube.
Unless you continue to think that you could be a tough guy in the streets. And last I remember, that's a very limited life, because there's always other younger people coming, hungrier than you and tougher than you, and eventually, you're gonna lose your turf.
I never forget this, brother. When I was living, I moved down to Virginia, and like I said, I was always a book geek. I've been reading books since I was 13. I had to read my mother's romance novels. I always read books and novels, books, encyclopedias, dictionaries. I read, always was a reader. You know, I used to be immersed in different places. Why I wrote my first novel. I said, I can't write my first novel, right? And I'm an author. And I said to myself, and I got like a couple of books I wrote, but I only got one published. Anyway, basically, I love going into different time frames and character developments, plots, and stuff like that. You know, because I used to read books and whatnot, and get into the character. Sometimes I would like to go find the author and say, you know, you said this character right there, and ask the person about this character. I read the book. That was so intriguing. What did he know? Whatever like that. The author leaves that for your imagination. I did that in my novel too, you know. Anyway, I was in the library one time, right? I first moved to Virginia, right? And I was sitting there just minding my business, reading the library. And I see this a guy with his girlfriend was like, I guess they were still in high school. It's like, oh, he must not have nothing to do one night. He in the library. Like that, I'm like, I'm in the library reading, you know, and whatnot. You know, it was a nice day. It was like a nice afternoon, my day off. And when I was in the library, walked all the way down to the library, like a whole mile. You go to the library, sitting there, and I got a bunch of books. I'm sitting there reading all day. Love reading and stuff like that. Always about history, always about Africa, always about geography, Asia, everything like that. And I studied Asian history. I studied African history. I studied world history by just reading. I got my education in science and technology and stuff like that, and infrastructure and stuff like that by learning myself, right? I did this before there was a Google. You know, I knew all the stuff before I was a Google, everything about energy and the grid and how things work, how infrastructure is financed, all the stuff like this. I told you when I first moved to Virginia, remember that part of Dam Neck Road? That was all woods, you know? A year later, right, they basically, from General Road to Dam Neck, it was a big hole, right? The woods, right? And next thing you know, a whole sub-city popped up. And I said to myself, man, that was just nothing but swamp and land and woods. And next thing you know, you see shopping centers, condominiums, and everything back there. That's what dawned on me. I said, damn, you know, it was just like that. We could build it. That's what got me this idea of infrastructure, you know? And I said to myself, wow, man, sewer lines, everything. I said, how do you build a sewer line? And everything. I said, then I started studying civil engineering and stuff like on my own. I wasn't getting paid for it, anything. I started studying how cities are built and everything like that, development and everything. And I joined the Schuyler Science Institute at the time as a young man and whatnot. I learned the philosophy of Friedrich Schiller, a German philosopher. A lot of stuff that people have right now when they believe in this nonsense about global warming, climate change, and population control, they have no idea the forces in the world that put this nonsense out. And I learned back then, they said, look, Africa could be the breadbasket of the world, particularly South Sudan, the most fertile region of the world. And I saw illustrations. They gave me illustrations of new railways and whatnot that could go from Dakar all the way across the Sahara Desert with magnetic levitation rail that can go 400 miles per hour and stuff like that, you know? And then basically I said, look, what if we had like circles, big giant circles in the Sahara, right? Which would connect the northern, what the northern states can connect onto, drive all the way around if they want to, and connect to Ghana, like that. You would create the biggest trading block in the friggin' planet. I studied that. That was almost 30 years ago. I said to myself, if I ever get to the continent and the right people listen to me and whatnot, we can make something happen, you know? And so I always say the key is building infrastructure. You know, the key is building real organized nation states, you know, and stuff like this, you know? So when Power Jay said, I haven't built infrastructure, but I built the ideology. It was like, show me anybody else that's focused on infrastructure as far as like this. You're not going to build anything basic without building infrastructure. You know, without infrastructure being the main focus of what you're doing, nothing's going to work. So that's why we create the Black African infrastructure. We need white people. What you see in the world is a global white infrastructure. You know, their banks, their military, all that stuff that's part of this global white system of infrastructure. The black race needs to do the same thing, you know? And so therefore, when you have that ideology, then when you have that philosophy, then you know how to organize your nation states. You know, we're part of the global, we're not, each state is part of a global black African infrastructure that they tethered and tied to trading routes and everything like that. And so businesses can grow and scale overnight. Right now, that does not exist. You don't have somebody, a businessman from Nigeria can't just set up an office in like 4 different countries in West Africa and just overnight just grow. But in Asia, you can. Why? Because they had the Bandung conference. They said, if you're from the region right here, you're going to have offices and do business and trade and list your business on the local stock exchange, hire local people and everything like that. And you can grow your business. That's why Asia has so many millionaires and billionaires and Africa doesn't.
Absolutely. And that's the issue that people say to me about West Africa. There is not enough, or there's not really systems there. And when I mean systems, it's just like what Kala was talking about. Things that connect you and other people in your regions to where y'all can do business, y'all can compete, y'all can be effective, and y'all could just work on what you need to work on to build for your generation. So it's a lot of work to be done, and just looking to see who's willing to join the party. So people, this is a real show, real energy, and I posted the link. So those who want to join us, join us. Let me get through these comments, and we won't be long because sometimes I feel like we're talking to ourselves and people just spectating. All right, comment. I got one. Let me start back from here. Now, this brother that was talking about the new leaders of all these nations in their 30s, and that's that's a beautiful thing. And as Carla was talking about, Garvey is in his 20s and 30s, and it's it's what it is. It's both of us have to step up, and it'll be nice, and it'll be ideal if it was like how it is in the U.S. military, where you have an organized chain of command. But I do understand that sometimes we have to start with ourselves as that chain of command, because maybe our fellow countrymen that are our elders or our elders failed us, and maybe they built bad leadership where we can't follow. So we may have to start from there. But I would love to see us build more of a stronger level of chain of command, whether it's in business, whether it's just anything in organization. And understand that in order for us to have effective operation, we have to do some of the similar things that some of these other people do. Whether we believe in the American government or not, one thing that you can see is there's a succession of different people, whether it's different white people, different people in power, that pushes the same agenda. And I believe that's a level of consistency that can get things done, regardless of whatever. But I just don't see that same consistency. It's like we get new governments in, or one government get overthrown, and it's a whole complete different agenda. So sometimes you don't know what to keep up or what is real, because something may be some way for another 4 years, and another 4 years may be different. But our politics has to change, because I don't know what we're going to be able to do.
4 years is a long time in Africa.
So I'm hoping that these young energy of brothers and sisters, the new generation of people that are building leadership, understand that they have to figure something else out, because they're going to get caught up into the same trap with the oppressors. I mean, I think about young Joseph Mobutu, one of a great protege of Lumumba, and even and we could just name many other situations of leadership, and but somehow it has to end somewhere to where true leadership begins, because other than that, we're just setting up ourselves for failures. Because one thing that we do know is these people don't play around. They come in suits and ties, they come in briefcase, they come with their smooth talking, and man, they sell you a dream, brother. They sell you a dream. Where I honestly believe, brother, real quick, one last thing. I honestly believe that some of the people that we see as the greatest dictators now were honestly just real wonderful people, just like you and I.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now, man,
got consumed with the foolishness, and then I really believe some people just got put into different ultimatums, like it's either you or them.
Yeah, I believe now Gaddafi was a great leader. I'm just looking at the reality of the situation. He just said, "Look, man, that shit does not friggin' work. All that elections, stuff like that. And China has, and guess
And
what?
well, people gonna say, of course, a dictator gonna say that because he wants the same power.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, if he gives all the people $10,000 just for getting married, right? People get a house, health care, home. Tripoli was one of the most beautiful cities in the world.
It's a great incentive, brother.
He built an aqueduct in the desert, right? And basically greened the Sahara Desert. They thought he was building a nuclear power plant, whatever, but he was building actually rivers under the water because the Sahara Desert got so much water under there. So he built aqueducts and canals and everything like that that made the food so productive in Libya. So and the bottom line is the United States and whatnot don't care anything about that. All they have to do is say you're a dictator, and American public, even black people, just, oh, he's a bad guy. He needs to elect Paul Kagame. They're trying to do that with Paul Kagame now, Oh, he's a dictator, blah, blah, blah. But look at his country. People don't care. That's why I say like this, man. If you have a country, you're holding on to it, don't worry about what the world said. The world don't want to see you with shit. Nobody wants to see the black diaspora with Afrikstan. That's not going to happen. It's going to have to be taken by whatever, the world did not want to see Israel with a state, right? No. Why? Because human nature is just evil and jealous, And the Palestinians did nothing with that land that they have, right? And Israel green, and I'm not no pro-Israel, but I go by who's winning. Israel looks like a winning team, a winning side. The Palestinians, all they want to do is have rockets and fire rockets and stuff like that. They don't want to develop anything in their land,
But then, based on what you're saying, then you have other people. And I'm not family. I'm not into this fight with with either parties and things. But then you have another set of people that would talk about how the Palestinians are the victims, as far as whether they're losing their land and whether more of their land is being lost, and whether them being militarily dominated by, or whatever the situation. I've heard it's been crazy because I hear one side of the story and then I hear another side, and I get ultimately always confused about it. But I do respect the fact that Israel built a level of independence for themselves, and they built a level of where they invest in themselves, and I look at that as one of the more practical examples that we as a people could follow. You have your land, and you build. You literally just build. You literally just build your civilization as self-sufficient as best as possible. You can feed yourself, you can protect yourself, and you can advance yourself because you're not limited by anything. And last I remember, the last set of wars that have gone on with them, they've always defeated whoever they fought against.
Yeah,
for whatever reason. They must be that good. Because I remember there's a war between them, Egypt and Jordan, and I think there's another country, maybe Syria.
Yeah, it was Syria, Lebanon, Egypt. They all came in. Israel crushed all of them. Beat them all back. Now, Tay Brown says, in America, we just passed the motor infrastructure bill. Okay, show me any roads that were built for the infrastructure bill. The infrastructure bill
What comment they have, because I do need to finish going through these comments. Is a new comment.
Yeah, new comment. Tay Brown.
Let me just go there and let's get back up real quick. All right. Well, it's so far down.
Now the infrastructure bill just passed.
Let me see. So I read it. Because that way I read these people comments. This is Pro Woman J. Or do you talking about Tay Brown?
And she never read the infrastructure bill anyway. The infrastructure bill had.
All right, I got you. In America, I don't know where the we come from. I don't know if Tay Brown is French, but in America, they just passed a multi-trillion-dollar infrastructure bill. Is your infrastructure plan color more comprehensive than that? The thing of it is, some of you people are writing comments. I understand some of you may have a third grade education, but try to act like you have some level of intelligence. Try to put periods and things like that in your sentence and things like that. I'm gonna start this ignoring any comment that does not sound like English. You have, it gives you grammar correction and things like that. So just try to do a little bit better, because you don't sound very intelligent when you just write these things and they're not clear. So And no, but we don't have any multi-trillion-dollar infrastructure bill or anything like that, or we don't have anything compared to that. The infrastructure that we even build in Africa is basic, and we can go beyond that. So, all it takes is just getting equipment
bill,
and
right?
getting skilled people to do the work. So those things that we can get done.
Check this out. The infrastructure bill is all about trying to freaking change America from gas to solar power. They want to tear down all the buildings in America and put solar panels up. All this Green New Deal stupid stuff that's never going to work. China has 500,000 electric cars they don't use because people are not buying them and everything like that. So the infrastructure bill means they want to put these electric charging stations that take 3 hours to charge your car and everything. All this kind of stupid nonsense and everything. And infrastructure bill. That's not what we're talking about. Infrastructure. We're talking about land infrastructure, nationhood. We're talking about the basis of infrastructure.
Is that really what's on the infrastructure bill about sustainable development?
It's all about basically getting rid of fossil fuels and all this kind of stupid stuff. But they package it.
I do understand that they do have to. You have to adjust alternate
infrastructure bill. What's being built? Show me one project that's being built. It's been a year. Nothing.
All right. Well, the infrastructure bill. Look at the other comment about it because I'm trying to see where these people are going with it.
We have gone. What have you done? What you read?
What have you done with what you have read? And I'm thinking that it has to be about the infrastructure bill, even though these comments came in different.
No.
Operationalize your opinion.
When I was talking about studied infrastructure,
seriously.
When I was talking infrastructure for years, well, I started a group called the Black African Infrastructure Organization, which I got a lot of members in different parts of the world that believe in what we're talking about. And once we do get the sort of social and economic power, we can actually get stuff done. Just like the wacky ass Green New Deal people, when they got power, look, they basically try to change everything around. Once we get power like that, it'll be the same thing. We're going to have a Trans-Africa railway system. We're going to have new ports and new airports and stuff like that on the African continent. We're going to have a cheap fiber optic thing, underseas cable. I talked about that here. The underseas cable that runs a fiber optic runs around along the whole continent. We're gonna have more of that. That's gonna bring fiber optic internet services down, which African countries are linking up to. All the stuff like that is essential to building Africa. You have to build infrastructure. You have to build roads. Africa's problem is the African countries are so spread apart. You have the same amount of people in Africa, which is 4 times the size of China, as you in China, right? China built big cities, big cities. Wuhan has 25 million people. That's smart. So people are living in densely populated urban areas, infrastructure. Singapore lifted millions of people out of poverty and shantytown shacks to new apartment buildings, right? They brought them on the grid, infrastructure. That's what we're talking about. So this is what we're talking about. I'm not in power. If I was in the government of Africa, I was in power, then you could hold me to a thing. All I am is a culture critic, a geopolitical pundit that's on online. I'm nobody.
Well, brother, the more you do and the more you talk, the more people expect of you. So that has to be a level of where we have to transform our leadership and then find those people that we could work with. So that's the goal of us building our network and things like that. Because most of these people that's in there, whether it's Tabron or whoever, for me, to me, they're just all trolls. Every single last one of them, all trolls. None of them can get on here and explain and educate to our people what they have built, worked on, and what they're advocating for. And this is also a show that we're doing to share information and things like that. So let me go back to the rest of these. Poor Woman Jay said, at Tabron, notice whenever you ask these people on YouTube about what will they do, they tell you what they won't do, won't organize and advocate for anything that won't build a winning team. Sometimes I'm trying my best to read your comments and things like that. But as far as other people on YouTube, one thing I have to explain to everyone, we're not like the other people on YouTube. And I know that's probably easy for people to say. And the reason why I said it is number 1 and 2, or number 1, me and College Genesis were both building our enterprise, you know, and that's it. Building mine in my multifaceted world of technology and business, and he's building his in the world of insurance and the world of business administration, and that is important because, you know, building family business. So that's one of the things that we are. We have the leadership, we have the level of organization, we have the level of working with people, training employees, recruiting employees, dealing with people. So our mindset is different. So we have the background. My brother has the background, and I have the background of building a winning team. Now, when we're trying to merge our energy for us to do things like we talk about infrastructure or going to different countries and building with people, you're talking about a whole different world of hard work and hard headaches and pain. And the last thing that we need is trolls and ignorant, uneducated people who are just literally just playing around and have never committed anything to Black people, never committed their time, their energy, never built anything to judge us. You know, so most of you that type in there, I don't take it personal because I don't expect anything better from you, because if you are about something, you'd call me and we'd be working on something. So basically what that tells me is most of you that are on here are trolls and useless piece of work. You know what I mean? And for those who are about that business in their life, my number is right there. Last I remember, everyone, you have access to me. You have access to judge my life, whether I'm doing this project, I'm doing it, but what you see us doing out there is doing things, engaging and being active. Now, whatever we're doing is not the end all be all. So for those who want to keep asking Genesis about certain things about infrastructure, the brother's right there. He has organized what needs to be organized now. We just need our people that's about the business to come to Liberia. We talk about Ghana, and you know, it can't all be on us. So, you know, if you're not willing to connect us with good people, connect us with people we can work at, you're in no position to question us about what we're doing. So I'm gonna start treating some of you people on here as just the children that you are, just literally ignorant and have no level of professional skills to even just articulate and connect with people. We're obviously serious about what we're doing. So yeah, maybe you don't see a big road projects, and maybe you don't see for myself a community finished and things like that. But do you know what it takes to get to this level, to even be consistently committed in a movement that you find so many clowns like yourself in this chat and other people out there that's consistently sabotaging you and consistently against what we're about? So, you know, y'all can just keep on talking that stuff. And then this other person said, all you got to do is put a dashiki and talk real smooth, and Black people will be hooked. And the thing of it is, like, you don't see me on College Genesis here throwing on a bunch of different pajamas or outfits and things like that with African prints and then just talking certain things. No, you see us in a regular energy as business people, trying to connect with you, not trying to sell you no dream or anything. That's why I physically try to show you what we're doing in Africa. If you want to see our land project, you can come there, you can go there, you can come with me. If you want to see what these countries are about, you can get there, we can connect, and you can see what it is. But most of you don't want to make a move at all because it's just so easier to be on these chats and judge everybody else for what you're doing. So I have no respect for most of you, and most of you I don't take you serious. I just look at you as trolls. I place a comment up just so we can educate people about your comments, because most of you have to use it as an example as the typical ignorant, stupid Black people that which represent the reason why we have little to nothing and things like that. So if y'all want to, if y'all any are really about something, have the heart to click on the link and join the chat and educate us about what you have done in your life to make you such a perfect person to judge what we're doing. Because from my standpoint, where I'm at, and to yourself, you're useless and worthless because you have not built anything. You have not encouraging your brothers and sisters to do anything other than running your mouth. So let me just continue on with the rest of these comments. I learned how not to build a school. So I guess that's what this person learned from whoever they're talking about. Pro Woman JR. Umar has helped parents get better outcomes for their children in school. Drop a lot of knowledge about that. Read his first book to learn more. I'll pass on that. I don't know what's the point on this. Yes, I mean, that's fine. I mean, that's beautiful if you can educate and share things with our people. But when you're talking like you some self-proclaimed Black leader and everyone else is below you, I have no respect for you. I have no respect to thinking that you're some kind of prince, you know, and you're the greatest of this, and all you do, all you do is just do lecture tours, and then don't work with nobody, don't build anything.
People €50 to go see him run his mouth one night. You know, it cost like what $3,000 for him to appear on a podcast. So this is a money making thing for him. You know,
and that's what it is for most of these people. Now, do people have to make a living and make and cover their expenses? Definitely understand that. But at the heart of what you're doing, that's not what it's about. It's not about billing anything. It's about, number one, this guy's a narcissist. So his mindset is just to make it seem like, oh, in my time frame, I was the best Pan-Africanist and things like that. It's about, it's kind of like, example, let me just get into, I don't want to get into sports like that because I try not to talk live about sports and things, even though I'm one of the greatest sports fan. But, this is business when we get on here. But say you're the best, let me get to sport, basketball. Most of us love basketball. Say you're the best basketball player and your team is always losing. What does that mean? I mean, something gotta get there. That means number one, either you don't make your team better, or number two, either it's just all about what you can do so you can look like you're good, but it doesn't matter but the team doesn't matter. So I'm comparing this person just like that situation I just explained, and maybe I'm off somewhere, but I feel like I'm right on point. Because that's all I hear about. I'm the number one stats, and but it did not. But Umar Johnson's energy did not translate to winning, and it doesn't translate to us as a people feeling more proud of ourselves because we have someone literally like to talk down to us, like we're some children or something. Like I tell people, like you can talk down to some of these folks, but I put my work into. And I know my brother Kala did on being educated, joining Black organization, working with Black organization, building a career, working with Black people. That way, when you're trying to have a conversation, you have some level of education and you can connect with people versus you feel like, oh, I'm all the way up here and all these people are down here and they just need to listen to me. It's like, say example, we follow this guy right here. Where's he gonna lead us to? Is he gonna lead us to having a winning team? Because that's what we're still talking about, family. And I'm gonna get into the next one, Akon, as we play this other video in a few, because this is another clown that sets us up. Because I want you to understand, family, the movement that we're building, we're not gonna be able to build this movement by worshiping false idols. And me and Kala, we don't need you to worship us. I consider myself a blue collar worker, so I'm always ready to work, family. I'm a technician by trade anyway, So and it's not something I do as much as when I was younger, but I still do all my business. And I think when people see me show up, I was like, why am I supposed to send somebody I train? Unfortunately, I don't have anybody I train. The youngest people are just my family members and things. But it's like, this is me. You get me because I'm coming to your house to do work for you. But at the same time, too, I'm coming to build a relationship with you. I'm coming to talk to you about Africa. I'm talking about how we can do things as a people because I don't know who you know. And I'm always open to getting to know people. So it's a part of us networking. So my point to you, family, we have to keep out there and keep connecting with the average people who are not going to always be on YouTube and things like that. So that's Umar Johnson movement. His movement is attracted by those average people that are online and things like that. It's not about the hardworking people that are out there day to day and they don't even know what YouTube is. You know what I mean? That's what people like myself try to connect with, try to build relationship with our people. And you're not going to build anything if you just feel like you're superior beyond them. So what do you say about else about this comment? How much, I guess, we give him love and respect for him being helping parents.
Well, I would like to know when he says the parents, he helps out single mothers, right? He gives right. He's not. First of all, he's not a psychologist, right? A bullshit, a friggin' thing called sociology was not even, and psychology and also like that is the white man's thing. So he's trying to use psychology on Black people. It doesn't work, Psychology, sociology, all stuff like that were came up in the late 50s, 60s, and everything. It's really a bullshit. I remember Tony Soprano told his psychiatrist, remember that? He said, Dr. Melfi said, this is all bullshit, You're just getting. Remember that?
I remember them interactions in that show. I got sick and tired of irritating psychiatrist's voice and then his dumb ass.
Yeah. He got in their face. Like, this is bullshit.
that's gotta be one of the dumbest mobster portrayed on TV. But that's my opinion. Don't come for me. I know you guys are roughnecks. Let me get back to some of these comments. This is I don't get some of these comments, but Bomani, why do black females betray black men the most all throughout history and currently?
Well,
Like, I can't vouch for that. I can't vouch for if that even makes sense. But it's unfortunate for those who are having woman problem. Got 99 problems, and that situation is not one. So let's get on our nation building grind and things like that. So I was gonna say something, but I don't want to be disrespectful to one set of women, and then other set of women feel like, oh, he's saying this about us, but then he's talking about down about them. But nevertheless, this I encourage our brothers and sisters to get in where you fit in at. We have one thing I will always say is that we have an incredible African continent full of beautiful sisters. So for the guys who have been to Brazil, Dominican Republic, Costa Rica, I've been to all them places also. Sisters, they are beautiful. But I'm telling you, I've been around the African continent, and you just got to take the journey and get around, and you'll be impressed. And you're dealing with a different culture of energy. So, if you're going to be passporting, bro, anywhere, and you're really just looking for a certain situation, the African continent, not trying to get men to lead over for the wrong reason, because I really believe, a man may come with one mindset and one reason, and then he may end up with something different, because the country, the culture changes you. And if you're from America and you're looking to go somewhere else, this is one of his attractions. So
I got to read something, Bomani. Criticisms of psychology, right? Because some areas of psychology rely on soft research methods such as surveys, questionnaires, critics are claiming that psychology is not scientific as a psychologist assume. Methods such as introspection and psychoanalysis used by psychologists are inherently subjective. Like I said, most of what Umar said is subjective. Black men are responsible for black women doing this, Where does he get that from? That's just psychology, you know what I'm saying? It's not rooted in science. It's not peer reviewed. People just take it. See, that's why I said when people so-called get their degrees, education, they use that to manipulate and prey on black people, particularly ignorant black people. You know what I'm saying?
Well, perfect. And that's what Eric B is talking about. And this is a good link directly what you're talking about. My only gripe with Omar Johnson is that he calls every black woman a queen, even the ratchet ones. So you're quick to call raggedy ass women who ain't about nothing black queens, but then you have no respect for hardworking brothers out there that are taking care of their business, handling their responsibility as men, committed to their family, committed to their community, committed to their people, and commit themselves to supporting black-owned business. And so the psychology of what they use is sick, man. But it's gotten them a lot of following with women and things like that. That's why.
Also,
that's why you can.
People outside hate black people. A lot of times when people over psychology, black people, and they always come up with, "Oh, we need to do this one night." These are people that suddenly think there's something inherently wrong with black people, and there's some scientific thing. Sometimes people are just people. They're thrown into a situation. Sometimes they can make it, sometimes they don't, right? So he has this idea that this racism, white supremacy is the reason why black people act like this. What about the black people, the 90% of black people who don't fall into crime, who didn't get involved with the crack trade, or didn't get locked up?
I'm sure he has an answer for that of probability. And I'm sure he's going to give some numbers of the probability and things like that.
And we play on this. They said the black male incarceration has been going down. There's one brother called the Medium Man on YouTube. He has a good show. His brother's a good show. He said black men, 65% of black men in the middle class. Umar dismissed that. And black men are actually taking care of them. They're more involved in their kids' life than any other group of men, But
so Umar Johnson thinks that they're more in jail and not doing these things.
That's what I'm saying. So it's disingenuous what he's saying. It's not real genuine. And so basically,
again, maybe his priority is pushing an agenda to get women to show him love by the expense of black men.
Right.
And the whole problem, based on all the stuff that he has done, I mean, people like myself, I have no respect for people like this, because that is that your end goal? The end goal is to prop up the sisters and talk down to the black men, prop up raggedy ass women and their bad behaviors. be on YouTube talking about you want to get with what's that raggedy ass girl that is with, you know what I mean? And then commenting back with us, and then excited. Well, she said she may have a little daddy issue, because I remember when he was reading the post and everything. I'm like, dude, guy, what are you, in your 50s or whatever? I mean, it's like some of these guys, they chase women like they never had women before.
It's like you are the type of dude that couldn't get women.
I mean, it's a time when you party, like, you know, like I tell people, like I tell all my staff and crews, it's a time when we party and we go out, we have a good time and things like that. And it's time when we literally just have a and it's like, is this serious level of seriousness you're pushing, where every time we see you on YouTube, it's about some foolishness? When are you gonna really be serious about what you're talking about? Then you want people to go to Rotterdam, not even Amsterdam, Rotterdam. I'm like, what do you couldn't keep an event in Amsterdam or something, but Rotterdam, and literally pay you 50 euros to this. Here you do what? Tell us that we're, tell us, why do I need to pay you money to listen to you talk, for you to tell me about my problems? Tell me about the struggle and the problems that I have with my family that, we go through as a people. Why do I need another man to do that? And that's why I'm just telling people, stop looking for leadership in these people who is not about you, who feel like they just need to be above you. I'll tell people, you ain't got to come work for me. Yeah, I'm not trying to be your leader, but what we can do together, family, we can network, we can build business, we can work together, we can look out for each other, and we can share knowledge and educate each other, and we can grow together as a people. I can't speak for what Umar Johnson's talking about. He's just on a different level from us. He's not above us or anything, but that technique and that psychology is using, it doesn't build, because you need black men to be leaders and black men to be respectful. So I don't know where that happens with that, but enough conversation about
black men are worthy of respect, whereas his psychology. And another thing is this, right? Another thing is this. And the problem is Umar basically realized that majority of mature black men, right, reject him. Most educated black men and mature don't really expect. They like this, we don't have a problem with women and stuff like that. We don't feel, most black men don't feel like they have to kiss women's ass and get women. Umar does,
Yeah, I'm with you on that, brother. Been around the world, been around the world. So
player hated. I've been player hated.
Been around the world and met incredible energies of beautiful ladies and things like that. It's something that you do with, especially in your younger age, and when it's like when you're young man in your 20s and 30s, you do what young men in their 20s and 30s do. But when you're a grown ass man in your 40s and 50s, you got as leaders. You got a whole generation of men that you have to educate and things like that, and
be an example, a role model.
And and then with that Sukiyani chick or whatever her name is, I'm butchering names like you now. You know what I mean? Is that what you tell our young men out? Yeah, beautiful sisters, in countries like Ghana and many other countries, and they're looking to connect with real brothers, looking to build something, and they're raised by good families, and they're looking for a good man to build a future with. And this is what you tell the brothers to do. This, just because she got a little something in the front, a little something on the side, and the back, but all and probably in the middle section also, just looking completely out of shape and
that's what I'm saying,
raggedy.
Yeah,
and this is your black queen, brother.
Tomorrow I want to eat some ass and whatnot,
No, he didn't say that, brother.
She said that. She said that I want to eat some ass. That's nasty. I just imagine her going up in Umar's ass.
Family, hope nobody's eating or drinking a beer or something. But let me move to this right here. Pro Women J is on fire tonight, man. None of the personalities with platforms, but no programs can afford to talk about anybody. Nobody's seriously organized in the way we need to do. Now we know this to do better. So I wish people would write better English, and I'm someone from another country and never been an English major, but I'm sure I can write a better English sentence than most of these clowns are promoting this. The thing of it is, YouTube is a platform of people promoting their business and promoting their personality and promoting the things that they're about. And some people, so some of the organizations maybe not be as popular as on YouTube, but it's and some of us have programs, like people like myself have a whole bunch of things in place, but it's like, in order for things to work, I don't need people judging me and telling me what to do. I need people to say, you know what, I want to work with you and we get this done together, or I can work on this and you can work on this. And whether if it's a business operation, we share profits, or I look out for you, you look out for me, whatever the situation is. Huh?
You won't hear that. All you hear, you ain't doing shit. You ain't shit. That's all you'll hear.
Yeah. And which is that is the problem. But yeah, there's serious ones of us out here, and we're building what we're building. Is just when you all lump us into one category, you know, to me, like I tell people, don't put me in the category with none of these people out here. You know what I mean? Me and Carla, we're on a whole different level, and we're working together to build something so we can have a strong energy. And again, family, when you see me and Carla talking and working on things together, the goal is to build that energy in Liberia. And so a year later or a year from now, you can judge us to see if we accomplished what we accomplished and we made any inroads. But that's what we're working on together. And that's what we're saying. People like Dr. Umar and other people, they claim to be Pan-Africanists. They claim to be wanting Black people to build nationhood and Black power. But it's like, are they doing the work to connect us? No, they're doing the work to more separate us and things like that. That's why me and Carla did our last show on black exploitation, and that's really what they're doing. They're just exploiting our own brothers and sisters and using Pan-Africanism as a lie to push. That way they can, they can enrich themselves. So let me switch over to this one last time. I'm trying to make sure I got all of the Umar comments out before I get to this other deadly clown, Akon. All right, so Umar and others, including these panelists, need to admit mistakes and course correct. Umar has flaws, so does everyone else out here, especially on YouTube. It's not about Umar and his flaws. The thing of it is, a flaw is like you're trying to build something and you just you're not exactly the best business person, and you can't do this dynamic as somebody else. Well, that's a flaw. So you'll find a professional to work with. Like, there's a bunch of things I have flaws in, and I'm not as effective. Like, certain things. Like, that's why I like lawyers and people that are in the legal world and accounting and things like that, because that's not. And as a technician, but I love to just connect and deal with people in that end. But that's not what he does. He feel like he's the end all be all. I mean, that's just not even my words. That's how he presents himself as a narcissist, and make it seem like we all need to conform and adapt and follow what he's saying, because he's supposed to be the prince of Pan-Africanism and some kind of leader. Like, he's supposed to be a resurrection of Marcus Garvey, and he's not these things. So as we're talking about Blacks winning, this is not how we're going to win by treating each other and behaving and having and carrying on with bad behaviors like our brothers doing. And I didn't mean to just be on them that long, but it's always an interesting topic when you talk about winning, losing, Pan-Africanists, because sometimes you have to explain to people what is not and what is. So we'll see. Maybe you'll have the video of what he did in Rotterdam live, or maybe somebody will record it. Maybe they are happy to have someone of his, I guess, his stature, since he proclaimed himself to be there in the Netherlands on a speaking engagement. I don't know what is the end goal. You're gonna go there and talk to Black people up there in the Netherlands about reparations, because that's what's on there now. Black empowerment should be like the preaching the gospel, going around talking about Black empowerment and supporting Black owned business. And I feel like in general, all of us, we should push some level of those things. But we'll see, man. But I'm looking for some of these people to deliver. But what I'm saying to people, because I'm reading their comments, is do not include us with these people. All right, pro women J again, and we'd love to hear from some other people instead of the same usual suspect. All right, here we go. Oh yes, so this is Tay Brown. What is that you are physically fighting for, Kala, that Black Americans can get behind Kala in America?
If you can't understand after all these months a year I've been on this show, and I don't know what to tell you.
Well, brother, I mean, she or he or whoever it is, they can barely construct a proper sentence and things like that. So the thing of it is, my brother has explained what he has said before over and over. He talked about his organization of organizing people who are focused on building Black African infrastructure, and that is the start. So for those who want to join and want to participate and want to lead anything, the floor is yours. Like I tell people, especially people who feel like they're smarter than me and could do all of the things I do better than me, I say, you know what? family, you know, you have the floor is yours. You prove yourself, because since what we're doing is so easy and simple, you know how hard it is to get Black people to commit to physically do anything, even though you have organized a bunch of them. Like, I have a whole long list here of thousands of people that wanted to travel to Africa with me. I think I've only gotten about a good 600 plus of them to travel with me out of thousands. So when you talk about numbers, the fact that you can even pull a number like maybe 5% or 10%, it's incredible, because this stuff is that difficult. But it's easy just to judge the rest of us about these things, because as soon as some of you try to organize anything, you know, you try to organize simple little basic things, it frustrates you. Organizing a meeting with some of your friends to meet up at the library. Some of you can't even pull that off. Unless it's dealing with finance, money, investments, dealing with people, lives, and things like that. It takes on a whole different character, and especially if you do it for a long period of time. So what you can get behind us on is the fact that we have an energy going to Africa, and you know, we have a experience, and you know, we have a leadership organization, literally, that can get things done in Africa. So, you know, and then for those who feel like they can do better, again, man, let me see what you're working with, family. Go down the comments before time go by. Pro woman J again. People talk like that. They are not on YouTube. For all our problems, there are Black people out there doing something about them. Yeah, and that's the thing of it is, yes, there's Black people doing certain things, and we just welcome them to reach out to us so we can connect together.
So Umar Johnson, he don't think Black people are doing anything. I know that, you know. Umar Johnson, if somebody's out there working 40 hours a week, taking care of his family, taking care of things, they're doing something. You know?
Yeah, most people I meet and I do business work for, they're just not on YouTube. And trust me, you know, they have other things to do. And it's people like myself introduce them to YouTube, like, yo, you got this big fancy TV and everything. Let's click on the YouTube button, and you got great programming and things like that. And show people that some of us, you know, we're using it to organize ourselves, but unfortunately, and that's why I believe in different level of just networking with people outside of just YouTube, because sometimes you have to just get out there and just be introduced and meet people, or else they won't never know anything about you. So we do have to build a different level of outreach. So I don't know, honestly, if that's what Umar is doing with his program, if that's what he's doing, outreach, because he's all the way up in Netherlands, far away from Philadelphia, where a real crisis is going on.
Yeah.
And go deflect and run from the problems.
Exactly. If he, like I said, if he just tear up his passport, right? We can get him a bus ticket and a train ticket around Philadelphia, that whole area, Philadelphia, Newark, everything. That's as far as he can go. He can see just as many people. He would never have to get on a plane again. You know, going from one community hood and the other. You know, was he doing that? No. From what I'm hearing, that he doesn't do anything in Philadelphia. No meetings or nothing. He's never had a rally or anything in Philadelphia, his hometown.
Yeah, brother, he's not, brother. He knows better. He's not gonna engage the situation there because he's scared he may catch a bullet doing one of speaking engagements. You know what I'm saying? And things like that. Or he knows the consequences of trying to talk with foolish niggas that don't want anything. You know, as a matter of fact, I saw a clip, and I wish I had that clip. It was out there somewhere in Kingston, Jamaica, and you know, and literally lecturing ghetto people about the white devil and the Indians and the Chinese. Like, it's like you're over talking them now, because what you're telling them is you're telling them that the wickedest people and the people that dominate in Jamaica are these people. And we, you know, I'm sure we see that. I'm sure we're not blind, but it's like, okay, what is your solution? Are you going to come here and build factories? Are you going to come here and build education programs so we can uplift ourselves and compete? You know, it's like I get tired of people telling us about our oppressors and telling us about the white devils and telling us about the Indians and the Chinese and everything. Like, I mean, they're playing their game. They're doing what they need to do to dominate. How about you help us compete and dominate? But you can't do that. You only can lecture us about these things, because that's all you are. You're just a mouthpiece and a lecturer. So I tell people, stop taking these people seriously. These people are any kind of leaders and things like that. Because if you're a true leader, you've been to all these countries. How about you help us organize some leadership in these countries so we can work together better? and literally to start dominating the foreigners that are in some of these countries. Because if more of our people have access to certain things, they can compete with the folks that are coming in. Whether you're a Chinaman in Jamaica or in Barbados or wherever, you have your network of people from China and other places. So so you already have the advantage of over the local people. Whatever you're producing or putting out, you're gonna dominate their market. So I don't need somebody to lecture me about the people that dominating me. I need us to talk about how we're gonna get them up off our backs and how we can provide our children and our people a better lifestyle. So that's why you don't see people like myself in Jamaica or nowhere else preaching to people like I'm some self-proclaimed prophet, because they don't need to be hearing about talking. I'm saying the ghetto youths them around the world, wherever I've been, whether it's Jamaica, whether it's Ghana, or here in the US, I'm saying one thing they all have in common and they talk about is that they just want an opportunity to work and make a living. And I don't think that's much asking. You told me the same thing about Liberia. I don't think that's people asking for much. So what we have to figure out, family, is how we're gonna employ and create more opportunities for our people. And my small enterprise, I've done some small nice things, and that's not bad. But it's like if more of us connect together, we're good. But yeah, so that's why maybe brother, maybe Umar Johnson will have a transformation, and he'll say, what, man, brothers, we just need to do better as brothers. Let's really just try to work together and get some things done.
It's all
So
hostility
not gonna happen
towards black men. He has a hostility towards black men because we're not basically rallying behind him like he think we should. That's why he got to go outside the country. He got to go to Europe and Jamaica and everything. Like, he ain't doing no engagements in America.
No, he's not, man.
He's gonna be in Houston for a Marcus Garvey Day and whatnot. Marcus Garvey or keynote speaker Umar Johnson. What the fuck you gonna tell us? Say that we don't already fucking know. Garvey was a great man. No, thanks for telling us.
That's what he's doing. And people get tired of you preaching to the choir. We understand these things. We want some economics. Pro Women J really got it for you. And she's telling Tay Brown, at Tay Brown, or even where is the infrastructure his organization is built. He shows videos of other people's projects and never his own. So this person clearly have an issue. And the thing of it is, it's like, okay, well, if the man hasn't done that, what is it of your business? Now, what we all like to know magically is what are you building and what have you done for our people lately? And that has to be a question. And as a matter of fact, every single person that gets up on here, and Afrodamus, when you come on here next time, brother, we don't want you to talk much. We're just gonna ask you questions, and we need an answer with it. We need a short, direct to the point answer, and that's how I'm treating everyone else that comes up on here, because I seem to not bring anything to the program as far as intelligence. No, you have to, we have questions, we need answers, and you guys are not providing answers. So I'll put the join us link out, and that's the issue that people have ultimately joining us, brother, because they know we're gonna challenge them. They know they can't come on here and run with their foolishness without being checked.
Yeah, that's why they're scared of this. Why they're scared to come on.
Yeah. So, so yeah, family. We're gonna keep on showing other people progress and success. But if you, Tay Brown, Pro Women, or whoever else out there, if you really want to help us, hey, get us some grant writers and get us some good people who can help us do some things, and we'll take it from there. But other than that, if you can't be a part of the solution, assisting us or working with us, then you're wasting your time running your mouth, because nothing you say is gonna change the dynamics of anything for us. And let me see. Trump said SO countries about Africa. Who cares? Okay. And that's what Carlos was talking about, being too sensitive. And that's what I noticed about some of our people. Every time someone say things about them, they take it too personal. So like I told Carla earlier, this, whatever people have said about myself and, people from where I come from and things like that, it makes no difference to me. It's nothing that's going to change my mind or hurt my feelings and things like that, because that represents the ignorant class of the people that we have. And what I'm used to dealing with is the intelligent class of people and be able to do business and do things. So, we have to sometimes look at that, but we have to make a fundamental energy to connect with real black people in this country. Just like, Kala went to Liberia. What did Kala do? Kala made sure that he connected with real good black people in Liberia. He wasn't looking for the most raggediest people. And when you talk about Liberia, he wasn't talking about the people, the worst set of people, but it seems like some of us sometimes we just do that, and it's bad behaviors, family. So that's all I'm telling you, family. It's bad behaviors. To stop the bad behavior. Or I'm trying to find some intelligent comments, but some of you folks that are in this chat, your IQ is so low and your level of intelligence is unbelievable. Sometimes I literally worry about the future of our people, because if our people, if some of you are a representation of our people, I mean, we're in trouble. I mean, some of you could barely write a decent question and barely engage us. I mean, me and Carl are intelligent people. We're not your typical village idiots in America or anywhere else, and things like that. So I would appreciate if people start approaching us with some level of intelligence and taking it serious, because other than that, I'm just gonna start blocking people for this texting stupid stuff and this, because we already, I got a whole long block list already. You know what I mean? From people who just literally just wasted our time and play games.
Well, come on, state your case. Come on here and state your case. Be brave.
Let me see what this ADOS Joker said. I know a Jamaican that told me you better learn to manipulate the system. Good advice. Well, I mean, when you got to make a living, you have to make a living, and you may have to just do certain things, but we can't push bad behavior. It's like saying to people, well, I understand that you had to sell drugs and make a living and do what you need to do, and it's what you did, but it's like to promote it and say, oh, this is the right thing to do, and I want my children to do it. It's bad behavior. You know what I mean? Even the big time mafia figures. You know what I mean? You named them. The New York Italian mafia figures in the last 100 years, from the 1920s up to modern day time. What were they doing? They were trying to turn Italian boys into to lawyers and business people. They wanted them to work at Goldman Sachs. They wanted better for their family. They realized that the rough life of gangsterism, because some of them didn't make it to a long age. They realized that they have to get into this. They realized that they have to turn turn whatever negative that they're building into something that's, or I should say, whatever they're building illegal into being legal. So it's like, where's the push for us to transform our generation and our people? I can't whatever I have to do to survive in the younger years. Like I'm telling my son, I was like, I don't mind you getting a job or anything, but the goal is, this generation are building business, and that means your generation with your other family members is to manage and build the business. I mean, I try to explain it to him as simple as all of the names that he see. Most of the names of a lot of corporations, I can't say all of them, a lot of corporations represent a family entity, whether the corporation is named after that family, or or a family runs it, and everything just becomes like that, to where you're dealing with dynasties and chains of family and things like, one of the lessons I've always been taught is that only 4 families run all the banks in the world, and I'm always like, that don't make no sense. That made no sense. But I was like, I do get it, because those who built the system and maintain the system with bloodlines and literally pass things on to their children and family, they built an incredible empire. So the same that we're building, and I'm telling people, if that's not the end goal for our family, what are we having? What are we getting up every day and working? We're getting up every day and working so our children could be slaves. So this is what we talk about, family. Blacks winning. So this is just my philosophy on this, us winning and us figuring these things out. And and if I'm saying don't make no sense or you don't follow it, I can show you better than I can tell you. So just follow what we're doing, and you'll see.
You got the Akon video?
I got it. So they are not your brothers and sisters, Bomani. What does this Joker talk about? Military and things like that. You know how long I've been in the military. The black men are my brothers. The black men in the military are my brothers. The white folks, they're people I work with. The white folks in the airlines are people I work with. And the white folks that are in Africa that's in my way, they're another version of our enemies. So I don't know if people. I'd rather you say you join the Navy for easy citizenship. A lot of immigrants do that. Citizenship. Listen here, Tay Brown. Listen here, you freak of nature. You freak of nature. As an advocate for young black men, I advocate for young black men to build a career and take advantage of opportunities, to build their education, to be able to compete with other people, and to be able to have some discipline. That way, when you're working with people like myself, I can, we can get something done. Because that's one of my biggest issues working with some of our brothers is they have lack of discipline. Like I got this one joker, and sometimes I deal with these people, and I try to be easy and just let them talk a whole into and do fake commitments. But it's like, don't waste my time and telling me, like, if I know you and just every year you want to call me and tell me you're coming to Africa, don't bother calling me, because I will eventually block you. It's like, and I'm not going to sit around and just meet with you just to talk with you and things like that. I'm serious about business. So if you're about business, we can do business. And that's one of the things that I appreciate, about the U.S. military. Every time we did anything, them folks are about their business. I mean, we work hard and play hard, and that's the way it should be. And the thing of it is, for people who never had an experience working with organization, whether it's a black organization or military organization or one of these, black corporate entities, you're missing out. Life is about experience, and in order for us to do nation building, we have to have some level of experience. And what is this? What is this? Get on Bomani nuts about the military today? I'm almost through these things. I thought it was I saw a lot of comments. Like the saying goes, if you want to hide something from a book, well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna open that book and we're gonna have you follow the book, and we're gonna teach you how to read and follow directions, and we're gonna teach you how to use a written language to educate yourself by studying things that's gonna progress you. Pro woman J, and this is what not mad at Bomani for joining the military and getting skills, resources to use and helping himself and his people. Don't know why he never talks about Jamaica freedom struggle too. Well, I'll be the first one to tell people I'm not on this platform to talk about Jamaica. I'm not on the platform to talk about anything other than Pan-Africanism and nationhood. From Marcus Garvey to modern day Jamaica, that's a part of the energy. But most of what we talk about is what we're doing in Africa and things like that. I don't know what people want me to talk about Jamaica. And people come and ask me about Jamaica. So, you deserve a vacation. Go enjoy yourself at a tropical beach. And if you want to do more roots and culture, there are people that will take you around the island and give you a real true feeling of the country. But my movement is right there in Ghana, right there in a piece of land. And for someone in America that want to do something in Jamaica, I think it's a great investment. You got to get in where you fit in at. And sometimes you just have to do what you're doing. Like, I feel very comfortable in West Africa. This is super comfortable, and I feel like it's going to be the greatest African region and the greatest black region of the world in the future. All right, I'm sure I saw another question there, but this is ADOS for you. Kala should talk is Caribbean homeland as well. Should talk. See what I mean, brother? Why can't they write proper sentence? What the hell? Why are all these people that are on this chat so mentally retarded and have lack of education?
Yeah, I was from the Caribbean,
I mean, they're obviously on the internet. You can go to certain sites and then learn how to type, and then they'll teach you how to correct your grammar and your English. Try to just y'all make us look bad, man. Y'all make us look like we can't even structure anything. Y'all making it look like I have like one of my last friends that came over here, I was working on a project for him, and I just had to I try not to just digest what he said too much, and he was telling me about all these people that they found out that was in their 20s that was literally illiterate, and they graduated them. I was like, yeah, it's just one of those things where it's just unfortunate where the system they just keep on passing you along, and it's like they're setting you up for failure, brother. Let's be honest with you. You're 21 years old, and like I still can't believe when people talk about R. Kelly being illiterate. It just never even just really connecting. But it's like, now you're an uneducated black man, and you're out here, and you're competing against all this talent of educated other men in other countries. How do you compete? How do you compete? So,
well, the other one can't be right.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take the education of our people into our own hands and things. So I'm telling parents, you're responsible for educating your children. You're responsible for your children. It's like, I understand some people are busy and they're working, and that's why I had to become an entrepreneur, because I wanted to have access over my child. And he knows I don't play. I got cameras everywhere. I was like, the camera shows you go, and then the camera shows everything, and so it's like you can't run off from school, and you can't do certain things because there's my point is there's an accountability factor that's around. But some of us just like let our children run wild, and I don't necessarily believe that. What I do believe in, I believe in family enterprise, and I was like one thing I was watching the Lakers dynasty, and just watching the history of it, and I always appreciate this. Anybody who's like, what, me and my family came from struggles, and I want to build a dynasty for my family and for our children, and then they don't talk much about it. They just do it and pull it off. That's my hope for the future in the world, that the fact that no matter how much we're struggling, no matter how much we're down, we can at least we can progress with certain game plan, and we just compete. But we have to be serious about building for our children. All right, but I'm about to give up on this chat section. There's a bunch of comments, and
yeah, play the video. The chats are pretty.
How much on that? I was trying to catch this. What have you done with what you have read? Can you build anything? All this pontification needs to stop. Gotta operationalize your opinion. Can't do that. Won't be taken seriously. This person is a motivational speaker. Is this motivating you? No. Or is it pissing you off?
It's annoying, because she said the other day, oh yeah, I did this, and then Dion got on and said, yeah, let's meet up. She won't meet up with Dion. But I gotta get my credits for it. She said she talked like she got her shit together.
Go right here, man. She said nobody can judge anybody. I tried to come on last time to share information.
Yeah, we tried to get
pushback. Y'all not ready to learn when we have to share our email resource. Hey, Kala, I'm mad at you, Kala. Hey, that's why I said be nice to our guest, man. You scared her off. To be honest, brother, I personally know what kind of pushback. I don't know what kind of pushback I gave her, because I didn't give any pushback. I'm just letting her know that you can't just run your mouth about someone, when they're clear about what they have done in their organization. Like I told people, none of what we said in whether it's what I'm working on, what you're working on, is what they're talking about. At no point my brother said that he's building all kind of great cities and things, and at no point I told people that we're gonna have all this incredible infrastructure there in the country developed. So yes, T Brown, in a perfect world, me and Kala will be working together and have all the resources for us to build the communities and things that we need to build in Ghana and Liberia, and then we'll live happily ever after. But that's not the reality of it. The reality of it is you have to get the finance, and you have to find serious Black people. So if you can help us get the finance and talk to serious people, then we will listen to you. But Pro Woman, you said you try to introduce and connect us to somebody, and you didn't literally wanted to do the work. So you can't come at me or anyone on here, because what we're about is like, you can't just come and tell us, oh, do this. Like I tell people, that's the people that I literally just don't waste my time with. You can't just come and see what we're doing and say, oh, you need to do this. No, if you want to see it grow, you want to work with us, that's not how you're going to talk to us. Because first of all, you're coming from a perspective of building nothing and being a failure in life. You never accomplished anything. And I'm not speaking for you speaking directly about you, Pro Woman. I'm speaking of people with that mindset, and things like that. So I always tell people, what qualifies you to even have a conversation with me or question me? What have you built and what have you done for your life? So let's put that in perspective. Can we ask vetting questions, especially if you want to support time and money? I don't know what vetting questions you're gonna ask. You literally gonna have to bring something better than, oh, there's this person named this and this. She's from this organization. You should reach out to her. That's you not being proactive, because you never know what this person is about. One thing about us, we're telling you what we're about, and we're telling you that we're open to connecting people. That's why my number scrolls here, because I'm available. And throughout my week when I'm not on these live, because we only do them like twice a week or so, and My phone is ready to talk with you about business, about making things happen. And last I remember, all of my videos on YouTube deal with us in Africa, us on our land, us at business conference, us doing tours around the country, us networking, and us building. It may not be an end all be all for people, but it's greater than what most of you are building. Almost down to the last set of comments. All right, this other one, some criticize of Umar's affair, but you all have just done what you accuse him of saying. How much better you both are than us in the chat. Just be fair and balanced in your judgment. That's nonsense, right? Tell me, Colin. Tell me that she's wrong.
Yeah, because the bottom line is this.
Is that what we did?
No. First of all, like I said, let's go back to what a psychologist is, right? Umar basically is using a failed pseudo science called psychology, and basically talking about black people, not from a humanistic standpoint of view that we're human beings, but you could say psychology is not friggin' science, not true science. No, the black people, the reason why the black
not true science. Okay. Okay. That would be a great question for me to ask Umar Johnson. Is psychology a true science? Is somebody that's into psychology? Are they a real doctor?
Yeah, how can it be a psychologist, community activist, Pan-African leader, all in one, wrapped up in one? Don't even go together. Nothing we do. Let's read some more about psychology. Criticisms of
psychology. All right, go ahead.
That can be examined. Psychology sometimes portrayed as dehumanizing, ignoring, and downplaying what is essential about being here. In other words, we're human, And so basically, when you lump people into these you were born in the inner city, so you're likely to commit crime because studies show that blah blah blah. That's bullshit. I know people that live in. Look, I work where I work at when I do my business. Right, I go into some of the most dangerous housing projects. Right. And in the afternoon, you'll see the most nicest black people, right? Living around crime and everything. You know what they're doing on a Wednesday? They're having Bible study. They're having this. One guy was telling me, he said, look, yeah, every Tuesday evening, I got to go to this guy's in Newport News. He goes, yeah, man, the boys up in the corner, whatnot, but we have Bible study. They'll come by. And what's that? People living in there means good black people, right? Crime and poverty does not produce poverty does not produce crime. It's what's in a person's heart. It's an individual. People didn't get caught up in the drugs because the crack epidemic. Well, that's bullshit. People got into crack if you were in the streets at that time, right? Because they wanted to get paid. They knew the consequences. They knew all that shit, right? And the majority of black men did not get involved with that shit. Not even 5% of black men. So to say, oh yeah, all these problems are. The crack, the crime bill of 1994, blah blah blah. The black man ain't in a home and blah blah blah. No, sisters don't want the black man in the home because it's easier to get child support and all stuff like this. But Omar doesn't look at all situations like that. And sometimes women, when they have kids and whatnot, because they choose to do that, right? You want to have 4 or 5 babies and whatnot and everything. That's not and they don't say, instead of saying, a fair question was, people ask a question, isn't he telling the truth? Black men should take care of it. Yeah, we believe that. But when the guy said, I take care of my children, that's not enough. What about those women that don't have fathers or not? So that the goalpost is moved. So the black man is taking care of his family, right? He says, I blame the black people. He's attacking black people who move their kids into the suburbs for a nice, can afford a house, move into the suburbs. Everything. I blame the black families moving their kids out of the inner cities. So you don't want to do nothing about the crime, the property values, all stuff like that. So you're supposed to live in a situation because you feel like that. It's not because you really believe those people or you're gonna protect them or help them out. You just jealous of those black people who don't need you in life, and you want to attack. It's an excuse to attack other black people. That's all it is. I always known that. A lot of times people become activists, psychologists or whatever, community activists and all like that, just to attack other black people. You never hear Umar once time blame white racists and all stuff like that about conditions of some black people. He always puts the onus on black people
Well, I mean, what he blames is what he also these people's favorite word, racism and white supremacy. Is that their favorite word? Everything they blame on that, everything, and it's like there's no accountability factor. Just you're a black person that did something. It was because of racism and white supremacy.
And then when you talk about black people who are successful, right? So you got to also say, how do all these black people are successful? He'll say racism, white supremacy always allow like this. So everybody that's rich, the top 20 business people in America, he'll say, "Oh, white men are behind that and everything." And I used to believe that.
Brother, even my favorite word, my favorite word is handpicked Negroes. Or they're part of a certain class. So they let in whatever kind of reasons and reasons and excuses these people make. It make us brother. I'm being honest with you. It make us so bad, like we're not even intelligent as a people. Like the only reason why we have opportunities or anything is because some white people just let us in.
And so the bottom line is this: when you talk about the successful black community, I guess Black Wall Street, Tulsa, that was the white man let us do that. And the white man let us build that just so he could burn it down.
Yeah, I'm sure he has an answer for that. I don't think there's ever any question that was ever asked that he didn't have an answer for.
Black people can do anything that we produce the world's first black billionaire. The Asians have yet to produce a billionaire inside of America. Where we at? We got 160 black institutions. None of the black people, when Trump said I'm gonna fund HBCUs permanently, if black people so cared about education, right? They will be out there. Yes, Donald Trump, we got y'all vote.
Yeah, appreciate Trump for that. But it shows you the things that we don't. We look at is like, okay, well, this is what Trump is doing. But I mean, I'm not a fan of either one of these clowns, family. Either one of them. But you have to just give respect for those people who are doing certain things for us. But it's like instead of saying, well, we appreciate you for doing this now, and you're in government, so it's your job to do some of these things. So appreciate it. But then people turn around and make it seem like all this man talks about is, is playing with women's vagina or calling some country in Africa s-hole, and that's to me that's a primitive mindset of people. I mean. None of these people in governments are our friends. So what we have to do as a people is we have to work with that. That's why I like Ice Cube method. And I appreciate the brother Ice Cube. Well, I mean, to basically saying that we shouldn't just get caught up into this anyone, but we should definitely just see what people that's in power can do for us based on the fact that they're getting rich off us, they're getting our support, and whatever the situation is. And I feel sometimes now people just literally, they just literally just come at you because your analysis of what we should do is a little bit different from their slave brainwashing mindset of what they think that we should be doing, which is to be down with this one party and just not be open to anything else, while other people are playing the system.
That's why they always talk about reparations, because they know there's never going to happen. But Ice Cube had a plan. They know reparations because they know. So they get reparations just a thing to rally behind because they know it's never going to happen. And they can sit there and talk about rape. Like I said, we just got to start ignoring these people. They ain't serious. They're not serious about politics. They're not serious about anything but sitting around running their damn mouth.
Yeah, some of these people. Now, yeah, and you was asking me to play in the video. Wanted to make sure I get to it. Omar Johnson is always a topic of conversation, man. He brings up so many interesting facts of things we can talk about. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, family, if it wasn't interesting, we would waste our time. But this is Akon, and Akon has been just very popular in the news lately. Me and Kala was talking today, and we were scratching our heads because I was like, Kala, between both of us, we know a lot of energy of people that's in Africa, and we know about certain people. I was like, Kala, who have we known in Africa to ever become a millionaire from building business from the Americas to the African continent? And we couldn't name anybody. But then, we keep on remembering about Akon talking about, only a few years you could be a billionaire in Africa and things like that. And instead of this guy, he has all these attention of all these fake rappers, whether it's Joe Budden or whoever else that was on that panel, or whoever else he's speaking. And another one he had with Noor. And it's like, okay, yeah, this is your chance to talk to average, unintelligent, ignorant brothers who just know the craft that they know, which is hip hop music, and they're not very intelligent as far as an articulate person that deals with, like, like my good brother Khaled deals with geopolitics. So Akon, since you're that figure in Africa and you're supposed to have this connection in Africa, now it's your chance. Like, I use my platform and my time to educate people, even when I'm just out there doing things with people and they have no clue about what's going on about certain things. You're supposed to be an ambassador to educate people and give people proper information. Now, just because these are fake rappers, don't mean you gotta appeal with them by telling them, oh, you can come to Africa and get millions and just be and be multi-millionaire, or you can just come and get rich. So is that your talking point for getting our own black people from America into Africa? Is the fact that they should come to Africa because they're gonna get rich? Is that the mindset? So when I got clowns calling me and reaching out to me, asking me, well, how much money can I make from this business and things like that? And I try to be real with them and everything, but I'm always like, okay, is that your reason for getting involved in a movement that's a lot of us have dedicated our life to? And I do know that we need to cover our expenses and everything, but I would never sit down with anyone, any kind of business person, and tell them, I want you to come to Africa because you can just be much richer in Africa than in America. Now when you build the riches in Africa, I think that's beautiful, that's genuine, and we can use that to reinvest. But the purpose of us building in Africa or connecting to Africa is for us to literally, go back to what Khaled talked about, building Afrikstan, to be directly and honestly to the point, build towns, communities where it's self-sufficient, to where we can provide a better life for our family, our children, and people who are getting ready to retire, the baby boomers. And so, Akon, yes, your people will be rich from doing real estate development, providing the basic needs of people and basic resources as far as this infrastructure. And yes, I believe that can happen. But to just tell a bunch of fake rappers, and then even more so than these rappers that he's dealing with, that he's trying to get their respect and things like that, instead of telling them all them lies, and then the audience are listening, he chose not to do that. But it's like, there's no way, I'm telling you, fam, I'm being honest with you. Do you have industries that you can build and get into? Yes, but you'd have to come with a whole lot more. So everything that he's talking about, Akon can never prove to us and say, you know what, this person, this average person went to Africa and did this and became rich. It usually doesn't work out that simple. So if your goal is only just to come to Africa and be rich and to exploit our people like the French is doing, and that's why they're having so much trouble in their countries, you're gonna run into problems. No one is looking for you to exploit them. The people I talk with in Africa, they're looking for us to come and show them level of respect and create opportunities. And people are willing to work. So if you have industries, people will work, and you'll build your riches. But it's not a situation you can come in. You know what? Let me just give the low slave wages as the white folks do, and then that will make me rich. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, brother. I don't think this guy is a good ambassador for Africa, brother. I think he's literally just a danger. I mean, that's just my opinion on things. I'm not going by what anybody else have said. I'm just going by the simple, basic facts. And let's play this video, and you can hear in your own words.
Certain parts of Africa, of South Africa, the white folks are the ones in the ghettos.
Wow.
Yeah.
If you go to South Africa, the richest people in South Africa are the black ones.
Welcome to another banging news on Spill It TV. I am Lord Romeo, and today we have Akon. Akon is talking a whole lot of shit. Sorry about my language, but he's talking a whole lot of things about South Africa and other African continent countries. So guys, if you enjoyed today's episode, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm just going to leave it to you guys to judge the video and let me know at the comments below. Thank you guys.
And what's crazy, certain parts of Africa, of South Africa, the white folks are the ones in the ghettos.
Wow.
Yeah.
If you go to South Africa, the richest people in South Africa are the black ones.
Oh, wow.
Like
The white
the
people, it's
mulatto
almost
mix
like a
is
flip.
is in the
Yeah,
worst
that's matter
position
of fact,
now.
this is the Netflix.
In Cape Town, in the flats,
Bro,
Cape
on
Flats.
Johannesburg, like everywhere you go, there's areas where there's poor people, but the poorest areas are the poor parts where the white folks are.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a matter of
That
fact,
is
it's a
not
Netflix
true.
special on that. It's a Netflix
What's it
special on
called?
that. I gotta remember the name though.
Okay.
But if you Google, if you search South Africa on there,
Wow.
it'll pop up.
Akon is a dodgy character, from his smart city to his partnership with Costa Tech. But let me just keep on speculating. But if you guys think that we have the same thoughts, don't forget to comment. And guys, here's more of what Akon had to say.
This could be debatable, but the Nigerians are the most smartest people on the planet.
Yeah, I believe it.
I promise you. There's nobody more smarter than the Nigerians. Now, of course, there's a few bad apples that came out. You know what I'm saying?
Smart too, though.
No, they extremely smart.
Yeah, they
just put their intelligence all in the wrong place.
Right.
If they would have geared that towards something more, positive and productive,
right.
Because the ones that did, there's more billionaires being made in Nigeria than anywhere in the world.
Wow, man, wake me up if I'm dreaming, man.
Yeah, check us out.
When the Nigerians became the smartest people on the planet, I mean, what kind of IQ test or what kind of production in the country?
I have no idea.
Justify that, or if a people are the smartest people on the planet, for me personally, it should translate like something like what's my most impressive countries? Let me give two. Japan and Malaysia, two countries I can say that I've been to both of them, and I'm very impressed. That was a long time ago though, in 1999, but they're doing much better than now. And I can even add the Koreans, and these are smart folks because their education system, their culture is focused on the higher level of education. You think about these are tech countries where you go to Tokyo, Japan, and everything in Tokyo, brother, is all lights. It's like a small version of Manhattan. It's like a small new version of Manhattan before Dubai was even as popular as it was. And it takes a lot of techno genius and very highly skilled students and people in your country to run these industries, because they're also manufacturing, and they also running their own industry. So it's not like they're a group of people that just import everything. Like we can think of countries like, let me give a country name, the Gambia. Everything in the Gambia is imported. They produce almost nothing. So they're not going to have an intelligent, and no disrespect to the folks in Gambia and things. I'm not here to
we'll say it like it is.
Every time I go to a country, the first thing people say, what about your folks in Jamaica? I'm like, what about my folks in Jamaica? Unfortunately, this network is not here to talk about Jamaica. It's here to talk about our connection in Africa, and it's like that simple. It's here to talk about the black folks and the Jamaican from the Caribbean and from America who want to do things in Africa, but we're not here to talk about what's going on in America and things like that. But we are here to talk about what we're building in Africa. So how can you and then Nigeria, another thing too, what is Nigerians really producing as far as industries for them to be competitive on the world scale and things like that? So I'm not denying that they're very intelligent black people, and I'm sure
all Indians, all Chinese, all South Koreans, everything. Not one Nigerian company. Dangote has no vertically integrated business. All his business is outsourced.
So basically, it translates to the mindset and the education of people. So family is like, what I mean? I'm sure when you compare a group of Nigerians to certain groups of black people, I'm sure they're up there and things like that. But when you talk about the world scale, I just feel bad for ourselves, but I just don't feel like we're there to be competitive. I feel like that's what we should be working towards, trying to outdo these other groups of people. And to me, that's fun because, that's fun and that's competitive because, you want to get to the point where you're comparing yourself on a world scale. Like I tell people when I do business, it's not to compete with black people and things like that. It's to compete with the world. When your legacy, you want it to be this person was, this person stand the test of time. This person built something to where it grew, and it's
another thing
that was just based on America or Africa. It's something that they did on a world scale. Like for me, the global standard is Disney World. You want to be able to build something in the world of transportation, tourism, and investment. That's one of the gold standards. That's what we seek to work towards.
Check us out. Another thing is there's 20 million Nigerians live overseas outside the country, right? Akon City, Echo Atlantic. If he just convinced those Nigerians that are so smart to go back to Nigeria and Africa to build, but that's not happening.
And that's what I'm saying. In order for you to get that title, it has to translate to a level of development and progress. And if it doesn't translate to that, then you're playing games. And that's what I'm saying. Akon is your brother. This guy is really, And I'm happy that Go Black and other people are doing these videos because the thing of it is, man, all this worship, this idol worshiping has to stop, because this is how people get misled, following false idols. I mean,
exaggeration. What? See how you use exaggeration? It's a bastard child of what? Enthusiasm. Exaggeration is a bastard child of enthusiasm. This other video about Akon. This other video.
Go ahead and drop it.
This was more clear about South Africa. He basically breaks it down about the real conditions of the guy. Sounds a little fruity, but we could let that pass today.
He got a lot of sugar in his tank.
Yeah, seems like it. So what we guys got?
Whoa, bro! What the hell? You gotta find some better videos of presentation than this.
He breaks Akon down to a T. I mean, he just destroys him in this shit.
Well, I mean, I won't be able to take all this little whistling and things like that. It just within 1 second, I'm like, whoa. But anyway, let's see.
It's not that bad, but but it's
not that bad. I don't know what that means. All of these people that are this way are very bad and dangerous, and that's my personal opinion, because it just for me personally, it confused young black men. What I mean? That's one of the, I think, probably the few issues that I have. It's always it's just a confusion to young black men, and it's like you do what you have to do, and if you have to stay in your closet, stay in your closet. But we need black men to see strong black men as warriors, leaders, and so. Hopefully this video don't discuss me too much.
Your favorite cousin. Actually, this is everybody's favorite cousin. Welcome to Gossip Cafe, honey. If you're new here, welcome. And if you're a returning subscriber, thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. I bet you're asking yourself, why am I calling myself everybody's favorite cousin? It is because of one of the traumas who is also over here on this channel. She's got her own channel as well, mind you. This is not a shout out, but I watched one of her videos. Into this video, I just want to say to Lesego, who is one of the traumas on this channel, thank you so much for covering so fresh, so easy to listen, and so funny actually. So please keep it up like that. Us or stuff that Akon actually talked about on one of these podcasts. So if you'd like to hear more about this whole story, please do stick around. Let's get into this video. So Akon decided to run his mouth as each and every American. Mind you, Akon is a Senegalese American artist who is just, at this point of time, I lost all the respect that I had on my side, because obviously it looks like this guy doesn't research, this guy knows nothing about South Africa, and this guy is actually a pygmy. So just chillax and watch this clip that I'm going to quickly put over here, and then I will come back.
And what's crazy, some certain parts of Africa, of South Africa, the white folks are the ones in the ghettos. Wow. Yeah. If you go to South Africa, the richest people in South Africa are the black ones. Oh, wow.
Like
the white people,
it's almost like is in the worst position now.
This is the Netflix.
In Cape Town, in the flats,
bro,
Cape Flats.
Johannesburg, like everywhere you go, there's areas where there's poor people, but the poorest areas are the poor parts where the white folks are.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's a matter of fact, it's a Netflix special on that. It's a Netflix special on that. I gotta remember the name though. Okay. But if you Google, if you search South Africa on there, it'll pop up.
So as you can hear here, all this thing that he's talking about here is rubbish. Let me tell you that South Africa is #1 unequal country in the world. When CNN was actually doing research pitting South Africa against 164 countries, South Africa came #1 as an unequal country. On top of it, most black people in South Africa are living under poverty line. Those are black people. And let me tell you that white people in South Africa, white people the majority are black people, right? Fine. White people make up just below 9% in South Africa. And a lot of them, and actually the biggest wealth that actually white people hold in South Africa is more than what we have as South Africans. Hell, the easiest thing that you can do, you can check who is the richest person in South Africa. It is a white person. So Akon is saying that black people are the most poor people in South Africa. Rather, white people are the most poor people in South Africa. What nonsense is that? I think it is time for American artists or privileged people to stop talking about things that they don't know. I can see now he got bitten by a bug that is biting everybody in the US, because most of the times when the US start opening their mouths and talking about Africa as a whole, they talk nonsense. South Africa is a country, and South Africa has got black people as majority. And on top of it, South Africa has got the majority of white people holding the rich or wealthy are white people in South Africa, the majority. The economy is controlled by white people. The richest person in South Africa, the richest, number one richest, is white, Rupert. And you're telling me that white people are the most poor people in South Africa? How stupid can you be? Cape Flats, look around. The villages, look around. Gauteng, everywhere. The most poorest people.
What's up?
Hi, Jira. We brought you here today to let you know that we made the business decision.
The most poorest people who go to bed without anything to eat are black people. This video is not about political nonsense and all of those things, but I think it's time for these privileged artists, especially black artists, who are not even close to know anything about South Africa, to stop talking about South Africa. Because people who know South Africa, they should be the ones who are telling their own stories. Because obviously, with Akon, I don't think he even knows what is going on in Senegal. I understand that he's doing stuff in Senegal, he's doing all these things in Senegal, but I don't understand people who cannot do.
Excuse me, I clicked off on that. Didn't mean to click off on it, but I'm sure we heard enough from him. He was basically talking about the same video that we played in extent.
Yeah. Bottom line is this. People like Akon go around, oh, black people, and he gets on stuff like the drink chants, which is irresponsible. Oh, really, really, really? Nori, he's an ignorant motherfucker, you know, and they're sitting there talking, you know. Like I said, exaggeration is a bastard child of enthusiasm.
Yeah, like example, let me just give a quick example of somebody that's been to South Africa twice in 2005, and the last time I was there was 2019. And one thing I can say about South Africa, and just to get directly to the point, majority of the people that live around Johannesburg and Cape Town, they live in raggedy ass ghettos like Soweto, and there's a few communities in Cape Town that I can't even pronounce right, and things like that, and they're not winning. Do I see neighborhoods and subdivisions and communities around South Africa that's predominantly black people living a quality of life, mainly black South Africans? Absolutely. And I think that's one of the false situations. It's just like coming to Atlanta and you've seen all the glitter and the gold, or going to Dubai and thinking that the rest of that part of the area is the way it is. It's not, because look at your hotel room in the city of Johannesburg at nighttime, and what you're gonna see is a ridiculous amount of black. I'm used to seeing homeless people. So I've lived in the places. Jamaica is probably the least worst, but living in Brooklyn, New York, Virginia, and Jamaica was the least. I was exposed to homeless people, but New York City and Atlanta, Georgia, and Johannesburg, South Africa. Brother, it's a disgrace. It messed me up. And where's other places? Phoenix, Arizona. Those four places, the homeless situation is terrible. I'm sure there's other places worse than that.
4 years of worse.
You know, and I haven't seen much parts of LA, especially recently. But literally in Johannesburg, once you look out your window at your hotel, you'll see a whole lot of black people line up as homeless people. Now, I personally At all the times I've been in South Africa, and and sometimes I'm out. I mean, I'm out at the social nightlife, and then you're getting driven back. And what I don't see is I don't see any homeless white people and things like that. Then when I go to Cape Town, there are certain parts of Cape Town is just all black people as far as the poorest people. But remember, like I tell people, the segregation situation in Africa is the Indians are always put up against black people, whether it's in East Africa or Southern Africa. So you have communities of poor people that are maybe biracial or call themselves colored or something, but those poor people are on a whole different, better level than the predominantly all black communities. So when Akon is talking about the documentary that was on Netflix, it was a stupid documentary with this fake Dutch German guy that considered himself the boss, and most of the people he had working for him was black people, and he was just another degenerate white person who really taking advantage of black people because of his whiteness, and maybe he has a few connections, so he feel like he needs to be the boss. But at no point our guides or anybody that drove us around, and I recruit hardcore people. We had one tour guide, she was okay, but she was smart enough, and I give her respect. She was smart enough to know that people like myself is real, so she went and got a real brother because she knows she couldn't have the conversations with us that that we wanted to have. So she went and got him, and they told us about what was going on in Cape Town, and we drove around Cape Town, brother. There's no groups of black people living great, and then there's no groups of white people that's living impoverished or struggling. There's no.
So what are you talking about?
Akon is like a false promoter of Africa, and he makes us look bad because if your people have always seen the way I promoted Africa and talk about Africa. I've never glorified it, and I've always been real with people. Even my downfalls and my struggles and things that have gone wrong, I've been real about. And things like that.
Diggs is saying that Akon's a 99% African enthusiast. We said we're at 75%. No, we're just talking like it is. We never. So what is he talking about?
There you go. The difference is Akon and Umar romanticize Africa 100%. Colin Bomani 95, 97. That's a minor difference. Yo, this Tay Brown is a special character, brother. Is a special character. Tay Brown is what I would call a failure in life. People like himself never account to anything to where, because I mean, look at you. It's 2:39 in the morning in the AM, and people like myself, I'm an entrepreneur. I work what I need to work. But it's like you obviously have nothing better to do than to sit here and just listen to us and talk about these things. Like I tell people, you can't compare us to Akon or Umar. We're just on different levels. Number one, we don't have their level of fame, and number two, we're more practical on our approach to do what we're doing, and we're more transparent. And for people not clear about what I do as a person, my whole life is on YouTube. I mean, you can look back and you see a 13-year-old child that I have now from day one, from that life to us going all over the place, our family vacation, us doing business in Africa. And the only thing I don't show much is of the technology stuff that we do because it's just not something that I show. But, you get to see what we're doing and, what I mean? And we're not here to romanticize. What we're here to do, what I'm here to do as a tactical person is to put together strategic game plans on how we can be successful in Africa and how we can build a better relationship with our people in Africa and actually just involved in making things move. So, I don't know where this fake great stuff come from, but and that's like I said, that's all that's our focus on making sure that we can get a lot of things done, and then that's our focus so much on us just putting ourselves in the best position to be very successful in Liberia, because that's going to determine how people are going to treat us. Because I can hear now, people are going to be apologizing and people are going to be saying that they didn't know, and I'm gonna tell folks like family, against all odds, people that's what we are. We're basically your favorite underdogs. People like Umar and Akon, they have access to a big network. So, brother, you should expect more from them, right? You should see more things get done from their end, right? Because Akon is supposed to be what so people make it. I mean, I don't know if Money the Man make, but some people make it seem like this guy is supposed to be filthy rich. So you and I are not on that level. So, but what have you accomplished with all your filthy riches? with your platforms on North Show, on Joe Budden Show. And I mean, did you get any of those brothers? And that's what I'm saying. My network of tourism is powerful because I'd have literally taken Joe Budden, all of them, collect $10,000 from all of them, and literally took them to Africa and showed them the best time of their life, and showed them history, culture, great dining, and things like that. But he just rather just talk to them and just talk certain language to get them excited. Like the next thing you know, they tell their friends, "Yeah, man, Akon said I can go to Africa and we could be rich." Next thing you know, they're putting their money together, brother. Next thing you know, they're getting scammed.
Yeah, that's how it is.
Because just like many other business people are getting scammed by some of these people, they can do it. And what is Akon gonna say? What are you gonna vouch for Africa now? But the thing of it is, man, people like himself and Umar, they have access to people, but they got to be a good manager and judge of people and work with people because you got people attention. You and I don't have that same attention.
They're in for the fun. Like I said, you do anything, you gotta take the hard work, the failure. They want all the success, right? That's a grifter. They want all the friggin' success, the accolades that come with Pan-African, but they don't want to talk about the hard work. The hard work is the years I put building a relationship with Liberians, right? They didn't accept me at first. I created a group called Association of African American Liberia. Guess what? I look on Facebook, there's like 200 people waiting to join. I got to approve, right? In like 3 days. People are like, oh, wow, this is a good organization. There's African Americans and Liberians hooking up, connecting in that group where it's linked to my website, social network. And so like 200 people signed up to join. I haven't had a chance to go in there and approve. I don't know what Ross is, but he's Wayne can go in there and start approving people and whatnot, but there's all kinds of Liberians wanting to hook up with Black America and interested in what we're talking about and everything like that. And so that took years, man. When I first started that group, man, people thought I was crazy, They're like, oh, man, how you going to talk about Liberia, man? Nobody's talking about Liberia. Look, it's been 12 years now. Look at that. Look at that group.
All odds, brother. Sometimes you have to go against the grain, and sometimes that's leadership.
Hard work.
That's leadership. There you go.
Yeah, that took hard work. I wrote a novel. I said people need to know history. I didn't write this book for my own, for wealth and whatnot. I wrote this book because I figured our people need to know our history. When people read this book, my novel, they're like, oh, I did not know that, about this country. I did not know. I never heard of it. It'd be surprised right there in Norfolk, right? I say, where Roberts Park come from? No, I think I did know one person, right? Who said they knew Roberts Park was, that guy, Maku that came on the show, Kaku that came on the show that one night. He's in Norfolk. He said, yeah, I know Roberts Park was named after Joseph Jenkins Roberts, right? And you go to Petersburg, there's a monument for Joseph Jenkins Roberts right there in Petersburg on Washington Street. And I asked people, who that was? I don't know. Well, I saw he sailed right down the Potomac River to Norfolk to board a ship to go to Liberia in the 1840s. Never heard of him. People are completely disconnected from this history. I said the first Black president in the world, head of state, a modern republic, was born in Norfolk, Virginia, raised in Petersburg, had his own business and everything like that. And he was a leader in the Black community in Petersburg, Virginia, And so I said, hey, people don't know the history. So I said, people need to know this history. So I took the time and wrote this novel, about the Exodus of 1878. Most people don't even know that. That was the biggest event in African-American history. 1878, the Liberia Exodus Association Corporation was formed, right, to purchase steamships for the next 100 years to get our people outside of America and resettle in Africa. They're going to start in Liberia. They were going to build colonies and territories in the Congo, all that stuff like that, and to build a new nation, a strong Black state in the continent. That's what our people wanted to do. But all that's been erased from history, making it seem like all we wanted to do was integrate white people. No, our people weren't like that. So I had to write that book. And I referenced the fact that because a lot of people couldn't make it to Liberia, they went out west. They went to places and formed towns in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Nicodemus, Kansas, and everything like that, all circling for what? The promised land. And then some of our people went north, to New York, upstate New York, and places like that, and built communities. So if you don't know your history, and everything, then that's unfortunate. And like I said, a lot of these people claim they care about Black people. They don't even have an accurate history of their own people All they think black people is always about failure and losing. We have a winning history. We have to identify what our winning part of our history. You know, we got to exalt the winners. Everybody else exalts their winners. They write books about them. Stories are told about them. They tell them to their kids, this great black man that did this and everything. Not all our people were fighting for civil rights. We had successful business people in this country, inventors and scientists and all this stuff like that gave so much to the world, you know? Like we'll talk about the guy Robertson that basically helped the Ethiopian airline get established, you know? You know, these are stories we need to tell. We need to own our wins and be part of a coalition of winners. You know, we got winners, and we got to start hanging around people that are losers. Any people from Africa that want to deal with us, man, we got to link with winners. We can't keep carrying losers. They're never going to agree with what we're saying. They're never going to link with us. They're never going to get on code with us. They're just losers, you know? And we can't let them drag this movement down. So I guess two people are too scared to come on because they're going to ask, because I'm going to ask them, what are you doing to win? You know, how are you a winner?
You have to get right to these questions. So family, the link is up. You can join us. That is the link itself right there. Join us and bring some good energy. Judea, you're still on. You can join also. Just don't come with your foolishness. We got some good questions for you, because what we're gonna start doing when we bring people on, we're gonna start having people on and we're gonna be asking you questions. And then if you can't answer the questions, we're gonna backstage you and we'll bring you back on. If you can't answer it again, we're just gonna completely drop you. Because we have told everybody what we're about and share with people what we are involved in. Now it's time for people to do that, because it's easy for people just to be in these comments judging us and talking all this other stuff, but no one is telling me what they're doing or what they're building. If you have another video, we can rock and roll, and then we can close out within the next 30 minutes or so. If no one else interested in joining, that would be 4 hours, and that's a show.
Yeah, speaking of winning, I sent you a video of 1960. Beautiful. The Ducor Hotel. 1960. That was a culmination of what our ancestors, 1960, you know? Monrovia, Liberia. You know, it's only 30 seconds. You want to play that?
It's more than 30 seconds, but that is fine. All right, family. So Monrovia in 1960. Monrovia, Liberia.
That was
Yeah,
beautiful.
Tyler, that was excellent, brother. Appreciate that. Nice throwback. And then, so go ahead and share what you want to share as far as that video.
Okay,
Get the next video prepared for us.
Or they showed the Ducor Hotel. It was the first 5-star continental hotel on the African continent. You know, the Ducor was one of the best hotels in the world. Okay, so this was a republic, right, that was built by Black people from the diaspora and also local people, and built a country that was all Black. When you go to Liberia, you feel that you don't feel the colonial tension like you would in French Africa, where you feel like you're part of France. Liberia, only part of Liberia, you'll feel like you're part of extension of Black America. That's what I love about it. You know, you feel like you're a part of Black America. The talking points, the culture, the entertainment, everything comes right out of Black America, you know, and local culture. You know, so Liberia is really close to Black America. And it's like, and you feel proud that you're part of something, you know, your ancestors settled that country and built the country. You definitely feel a part of something, you know. So like I said, I showed the throwback videos to realize how beautiful once Liberia was. You know, it was paradise. You know, and we're entitled to win. Liberia was a winning concept, a Black republic, right? Building for themselves and people creating their own wealth, their own opportunity, living in their own country. Some people basically think that Black people can't do that unless they share. The whole idea is that Black people should not have anything to their own. That like Marcus Garvey said, there's some white men that think that there's nothing the Negro has that the white man is not entitled to. The white man finds gold somewhere in Africa or whatnot, you know, like diamonds, right? White people didn't care about South Africa until the discovery of diamonds. Then the Europeans and the Jews started settling there in large numbers. And then they came up with the apartheid system in 1947. Before that, South Africa was a backwater. No one cared about South Africa. They had 2 ports. It was just a place where the British would house troops, and, you know, they had a little bit of commerce and everything, but it wasn't until they found something valuable that they wanted, and they basically said, now it's time to take it over from the Black man, you know? I'm proud of the fact that Europeans have never settled in Liberia. There's no European farmers there. There's no European settlement. There's no European communities. There's nothing, you know, a Black republic. That's the type of country I can build with first. You know, I can't share a country with white people. I can't do that. You know, I cannot do that. I cannot share a country with a colonial past and legacy, you know, as my first primary country, you know, because the bottom line is this, you know, I could satellite from that country, you know, from other countries in Africa or whatever, but that cannot be my base. I have to know the place I'm in is free soil, holy ground. And Liberia has never been poisoned by European occupation, you know, and settlement. So that's why I love Liberia so much, you know. And the Constitution, basically, when I read the Liberian Constitution, that's speaking directly to Black people. If you're looking for sanctuary, looking for a place of refuge and everything to be a full human being, that's what it is. And I always said when I went to Liberia, in this land, I'm a king. And then by the time I left the first time, I said, in this land, I'm a human being. I felt like a human being for the first time in my life. I had to apologize for what I was. You know, I have to apologize for my background. I have to apologize for the fact that I'm a slave descendant and I didn't know the local language and all stuff like that. People just accepted me for what I was, you know? And I said, that's something I could build with. You know, I didn't have to change my name. I had to do all the stuff like that I see other people do. You know, I could just be myself, you know? So, you know, so that's what it is.
Another comment today.
That's not part of Black America. Yeah, it is part of Black America. Black America does not end with the borders of America. That's a slave mentality. Your board, Langston Hughes said the shore to shore mentality. The black man who defines his existence by the manifest destiny of the white man. The white man defines himself by sea to shining sea, coast to sea to shining sea. Our manifest destiny goes beyond America. And it starts in America, it doesn't end in America.
Yeah, so knowledge seeker, you know what I'm saying? Once you hit that jackpot, you know what I'm saying, you got my number. Holla at your brother. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing I wanted us to do as a people is, you know, to learn to invest our money and invest in real estate, invest in building the things that we need to build, invest in our industrial development, and you know, invest in us building, you know, a self-contained city where we have all the things that we need. But most time we get money and we get inheritance and we get certain things and we just blow it. It's our time to just blow money. And I get tired of hearing these bad stories. I mean, and I get tired of hearing stories of people coming to America, working hard and giving everything back to the system. You know what I mean? So that's why we deal with somebody that's invested in Africa, and we have live projects ready for you, family, and put that money to work. I mean, so holla at your brother. And let me see what Steve Brown says, because you know he always got something to say. I'm a private security contract. I work as we speak. Excellent. My own business, but I run and I've employed some of my family and cousins work. I respect you guys, Bomani and Kala, truly. Well, appreciate you, brother. Honestly, appreciate you.
Okay.
Stop giving us a hard time.
Yeah, ADOS FBA says Frederick Douglass and MLK adamantly denied being African. Who cares? You know?
Let me see the comment.
Oh,
there we go.
These guys don't want to be African. No one's asking you to, you know? The bottom line is this, you know, we consider ourselves African, you know? And we're like this.
And like you always hear me talk about color, it's a very small percentage of the people that we're looking for. It's honestly less than even 0.1%, which is a very small number. That's basically saying 1 out of 1,000. If you don't understand percentage and things like that, so 1% would be 1 out of 100, and 0.1% would be 1 out of 1,000. And you can even do 0.01%. You know what I mean? That's when you really get into the real numbers. Of literally 1 out of every 10,000 people may be interested in what you're talking about in Africa and what we're building. Well, we know those things, but our goal is to build the market and build the energy to where we have more people interested in. You know, the goal is for us to have a nice, successful venture in Liberia, and our goal is to come back and be ambassadors and share with you what we have put together as an organized unit of people as going to share an experience and. You know, open your minds to the future, family. That's all I can tell you. Other than that, you know, if nothing else, stay in America and compete. It's not a bad place to be in. You know what I mean? But we realize that most of you are not going to get what we're saying. And most of you are not going to have the will, the heart, the spirit to join what we're doing, which is fine because I just gave you some numbers of, you know, even whether it's 1%, 0.1%, or 0.01%, which is, I think,
I'll take that 1%.
Yeah.
That's really all.
Yeah, I mean, because you know, if you're talking about like even 40 million people, that's a few hundred, that's a few thousand people.
Yeah.
But it's showing to people that the number is very small. So most of the people that you meet, basically, what I'm saying to you is they're full of trash and garbage, and they're not talking about nothing, and they literally just luring you on. You know what I mean? And that's why I just try to learn to have a better method of dealing with the real people that call me. And some people call me about their business, and some people 3 years go by. I was like, yo, man, I gotta get rid of this person, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this person literally stringing me along and playing games, and they must be bored. But you know what I'm saying? You know, my phone time, my daytime is my money time, it's business time. You know what I mean? In order to be a respectful man in society, you have to be productive. You can't be sitting around wasting life. You know what I mean? You have to make your time work. You know, or people are not gonna take you serious.
Yeah. Bottom line is this. You know, the people that want to rock with us with this and everything like that. They see. In fact, I don't understand how Jews could say they have pride in the fact that they have a country, a state, that they have Israel. Even though a lot of them will go to Israel, they'll go to visit, whatever. No, we're the only group of people that don't want nothing for ourselves. ADOS, FBA, like that. You know, I guess they love getting into clashes with white people at marinas and stuff like this. You know, you have nothing to say that's your own. You know, you got immigrants coming over here, and they're putting the white people rather choose them over you and whatnot. You know, you have nothing. You don't even have. You can't. We used to at least brag that we had Harlem back in the days. We had Motown, Detroit. Remember that? We used to have black people used to go to different cities. Phil, remember James Brown song "Living in America"? Philly, Atlanta. You know, living in America. Remember that? Where that America is gone, man. You know, every last single black area in America is a fucking war zone. You know, we have absolutely nothing, you know, to be proud of in America anymore. Most of black America now, that's the middle class, live in the suburbs, you know. We have nothing, you know. So the bottom line, the inner cities are not our homelands, you know. So these guys don't want anything in America. All they want to do is just deny Africa. We're saying that, look, you know, we need that escape. We need something on the African continent that we can escape to. You know, I have Filipino friends, right? They like, as much as Americanized they are and whatnot, they always like, yeah, I'm going to the Philippines for a month or whatnot. You know, they always connect with their roots and whatever like that. The only group of people that don't think that is the black people in America. That's why we're so angry, because we're jealous of the immigrants, because they can go back to their countries. They can do this, they can do that, whatnot, and they don't want to join you in your miserable existence in America. They just come here to get the bag, you know, and that's what the problem is.
Get that money, honey.
They don't care about your fucking struggle and shit. You know?
Yeah, and some, you know, real man, you know, that's real. Some people just don't care, you know what I mean? But the reality of it is, you know, maybe a lot of people don't care, but some of us have to care. Some of us have to be about that life and hold the line. I mean, I don't expect 100% of the population in a group to be the warriors, you know, be the fighters, and, you know, from the warrior class. You know, you can tell me in college, that's what we represent: leadership, warriorhood, manhood. But, you know, so family, understand that just be clear about who you are following, and make sure these people can explain the end goal to you. If they can't explain the end goal, you know, I mean, Kala talk about end goal all the time. You know? And it's not just using simple words of nation building and Afrikstan.
What is the end goal?
And we explain what that end goal entails. What his end goal is? His end goal is to make sure you finish building a school so people don't consider him a scam or a fraud. I mean, I don't know.
And then when he gets
to make all mommies love him,
like that, he'll get shut down, and he'll say the white man or Negroes. Because he won't say the white man first. He'll say Negroes conspired to get my school shut down. So that's buy him some time.
That's what they always blame. They just blame other black people for sabotaging. I'm not saying that people don't do shit like that, but I mean, that's what would be his first excuse. You know, people, you know, they don't like me because I'm smarter than them. I can do more than them. You know what I mean? And just as long as you don't call our name and say we did anything to him, because I would never do anything to stop that brother from progressing. As a matter of fact, if I can help him, you know, I would, you know, help him. I mean, the only advice I can give to him is, you know, it's like you're talking too much, you're doing too much.
Yeah, get off.
Stick to a practical program.
I'll give Umar Johnson some advice, right? Why don't he use his platform, right, his name recognition, right, to build up black-owned social media networks, right? He should be like, fuck Instagram, fuck Facebook, fuck. You only gonna see me Afatunde, whatever his name is, on these apps.
Afatunde. You be butchering people's name, bro.
What his name is? Afatunde. What is his name?
Yeah, you know me. I'm not. Let me pull up the flyer.
Like Afatunde, right? What's his name? Is Afatunde? You know. You know. I don't know. You know, Afatunde.
It's not like that's important anyway, right?
Umar Ifa Tunde. Does it say up there? Yeah, Ifa Tunde, you know, Umar Ifa Tunde Johnson, you know, Jermaine Schumacher. You know, and the bottom line is this:
up in Rotterdam.
If basically if Umar Johnson say, you know something, tomorrow I'm deleting my Facebook account, my my Instagram account, my Twitter account, I'm going all black or something like that. I'm gonna build up here. So if you want to be like this, I would basically say I would shut up and basically this brother was real. But I know for a fact of the matter, he ain't gonna do that because the bottom line is he know the people support him ain't pro-black. There's a bunch of people who like mischief and like they like all stuff. He take
One of the greatest thing he does, brother, is he taught down about black men.
Black men, so that'll get you that. That's his meal.
That will get you some good audience.
And he probably got white people supporting him too.
Yeah, I mean, of course, because you know they're the biggest supporter of like let's keep on making sure these black men kick each other down.
And now that he basically was the one to talk about there's a snow bunny crisis. He probably got white supremacists, but yeah, we got support.
Yeah, snow bunny crisis, and it was somebody like you mentioned about these Karen videos, man. Between him and Phil with the snow bunny Karen stuff.
Yeah, dude, whatnot. Talk about this guy's like, what the fuck, man? I was like, damn, that's what it's all about. Karen videos,
Karen bunny with snow bunnies.
This guy thing. He's got these stupid ass.
If it's not that, it's racism and white supremacy. So I'm just trying to figure from people like, okay, what's really going on? What's really the situation? You know, what are we really doing here? I mean, like being real. Is this like, you know, is this just like all our game? Because it seemed like we're in a movie full of characters, man. Like these people.
It's a ring. I'm the ringmaster in a circus of what?
Deadly clowns.
Circus of deadly clowns, you know. That's a show tonight, Saturday night.
Deadly clowns.
The ringmaster in the circus.
There you go, man. Return of the Deadly Clowns, family.
These
people are live and direct, man. I mean, it's just one character after another after another.
Serious people. Every time I look around, man, I be let me tell you, in my bed, I be having nightmares, right, of deadly clowns on my bed, like little Laputas, right, sticking me and gabbing. Kyle, I see Umar Johnson. Sticking me. It's sticking me. You know, it's sticking me. Yeah. You know, like I said, we have deadly clowns, you know, a ringmaster in the circus of deadly clowns, you know, and the bottom line is that's what we have. Everybody's a jokester, the prankster, and a comedian, you know, and some sort of huckster.
There's another one right here.
We have nothing, or do we live in the suburbs, caller? And I'm not ashamed to say, right? I'm not saying I live in the suburbs. I live in a nice upscale neighborhood that I worked hard. Man. And I'm not apologizing for that shit, you know.
What's up with these people, man? This 8 hours person is a classic, man. I don't know what she get out of listening to us. Almost like I can't remember last time I did not see this person on one of the lives. It's like Liberia, come on, doing a perfect timing when you're just home, doing absolutely nothing.
They check us out. If Liberians anything like Black Americans, they fix their home country. They are doing it. You know what I mean? Liberians basically got businesses like, check this out. A perfect example. Let's play Great African, our brother's video, his short video of his farm.
You have to resend that to me because I don't remember seeing it.
Let's talk about it.
He said something else also. It's so ridiculous trying to shame Americans that are so jealous they don't flee.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay.
And a whole lot of
great
emojis and things like that.
Check us out. Play this video. This is Great African. Our brother, hopefully he'll be joining us, meet us in Liberia for a tour. He's been on the show, Great African. He has farm and he has 300 acres of land in Nimba that he wants to give us. So I'm going to dissolve all that. But bottom line, we got plenty of people that's giving us access to land and everything in Liberia. So bottom line is you can talk all you want. And this is one of his projects right here, his palm oil business. You know, and the bottom line, this guy is going to be a millionaire one day. And so he's a Liberian that lives in Wisconsin, right? Married to Jamaican, right? And he goes back and forth to Liberia, investing, putting people to work in his town in Ganta. And the bottom line, he loves African Americans, want to build with us. He's part of the UNIA, you know, UNIA movement and everything. So you guys can talk all you want, man. You know, he's not. You can talk all you want, man. We're connected with real people that's building. You know.
All right, perfect. So let me play this and let me see what else is in this video. So this is 150 acres of land, palm oil production, title Owning a Farm in Liberia. Loretta Bahrain Sis. So you know this YouTuber herself?
No, that's what Great Africa sent that to me today. She did his video. She went to
okay, that was very nice of her. Excellent. All right, well, perfect.
Hey guys, so welcome back to my channel. Thank you all for being so consistent. Can you guess where I am? Well, you're probably cheating because of the title of this video, but I am at Kowi Farms in Ghana. Wesela, I think I'm going to ask Prince later on, and you're going to hear the rightful name. So when I visited Bon County, there's this man on YouTube called Great African, and he commented, he said, whenever you're in Ghana, please visit Kowi Farms. So I was like, okay, no problem, morning man. And he's really a nice subscriber. He comments on my videos. I have noticed his comments. So, you know, I'm here today and I'm doing a subscriber of mine a favor. And his farm is amazing. So let's just get right into the tour. Let's do this, guys.
My name is Josephus Stewart Bella, and I am the manager of Kowi Farm. This is Kowi Farm. Kowi Farm is owned by Say Tinto Wonkida. He lives in Madison, Wisconsin. We are into, you know, agricultural activities here. So, by the way, Madam, you are most welcome, and to everyone else, you are most welcome to Kowi Farm. We are mostly focused on farm production. We have vegetables. We have animal raising that we are coming up with chicken, poultry, cattle, and other things. These are some of our future plans. So with that, we're going to take you around to see some of our activities on Kowi Farm. Yeah, so you are most welcome. Okay. So for the palm work, this is the harvester. We have this one, and then we have this motor ras. Yeah, we use this to harvest the palm, and then we have this one too, session for the motor ras that we can uninstall this and install that one. And then we have the sword component of it, the chainsaw that we are also attached to it, and then we harvest with it. So when we get to the palm, the best easier way, we change our materials around on the engine, and then we work.
This is exciting. This is exciting. I get to know so many things. And y'all, this farm is owned by Liberian. How amazing is that? Super amazing. And there are brilliant Liberians working here. Like, this is the dream. This is what we want for Liberia. This is it. Right. Let's go.
So when it comes to the palm, we have varieties of work on the palm. You have the inter-row brushing, where we work is the inter-row of the palm. And then you have these branches to get it out. You have these branches to get out. When you get on some of the palm, you will not see the branches right attached to the palm head. So if, for example, this one is, they have to get this off and leave this one there. So the art of getting only these ones off is called pruning. You are not harvesting the palm.
Okay, guys. So, farming is for strong people, smart people as well. Smart people, smart, strong. But I don't think I have what it takes to do what he just did. Yeah, I can do other aspects of farming, but not just what he just did. Like, no, please.
You're hyena. You always land on your feet.
Hello.
Yeah. So this is our production from Monday till now.
From Monday to now.
Yeah.
Today Friday.
We did not produce yesterday.
Oh, okay. So how much I can sell 1 gallon?
It's we sell this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
We're not putting it together.
Oh.
Yeah. When we selling, like now, buyers are paying the cash pay.
Okay.
Because like brandly, when you say you call your price, you say, hey, 1,002. Someone can say, I beg you, I get 1,000. I got 950. So to get to what I want, I will press you out like, okay, 3,000.
Bring 1,000. Okay, bring 3,000 for then the price will bring you down to 3,000.
You down to
the
3,000.
exact price for your market.
Yeah.
And so,
yeah.
Oh, smart.
Yeah. And yeah, the business in Liberia is very, you got tension in it because if we really calculate what we're putting out to sell one, we're supposed to sell one of the street 6,000.
Okay.
Because you pay daily workers, you pay staff workers, you feed them. Yeah. After you pay daily workers, you pay staff workers, you turn around and feed them on a daily basis, 5 days a week. Yeah. And you sit and add all your budget together to put on the business. Buyers will not even buy. Then the next thing is to be us to take it to the market. Of course, it will be good for us. These are some of the areas we are thinking of too.
Yes.
Because if we make more money on what we're producing, and then we'll be able to pay our workers good salaries. Yeah.
Yeah, because this work is hard.
Yeah, yeah. And some of the best things that we're doing is pay our workers 2 times every month.
Wow.
Yeah. Salaries of no delay. I prefer shutting the farm down than not paying workers.
Yeah, people have families, so
Yeah.
they
So
come here every morning to work and they expect to take something home.
yeah. So that's it, and we putting more things together. Like here we have workers to be staying here in the closest feature.
Okay.
We have workers to stay in here, and then for me, I live here.
I can tell. You're so familiar with everything.
Yeah.
So I just got through seeing the palm process, the production process, and the finished result. So I'm going with Prince now to see the vegetables farm. He's the expert. Yeah, I think so.
Hello, welcome. My name is Prince Nangwe, and I'm the assistant manager for Bowie Farm, this farm, and purposely the vegetable manager. Here we produce a lot of vegetables and crops. On this side where I'm standing is the flash color green. This variety is hardened and it can withstand tension from infestation and even drought. It's a very good variety.
Resilient.
Yeah, resilient. Yeah, you say that. Most people in Liberia only go for the, the big size tomato, what we call the buffalo tomato.
Okay.
Yeah, but then this goes on the local market. It doesn't stay in your hand. If you have the buffalo tomato, you only have to catch up with the supermarkets. Yeah. So we have irregular shapes. When it's full, it bends.
Okay.
Yeah.
Feeling lonely and looking for a significant someone, but dating sites don't work for you?
So where is the pepper?
Yeah, that's it there.
Oh, okay.
You want to see the fruit? We have some over there. You see the fruit.
Okay.
Yeah. But if you research on this habanero, you get to know the pepper I'm talking about.
Nice.
They're still germinating. Until we stand the whole trace.
I see why you say it will be hot for. Got pepper here.
So here is the 3 months papa. 3 months. It starts bearing from 3 months.
Wow.
Yeah. And we envision to have a lot of it on the farm here. So workers can have papa in the morning. When they come in the morning, you're working on the farm, you should be able to eat something while working and not wait for regular lunch.
Okay.
So like this, some people prefer it like this, half ripe. And other people would like to change color until it's soft. One is the monkey pepper.
The pepper had to be
Full forest.
full forest.
Yeah, full forest. What I'm trying to say is that when you come to the farm, in times to come, we have a particular area allotted for this. If you want to eat salsa, you will go there and pick your own salsa.
Oh, so awesome.
Yeah, so that salsa seeding pit. And okra season is gone now. I mean, for the farm, when we planted, harvest is over. So these are just one. And this is the Black Beauty eggplant.
Yes, girl. Shine on.
Black Beauty. We have a lot of this whole place was covered with Black Beauty. But, so this one on there just there for seed multiplication.
A brabo.
The same Black Beauty, but it's right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's for seed multiplication.
What is that?
Which means if you want to plant for the upcoming season,
Mhm.
you can eat everything or sell everything you plant. You leave some fruit there to get ripe.
Okay.
Then you extract the seeds instead of buying new seeds.
Smart.
And this one, they are resistant. They will be strong. The second generation will be able to withstand the soil.
Okay.
Yeah. So any seeds from this one, this plant, becomes the second generation, what we call the F2. But the one that comes directly from overseas or from the seed provider is the F1. And another one is
Making me think about computer programs.
the cashew. Yeah, this over here we have close to 600 trees, and we will be producing juice and wine from the fruit. Yeah,
So how large is this whole farm?
this farm actually the land mass is like 150, but the one that we are using, they're close to 50 acres. The
50
one we are
acres.
using, yeah, we are hoping to expand.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so Carla, let me break that up for a little bit, and then we can continue. So about a few more minutes left, but I just want you to comment or share what you wanted to share based on what was presented.
Well, it states me how
already.
big Great African's farm is. You know, great farm is. You know, great entrepreneur. You know, so somebody made an ignorant comment about they basically are coming here and not doing nothing and everything like that, you know. And all this brother does is show love to Black America. He's partnered with us in Africa and stuff like that, you know. So like I said, all these people are disingenuous, you know. You cannot argue with somebody who's doing something and making progress. You talk all you want. There's, like I said, there's never a statue was never created for a critic. There's no monuments made for critics. Monuments made for people who did something.
Yeah, this is not like in high school where they give you an award for being a class clown.
Or participation trophy. People want participation trophies in the movement. I participated. I put in work, you know. Don't accomplish a damn thing, you know. I put in work one night. So, like I said, I only deal with people, talk to people.
Wow.
And work.
ADOS is a freak of nature.
Pan-African health. Well, it's better than
hey, whatever, right? I'm telling you, this person's wild, yo.
Never had palm oil before. Palm oil butter is the best thing. It's real light and whatnot, you know. Fried potatoes with palm oil is so spicy. It's so good. The food comes, all your fried food, fish, and everything cooked in palm butter is way better and healthier than regular grease, you know, animal fat.
She said palm oil is fattening. I can't say I agree or disagree. I would have to look at the content of what we use here as oil compared to palm oil. I've never done that. If it's what she really say it is, she's basically insulting the operation, saying that all they're doing is that they just selling some fatty oil that's terrible for your health. So they're not doing nothing. I think that's what she's saying, because I can't read these people's mind, because
like I said,
come up here and talk.
Say that to go down to your next supermarket and see Black people getting that Crisco or oil to cook their fried chicken, and tell them that, you know.
There you go, man. ADOS invented country, rock, hip hop, gospel, and more. Like, what kind of freak of nature literally just come up with that kind of title for themselves and have an ugly white woman as the picture? Maybe that's who the person really is.
Yeah. That's Honey Boo Boo. Maybe the person looks like Honey
Boo Boo. So there you go, family. The link to join us before we close, because we can't stay up here all night long. I feel like we've covered what we need to cover, but let me know if you have another thing that you want to say about the video before I continue to play it.
Well, no, just it's a good video, and like I said, all the acres of land out there and stuff like that. He wants to build like houses on the land for guests and whatnot. So, and when he has like the restaurant and everything like that, and dining, it's like how they do in Liberia. Like you go to Nana Lodge, they got a kitchen, right? So when you have your lodge, everything, they bring the food to you. So you got room service, good food that's grown right there on the farms and everything like that. He has chickens, growing and everything. He has guinea fowl and chickens. And he was telling me how it works. He says chickens, we call it broilers. I don't know what he was telling me, but I couldn't really understand what he was saying. So you got a lot of chickens and goats and stuff like that, So it's going to be a full farm. Basically, the bed and breakfast and stuff like that, all the stuff that he does is going to be made right there, Unfortunately, like that's in the interior, so I don't know what his operation of fish. He could probably get into like fish farming, and do fish like that instead of doing fish. But I think fish farming is more efficient than catching fish, In terms of, I think fish farming and stuff like that. I've seen many successful operations in Ghana, but I don't know if you can get a fish farm with cassava fish, because they're really big. Most of the fish farms I see is tilapia.
Yes, likewise.
But the thing is, though, the reason why fishing is difficult in a lot of parts of Africa is because of the refrigeration thing. If we have frozen trucks and refrigerated trucks and everything, and better refrigeration and stuff like that, the fish market in that area will be lucrative, But all it takes is like infrastructure. That's why we always say everything is about infrastructure. Infrastructure make the difference, So he's doing a lot, on that land, a lot on that land and everything like that. So, we wish the brother a lot of luck,
All right, well, perfect. So let's finish with the video, and then we can start wrapping up, brother.
This one was brought here by the missionaries.
Okay.
So it just carried the name missionary bread nut, but it's actually jackfruit.
Okay.
Yeah, jackfruit. And then the other one here is the round bread nut, the regular one.
No, the one I can get internet.
Yeah, this is the regular one. This one looks like a finger. It's in a finger shape.
I mean, once you're producing one, you're my friend. Wow. Guys, I am here. Look at this area. Look at the view. Like, this is owned by a Liberian. A Liberian in the diaspora is investing in this country. And I am just feeling proud right now. Oh, this is amazing. It's a lot of walking, but it is worth it. And the managers here are young, they're smart, they know what they're doing. And if this is not what empowerment looks like, I don't know. I don't know again. I don't know, because this to me is empowerment.
Cut the cable with Verizon Home Internet and cut your internet bill to just $25 a month.
It's your first time, right?
Yes. So you were saying
The actual land mass is 150 acres.
150 acres.
Yeah.
Okay, so the one that the farm is on right now, that's the 50 acres, right?
No, 35.
35.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, 35 acres.
Something around.
He do the cutie.
Should I get down?
I'll get down, do the fast spin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you go ahead.
Marijuana is money.
Okay, so how long you been working here?
Start work in February.
This year?
Yeah, yes, this year, February.
Nice. Then when I saw you back there, you were looking at like, you know everything now. You can pass around Google.
Yes, sir.
So what you there about working here?
Oh, and then sometimes we plant cabbage, cassava, carrot green, tomato, putting on nut straight in the tray. Oh, along there, and you follow me now.
Yes, anywhere you go. Girl power, that's it. I'm period. Small for honor.
Avo.
Avo too. Into PLC.
So, by the way, I'm going to ask her her name and everything, but I'm doing it in our vernacular. So, no, come on.
BAIO.
You told that day. All day. Comment c'est la cassette que pour William?
C'est la so.
But sangue fin or even no someone there.
Ma sangue fin. Na pega que me mbekere que fundure ba mate.
Oh, wow. Around she actually put into the month, but she has come very quick. She's older than actually me in working here.
Wow.
Yeah, she's one of our long stay worker. Yeah. So she has stayed here for over 2 years now.
Oh.
Yeah. Because I've gone 18 months and she's from over that. Yeah. So me inakai bien samonzi.
Tunya bo wana manka bizia. Tunya balese dem kula apire makepia. Oduga wa tunya bayi egbam.
Okay, so she says she's into the palm field and she likes the area she works, and she's not seeing any toughness for her because she's already used to it. Yeah.
They gonna eat it stem too?
Yeah, everything.
Living in Liberia to visit. Let's click on this, see what we
My
get.
boss specifically mentioned that I got the job.
These commercials, man.
Keep it quilted means you keep it the best.
Selling on the streets, owning a restaurant in West Africa, Liberia. Yeah, I was checking out to see, you know, what different people are doing in Liberia and just trying to, you know, share with as much people as possible.
You're making me hungry to eat food.
Until we finish, you know, until we physically get there. He's making what kind of food?
Plankton. That's like that. That right there is cassava green.
Yeah, let me run it back. Let me go back a little bit so you can. There you go.
Okay, that's a palm butter thing. That's plankton right there.
That's
So I think
all.
plankton, you know.
That's
That's
callaloo.
potato greens right there. That's crab.
Are
Right
these
there.
greens are callaloo? Do you know what kind of greens that were they?
They're potato greens. They're called potato greens. That's plankton.
All right, so that's what callaloo.
That's
Potato greens. Okay.
Yeah, it's really, really good. Eat that with rice. Delicious, man. I'm getting hungry.
Now, when you say don't be like one of them people like literally eat everything, and then when I ask them what you know, how is these food here, they're like, yeah, everything is good.
Yo, man, everything's spicy. You like
But
spicy?
You're not one of those people, right? That you say everything is good, right?
No, I'm not one of those people. I'm very finicky. I won't eat tobery because I don't like that. You know, stuff like that tobery I don't eat. There's a lot of Liberian foods I don't eat. You know, but the bottom line, that right there, potato greens, anything fried in the palm butter, right? Potatoes, bro. I don't know if the restaurants have the potato fried like that. You want home fries or potatoes cut up and fried in palm butter with onions. You talk about delicious, man. It's so tender. The palm oil makes the potatoes so freaking tender. You know how long it takes to get potatoes just right when you fry them in the regular oil? You know, and they almost never come out right. You know, I got to boil them first and then fry them in olive oil. Like, olive oil will come close, you know?
Yeah,
But
maybe you're a bad cook and you don't have good proper techniques.
Oh, maybe, but the bottom line, all I know is that shit is freaking good. Everything cooked in palm oil, and the freaking fish is so tender and tasty. It don't lose its flavor like with regular oil or whatnot. You know, the fish.
The palm oil is not fattening right. You know what I'm saying? Because some people like ADOS, you know, she got to keep her figure.
Yeah, you know.
So, let me just play it while you talk and share.
Yeah, that's like crabs. You know, food just make me hungry. That's like a mix. I had that one time at the Liberian embassy. That crab mix and everything, you know, seafood. You know, and that's like. And also, when they serve you, they always give you big portions. That's what I love about it.
You like to eat a lot of food.
Look how they give you how much rice they give you. You know. Try getting that much rice in America, you know. Matter of fact, most restaurants don't even serve rice anymore.
They get a little cup of rice. They get a little cup of rice as a side.
Little cup, you know. You pay like $30-$40 for a meal. You get a little cup of rice one night, you know.
You can always order extra rice.
Yeah,
or tell them you want a salad with it.
You know, I always get rice and broccoli. That's my two sides, right? Either potato and broccoli or rice and broccoli. You know. And I go to Ruby Tuesday, whatever like that. They give you rice. It's like a little, like 2 scoops and done, you know.
What is this right there?
That
Jollof
looks
rice?
like looks like they're trying to make jollof, you know, or just regular brown rice. All right, Liberian rice. There's several different types of Liberian rices, you know. The white rice, brown rice, is rice with the potato green in it. When that's delicious, you know. That's like stir fried rice. That's stir fried rice.
In the kitchen, what are they doing to these entire potatoes?
It looks like a pasta.
I thought it was plantains at first. Yeah, it looked like plantains.
It was maybe plantains. Yeah, I think that might be plantains. Yeah, you're right. Bananas, plantains. Yeah.
Yeah, let's look in the middle. Well, you know, I don't knock the ingredients, man, you know, but I'm open to trying some things. I mean, some of the things are a little very adventurous, so we'll do our best to try as many things as possible. But the good thing about it, some of these things are showing it doesn't have meat in it, so we'll have more people that'll be open to eating it, because some people, you know, there's this new wave of vegetarian diets. You know what I mean? Like, I know, Kyle, you're gonna get on a vegetarian diet and you won't eat your chicken or your steak.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
You know what I'm saying? We're gonna turn into a yogi like Russell Simmons. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna
be vegan. What gives me is they have. That's what I meant to show it to. A vegan steak. What's the point of having steak if it's not gonna be a real steak?
Funny dude, yo.
Vegan steak, a vegan hamburger. That's so stupid. Vegan talk about look like they're different.
The point of it is a meat substitute. It's also
you look at the stuff they put into it. A bunch of chemicals and soybean. Everything is not healthy at all. They said vegan. They had this one thing where this vegan lady, she looked like she was like 80 years old, and the one girl outside the meat looked like they were young, the same age, 41, and the vegan lady looked like she was like her mother. You know, nutrition. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying people should fully go that way, but you know, if we're building a sustainable society, one of the things is we can grow more plants and use more plants, anything else, and you know, we may have some you know, some activists around that don't believe in animal sacrifice.
Yeah, but they're small and few. Those are people.
They may be trying to protest operations, saying that. Well, they may say if we're gonna live sustainable, maybe we need to be sustainable. Yeah, I think you're fine with having a few cows and chicken and things like that available. I think it's all good.
I like restaurant. I like having food. I like doing a barbecue. I like doing a cookout. You know, stuff like that. You know, sustainable. Man, they could keep that sustainable stuff. You know, Everybody always want to control what you do and whatnot. You know. You ask them. Okay, well, you want to be sustainable? Put down the crack pipe. Put down the weed. Put down the beer. No, I can't do that. You know, can't put down my beer. Can't put down my wine. Can't put down my alcohol. But they want to police what you do when you know. It's all about control.
Serious business, brother. Serious business. Yeah. All about control. Just like our climate change, right? And solar panels, right? You're wild, man. Yo.
You know, like I said, you spend more money, like the maintenance on a solar panel, right? It's like, damn, you can't get away from that light bill. Just pay the $100 a month, right? I know motherfuckers that got solar panels, right? And they cost like to upkeep those things is like unreal. My brother got solar panels out, but they were put on free. You know, they'll put on his house for free, and he says, "Oh, I've saved all this money." But I don't know, but he has solar panels on his house, you know, and he says it saves him money on his electricity and everything. But it was a government thing where they installed it. He didn't have to pay for anything. You know, I said,
people gonna be like, "Hey, Kyle, you want no skeptics that 5 years from now, you know, you're gonna be a believer." You know what I mean? Because the world is moving into They're gonna say the world is moving into alternate energy anyway.
Check this out. I seen this one dude, right? Years ago, this was like 10 years ago. Dude named J Jub. He was like 46. You know, it was like at the time I was Block Talk Radio. He was like, I forgot how old. I think I was like 41, right? He's 46, right? And he's like, yeah, man, I'm so I don't work for anybody and I live off the grid. So after a while, he's in the chat room just running his mouth whatnot. I said, J Dub, I know what you are. You're living in a fucking you're homeless. You're living in a fucking alley with a solar panel, right? And you ain't got no job. That's what passes for living off the grid. When all this off the grid shit, nigga, get a house, get an apartment, and pay your damn bills. You know, pay your light bill. You know, I live off the grid. Man, nigga, you live in your parents' backyard with a damn solar panel. You know, all this crazy stuff. Man. It's like, oh, I don't want to, man. You know, look, pay your bills, pay your white water bills, pay stuff like that. And then we can get someplace. And people could commit to that, but people like, oh, they think that they're gonna go there because, like I said, Liberians, like when I asked them to look at Liberians, they don't want to hear that shit. All they want to know is they got electricity. They don't want to hear nothing about no alternative energy or whatnot, you know, because they've done all that. You know, that shit's expensive, right? You know, trying to do wind energy and stuff like that. Wind things break down all the time. They break all the time, and that's expensive. You know, also wind power things also catch fire when they back up. They also spark and catch fire. You know, but so people like this, look, I just hooked me up to the grid, and also kerosene and generators. That's just expensive. You know, you're with gas now. The gas prices carry. When I was over there in Liberia, second time, right? Gas was at $7 a gallon, right? I can imagine what kerosene was, you know? But you gotta go out there and pay like $30 a day just to run the generator and whatnot. It ain't worth it, you know? Some people go with days without electricity because it's so expensive. You know, so people are like, look, I just want to be hooked onto the grid, you know? You know, the only thing I believe in is that those hydro dams, the micro hydro dams, because that's real electricity coming in. You got a water source that powers it, you know?
Yeah, that's I'm trying to remember the video I looked at. I'm trying to see if it's what. Yeah, you don't want to send me the mini dam.
Mini hydro dam.
So let me work on playing that. But one thing I wanted to share with people is what we talked about black aviators in America billing the energy for what is known as Ethiopian Airlines by training their pilots. So that's what this video is. Because I know we've mentioned it a few times now, but never played a video. So I guess this is the era that we're in, just sharing some of these videos. And that was one of those debates that you know, it was Judea, yourself, and somebody else there on Kaiser's show.
And they don't believe it. No, that couldn't possibly happen. I heard African Americans all a bunch of dirtbags. They do nothing, you know.
I mean, I can understand if the person puts some level of energy to look at some of the information and things, and like you can't just make up these documentaries. But nevertheless, family, this is a clip of it. And this is called John Robinson, African American who commanded Ethiopian Air Force.
Yo, guys, welcome back again today. Today, we're going to be talking about John Robinson. John Robinson, also known as the Brown Condor, was born in Carabao, Florida in 1905. Robinson's original father would die when he was young, and his mother would remarry to Charles Cobb. John Robinson and his only sister, Bertha, would go on to learn the ways of the world. Charles Cobb would go on to teach Robinson that the world in the current state of America was not fair, but he would have to be tough to get what he wants. The family would eventually move to Mississippi, and this is where Robinson's love for aviation sparked. Robinson, one day, would see a pilot landing in a barn nearby, and on that day, on that field, Robinson began dreaming of life in the skies. Robinson had everything he needed surrounding him. His family emphasis and importance of education would push Robinson even further towards his goal. Robinson would go on to complete his education at Gulfport High School for the Colored in 1919. This is where he developed a strong interest in mechanics and machinery. Robinson strongly wanted to continue his education, but at the time, African Americans were prohibited to continue their education beyond the 10th grade. So Robinson set his eyes on moving once more. to Tuskegee, Alabama, where he attended Tuskegee Institute in 1921. He would go on to study automotive mechanical science. He also studied literature, math, history, and composition. In 1923, he would graduate from Tuskegee Institute and apply to the prestigious Curtis Wright School of Aviation in Chicago. Robinson would be denied every time, but this would not stop him from obtaining what he needed. In 1924, Robinson and other African-American pilots would form the Challenger Air Pilots Association to attempt to promote other aspiring Black pilots. He would go on to move north to Detroit in Michigan. Robinson thought the North would be better than the South, but as he tried to obtain jobs in car shops, owners would deny him or give him lesser work. He also faced discrimination in normal day life in the North, but eventually he broke through. Robinson soon after would leave for Chicago, and instead of applying once more to get into the school, he would apply to work as a janitor in the school. While working at the school, he would eavesdrop standing next to the class doors, acting as if he was cleaning, and learned while on the job. Eventually, an instructor would notice, and Robinson became the first Black student at the school. He would enter the school and graduate top of his class in 1931. One of Robinson's former fellow pilots, Cornelius Coffey, would help Robinson open the John Robinson School of Aviation in Robbins, Illinois. Becoming a proficient flyer, Robinson would become a community activist for Black aviation. He believed that to demonstrate equality to whites, Blacks had to excel in the world's most advanced field, aviation. Robinson would go on to generate interest in the young generation of African Americans, especially for poor Black youth on the south side of Chicago. This push would pay off. In 1931, Robinson recruited and taught the first Black class of female and male students at Curtis Wright School of Aviation. This would also make him the first African-American instructor in the school's history. This would land him as the leading African-American in aviation in the United States, and he would further promote Black aviation in 1934 when he went back to Tuskegee Institute to convince the Southern or South's leading Black educational center to offer aviation courses. In his mind, this would be the best place to spread the word of aviation to the new generation of Black youth. He was successful, and this was shown by the Tuskegee Airmen fighter pilots of World War II. The famous Tuskegee Airmen of World War II would accredit John Robinson as one of the founders of their program and an inspiration to all aspiring African Americans of the era. This action would eventually pave the way for integration of the United States Air Force. Though Robinson accomplished many things for African Americans, he also cared about the well-being of Blacks all around the world. He believed in Pan-Africanism and embraced the unity of all Black people. Robinson would develop a strong respect and bond with Africa's last and only independent Black nation, Ethiopia. Ethiopia at the time was ruled by Emperor Haile Selassie and was being threatened by Italy at the time. Benito Mussolini was on a conquest to take over Ethiopia. Robinson would announce that he would help against the war efforts against Italian forces. Robinson argued that the Italian invasion posed a threat to more than just Ethiopia, but to the bigger independence of Africa and Black people worldwide. In 1935, Robinson would officially announce his intentions to join Ethiopia at a Black business and community meeting held by the Negro Press in Chicago. As word got around, Dr. Malako E. Bayan, the first Ethiopian medical doctor to complete his education in the U.S., and Emperor Haile Selassie's cousin, would learn about Robinson's qualifications and the announcement. He would quickly meet with Robinson and recommended Robinson to Haile Selassie. Haile Selassie would soon wire an official invitation and commission to Robinson. Robinson would go on to accept the invitation, and in the same year, Robinson would be conducting pilot training at a training school near the capital of Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. Robinson would depart Chicago and reach the port of Djibouti after a lengthy trip. He would then journey from Djibouti to Ethiopia by railroad, meeting Haile Selassie and being greeted in royal fashion, and soon to hold a very important rank in Ethiopia. This would be Ethiopia's first air force and led by an African American. Shortly before when Haile Selassie first became ruler, him and his advisor heard an explosion. A pilot from Trinidad had crashed, Hubert Julian, and this led to the new emperor finding another Black pilot to teach his troops. Not taking this kindly, Julian would go on to assault Robinson at the Hotel de France soon after. This would lead to Emperor Haile Selassie to tell Julian to leave the country. Within a few months, the emperor would see the leadership and value of Robinson, and soon after, Robinson was appointed the commander of Ethiopian Air Forces. Robinson would work overtime at the headquarters and also worked overtime training pilots. He would work effortlessly to obtain additional aircrafts to strengthen the Air Force. He would even modify some planes to drop bombs. Most planes were weaponless and used for scouting, providing supplies, and transferring soldiers from Addis Ababa to Adwa. Robinson even flew as an active pilot, reporting back about Italian military activity at the Ethiopian border. The Italian invasion would soon happen the same year in 1935, and the Italians would outmatch the Ethiopian forces with numbers and experience. The Italians had one of Europe's largest air forces and bombed a town that the Ethiopians defeated the Italians prior to in 1896. Now, the Ethiopians had lost it again to the Italians. While the war continued, Robinson would fly the emperor to the front of the battlefield to rise morale of the troops and continue to perform scouting to inform Ethiopian leaders about Italian movement. He would also show brilliant thinking by only allowing aircrafts into hangars if repairs were a must. If not, he would paint them green and other earth colors and park the planes under trees. This was so the Italian Air Force could not bomb a hangar and destroy all the planes. Robinson would even get into dogfights with Italian aircrafts and earn the name the Brown Condor of Ethiopia. Fighting with all his might, and to the end, the Italians were closing in on the capital of Addis Ababa. With help being sent from Sweden and America only offering one aircraft to help, the emperor would tell Robinson to resign and depart the capital city by train before it was too late. With so many close calls on the ground and the air, Robinson was lucky to make it out alive. Robinson would return back to America, and upon his return, he received a huge welcome back from the country's Black community.
I was down to talk to my doctor about Rybelsus.
You may pay as little as $10 per prescription.
Amount of media exposure as well. He would assume his aviation activities back in Chicago and soon would serve in the United States Army Air Force during World War II. Continually fighting fascist imperial expansion, Robinson would return to Ethiopia after allies in Ethiopia liberated the country from Italy. Robinson would become an aviation instructor with other African American technicians. He would establish a pilot training school, training over 80 Ethiopian aviation cadets to serve in the Ethiopian Air Force. He would also have a hand in establishing the Ethiopian Airlines that we know of today, organizing the airlines under Prince Makonnen. Robinson would go on to train and supervise the pilots, Air Force veterans, and manage the airlines. Robinson would stay in Ethiopia, but one day a plane he was flying would crash, and tragically he would die in 1954 from the injuries that he received in the crash in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. So, yo, guys, we learned about another man of African descent, especially in aviation. He has done a lot for aviation within America and in Ethiopia and Africa. If you are into planes, if you're into aviation at all, I love aviation and I actually have family that are pilots. And if you're into aviation at all, you definitely need to know this man. And if you're not, you still need to know this man. And yo, guys, please like and subscribe. Turn on the bell notification so you'll always get my videos. Add me on all my social medias, which are Afric Network, which is Snapchat.
Why is there a movie made about this man's life?
Black excellence right there, brother. That was the birth of aviation right there. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's I found out about him when I went to Ethiopia back in 2017, and we went to visit the hangar and the aviation maintenance establishment. Very impressive, and
it's all about intelligent conversation. Intelligent Black people can get together and we can appreciate each other's accomplishments and everything. But the unintelligent Black people, right, will get up here like Aphrodite talking about, oh, you guys only pick cotton, you never did nothing, completely ignore.
Yeah, I mean, this is right here. I mean, this is a great example. I mean, this is the birth of aviation basically in Africa, which is Ethiopian Airlines. I don't remember or can think of anyone else that came before them.
Nope.
And because for a long time our people have been getting service from European countries and everything. But that was impressive. I mean, he's basically the father of aviation in Ethiopia. And, I mean, training pilots and building all of the programs.
Great man,
And then fighting in the war.
Why don't we? Why all these people? Like I said, they give us garbage and junk. And I talked about how the fact that Black culture in America is basically being ghettoized and everything. We know all about the Black Mafia family of Detroit, but nobody wants to put it in something like this. Yeah. What's up, Bobcat? Where's that buck to buck? That's a Gambian bush beating coon savage. You must be talking about Afrodamus. I don't know.
When Afrikaners come on, we're just gonna hold him to strict questions. I mean, because I respectively listen to everything he has to say, and once I listen to what people have to say, the next thing is let's have a real dialogue. How about just play around and
don't answer questions?
Well, now this will be the round of where I've listened to you. You have had your time. Now, this is round 3. It's a round of questions. And
that's what Bobcat was getting pissed off about. Why did he answer? He's like talking about his grandpa. I want to say about your dusty ass father. What position he has?
Man. It's one of those little weak strategies to deflect and literally just and literally change the subject and or literally come up with something that's it's in reference to sympathy or even flip it around and make it seem like you're making a whole lot of money and you have better things to do in your and things like that. But and what they don't understand is like people like myself, I'll sit there and let you talk, and I'm just there analyzing you the whole time, and then listen to all of the. I do this for a living. I listen to people talk all the time, and and I gotta analyze what they're talking about with them, trying to do some business with them, or whether it's them trying to tell me that they want to do something, and I'm trying to say they're serious, or they're wasting my time, and so. That's what he does. He literally just, sometimes you catch him in a good flow where, he say a bunch of crazy stuff and he just, it's like I talk about, it's like the mindset of a child is not properly developed. So some of the people, unfortunately, family that we have come on here, it's hard to have a certain conversation with them because their mindset is like a child. In order for you to be an educated person, you really have to just evolve and be around educated, smart people, study, read, experience.
Never read a book. Don't know basic history. Don't know anything. If I hate a group of people, I'm gonna I guess what he wants to do is just take white supremacy, talk about Black people. The average white man in America doesn't want to know Black history. Don't want to. He has his mind that Black people ain't shit. And they're delusional. Then when they get shown that they're wrong, they still won't admit it. So you gonna play a video of the hydro dams? This is what we need to build in Africa. I don't want to hear about no dang.
Yes, absolutely.
Hydro dams. Well, Liberia got so many rivers, streams, lakes, everything like that. We could build canals. We could electrify the whole freaking country like Myanmar did. Empower the whole country. The more electricity you produce, the more your development, everything you development will take right off with electricity, we're plentiful electricity, and these countries like the Philippines are in this. They're doing this. I got another hydro dam in the Philippines. All these other countries doing this. Only people that's not taking advantage is Africa. We're not taking advantage of stuff like this. Off-grid hydro dams or whatnot. We bought into this solar panel stuff. Which is only going to make the solar panel industry rich. The answer is building micro hydro dams, powering villages and areas and whatnot. You build dozens of them in like 20 square miles, right? And then you can sell your power to the grid, into the grid. So it's like there's so many answers right there. I studied all this. There's so many answers to rural development and development in Africa. Not everything requires the central planning of the government. When we get territory, we can build the shit ourselves. I love this right here. They built a canal, right? So that the water runs, you know, and each station they got right there is where the power where the generator is right there. See where water is? That's generating electricity right there. So you probably got every like mile they got one of those hooked up.
Yeah, that's your turbine system right there. That
yeah, the turbine system
and generates power.
Magnetism.
So it's just like on a jet engine family, and just like on a power plant itself. So that's why we need all our skilled technicians and people.
And you got all kinds of people in the world that have this technology. They just want to build it. They know it works. And I'll work with anybody, black, white, anybody that can make this happen.
And as you can see, it doesn't have to be a heavy stream.
Nope. As long as that water pressure alone, what people have that water can crash rocks, you know? As long as there's pressure there, the water will have to keep coming. And
Yeah, water can't be contained. It, the spread.
Yeah, play the next one right here. I like this other type, the drop down one. You know that I love that right there. You know,
Yeah, I'm trying to find which drop down when you're talking.
well, I just sent it to you. I sent it both of them back to back.
Which video?
Yeah, the last one I sent you.
All right. Just hold it. So River provides us with over 85% of all of our renewable energy. All right, so that's serious business.
all these companies I'm going to reach out to one day. I used to contact some of these companies back in the days and have conversations with them, whatnot, before I even been to the contact, I used to have conversations with companies like that, just inviting them, stuff like that. They want to invite them to the BAIO because it's all black thing, but that's another thing. I got to get all black people, whatnot, I'm like, sometimes I wonder, could I get the job done if I did recruit non-black people, and people willing to talk to you,
Yeah, whatever it takes, brother.
People willing to talk to you and everything like that, and just, it's like this. There's a country like Chile. I was in Chile, so instead of people waiting for the government to build a grid, a power plant, whatever like that, these things could solve problems because a lot of these countries like Liberia has 16 rivers, And what gets me about this canal is you could basically, it don't have to be on a river. You could build a canal, right, from the river, right, or a pipe from the river, right, and divert the water through the system and right back out to the river. It'll give you electricity. It goes right back out to the river in a circle. You know what I'm saying? So there's so many freaking ideas, man. Just that we just don't have smart people in position of power to make this stuff happen. Every person in Africa should have electricity, abundant electricity. And that doesn't cost a lot of money than buying a bunch of solar panels and shit, and everything, and building expensive power plants. Everybody can have electricity, which is the 21st century, right? And you got like 60% of Africa still don't have electricity. That's a shame. But instead of worrying about that, we're trying to freaking overthrow the government in Niger. And so this is what we're talking about. I'd rather talk about infrastructure. I'd rather talk about hydroelectricity. You're not going to hear Umar Johnson talk about this subject. You think Umar Johnson's going to take time and talk about, I really saw his video on hydro, and let's talk about what's best inside. No, that does not.
Brother, that takes time away from his macking, man.
Yeah, his macking and all stuff like this, his pimping and grifting. When you're serious about Pan-Africanism, these are the type of things that interest you. These are the type of things you want to talk about. It may be boring, but this is the way you're going to go. When people aren't talking on this level about infrastructure and stuff like that, infrastructure is just knowing infrastructure is important. That's essential to talk about nation building. Like Great Africa, he shows his farm. The farm is going to definitely need more electricity, more of this. We could have dozens and hundreds of farms like Great Africa if we had proper infrastructure and proper electricity and stuff, everything would kick off, Kids could go to study at night because they got electricity. There's lights, Factories could operate at later hours. Shops could open later. Instead of people being in the darkness and whatnot, we have electricity. That would definitely grow the economy. That's essential to growing the economy and building the country and creating the overall quality of life. Now, everything I've said, right? Does that sound like I'm being divisive? Does it sound like Kyle sounds like he's a grifter? No, I'm somebody that want to help solve problems. And when we look at countries like Liberia, I consider that my homeland. I want to see these things developed in my homeland. It's not enough to just get a passport, and say I got a passport. I'm interested in infrastructure development. That's essential. Before we start talking about anything else, jollof rice, whatever we're going to talk about, right? The infrastructure has to be the main topic of conversation. That's what we have to do as men, as black men. When we start doing that and we can build and run out, maintain our infrastructure, then Africa will be ours again. But we don't want to do that, whatnot. We're going to be outcasts and, we won't be able to go to our homeland. We'll be stuck in America, stuck in the West, while everybody else come there and pick what's left, It is what it is. We can't candy coat this anymore. Oh, Lord. I would say that we're gonna talk about STEM.
I'm putting that up there for Bobcat Traction. This is an event that you want to fly back from the motherland and go to Rotterdam. From the motherland to Rotterdam. So basically, for a flight from Accra, Ghana to Amsterdam, and then take the train to Rotterdam, and then you can meet the Prince of Pan-Africanism.
For $50.
They're gonna be encouraging and empowering, and also talking about reparations, not repatriation, reparations.
Yeah,
Because somebody in the chat said something about you know that why do people compare us to all of these people? And you know, I don't get it. I need to find that comment. Some genius. What did they put down here?
They gave us the comment section. Gave us the work tonight, bro. First, I thought it was gonna be a quiet night, man. No such luck, man.
Yeah, when you. Who knows? Someone's crazy comments. Who knows? All right. So that is the conference right there. So family, we're not promoting this conference, but I'm just saying, you know, just wanted to share and want to see what Kala thought about it, and you know.
They're not talking about infrastructure and everything like that. That they got Dutch people that are willing to invest and build. I don't want to hear it. You know, you're in the Netherlands, one of the most developed countries in the world. You guys don't have the connections over there, and the Dutch. If you can't even strike a deal with the Dutch and say, hey, we know y'all taking billions out of Africa. What can y'all do to help us build, whatever like that? Y'all not coming away. You keep coming to me empty-handed. I don't want to hear it. You know, is Umar going to come back with a full hand? Or is he going to come back empty-handed like he always does, you know? That he made money, and he made a speech, and he like this. Kyle, you're jealous. Look, dude, man, if people want to do that or do that stuff like that, you know, go right ahead. But you know, I'm just ready to talk to basically.
There's one comment right here for you. Trying to find the other one.
The similar they will make all call big man in America while they tell black people make people better life. I never said that, you know. When did we ever let's say Africa should be a part of what we're doing in America, right? You could go to Africa, contribute. If you go to Africa on a vacation and you're dropping $5,000, you're spending money in black businesses, you're contributing to Africa. You know? If you're staying in black-owned bed and breakfasts and enjoying the country and making your presence felt, you're contributing to the continent, you know? You don't have to friggin' better your life. You know, we said, look, your life is here in America. We want you to make that American dollars.
Look at this right here. This is a good one in reference to what you're talking about.
He's not going to build school because it takes too time away from his paid lectures. No kidding. You know, Umar the type of person who looks like he can stay in one place more than like a few hours before he got to get out there. He's full of play. You know, he's full of play. I know dudes like that. They can't. Umar, it would kill. A 9-to-5 would kill him. You know, if Umar Johnson got sentenced to a 9-to-5 job for 2 years, he committed suicide. You know, where he had to show up every day and punch a clock and be someplace. Yeah, right. I guarantee if he opens school, he won't be there. You know, he won't be there. You know, nothing shows me that he has any track record of accomplishing anything in one place. He's living a life. He's flying here, flying there, making money. He's living a life, you know? That's what it is. That's what it is. There's people like him and there's people like us. We're really serious about nation building. But he's getting famous. He wants to be the grand poobah, you know, the chiefy weefy, you know, the big muchacho of the movement. Hey, go right ahead. I'm not interested in none of that shit. But I am interested in black people, black men getting serious about building real infrastructure on the continent. Because that's the only way we're going to rise to the next level. You know, Africa is the least developed part of the world. You know, the least developed part of the world had the most number of refugees across the globe. Africans are more dependent on the outside world than any other group of people. Every African that lives overseas is dependent on. They go to countries and they basically like a little Ukraine. Remember, you have people 40s and 50 years old. A grandmother talking about she's a student. She had grandkids. You know, how long you gonna milk that student thing? You know, forever. You know, you're gonna be a student. And say, "Oh, Nigerians so smart." Yeah, well, I would think so. But they're the only people that got 50, 60-year-old students go to school with our kids, and then 19, 20-year-old. You got Nigerians old enough to be their grandparents. You know, they spend half their life in school. You know. So the bottom line is all this shit got to stop. Running away from Africa, running away from that continent. You know, instead of going back to the continent and building and disciplining yourself like the Asians did. You know, it takes discipline to work 40 hours a week and do that for decades and whatnot, you know, and basically live within your means and everything like that, to raise a family and everything like that. That's what I want to see. But flying around the world, trying to get this, you know, trying to see you can get this grant from this country and flying here, running for office in this country. You got a Nigerian running for office in Ireland. That's supposed to be an accomplishment. Nigga, take your ass back to Nigeria and run for office somewhere in Nigeria and make that shit right. You know? So it is what it is. It's time for the foolishness. But like I said, this is most black people and men who act like this are still children. They're still chasing their teenage years, trying to go out there and sow their oats and run around, shit like that. And they never grow up. I'm past all that. I had my fun in my young years, chasing women and pussy and shit like that. I did all that shit. Not saying I don't. But when you get older, you know, obviously Howard Stern. You never saw watch Howard Stern lately? Yeah, he stopped having all these girls on the show and that because he's talking about more politics. But it took him a long time to get to that level, you know? He's talking about real serious topics. You know, because after a while, man, you got to grow the fuck up. You know? Not just about black men, white men, everybody. Men in the world, we got to grow the fuck up. You know? We got to grow the fuck up, you know? We can't keep acting like boys our whole fucking life. You know, I understand people want to have fun and everything like that, but we got to start acting like men. Like mature adult men. And then what we think is ours, will we inherit? We can't inherit. We're childish, stupid, emotional, and just silly. You know, we're never going to inherit what's ours. The world's never going to let that happen.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. It can't be a baby forever, you know. Folks got to grow up and develop your childish mindset. You know what I mean? Because that's what I feel like we've been talking to, brother. We've been talking to grown folks with children minds. You know what I mean? And we can't build anything with that. You know, we have to step it up, man. Serious, you know, when you're a young boy, you did things that young boy did. You know what I mean? Now we're talking about black leadership, organizing, building for the future, investing.
And you can't fool people. People know by what you talk about, whether you're serious or not. You know, people know why you talk about your subject and know how you react to things. And what
wow.
You know,
these people with the comments.
Yeah, yo, crack me a Bobcat, man. He has it out for Afrodama because Afrodama dodging all these questions. You know, he's running. He's like, answer the damn question. Bobcat's like, answer the fucking question. Going off about his fucking.
It works every time, brother. We get everybody in the trap, brother. We get them in the trap, and then they think the next time it's gonna be simple and easy, but like, nah, this is gonna be, you know. So, but I don't think any of these people can answer any real questions.
Call in again, because next time he calls in and whatnot, he's gonna answer the question. I'm gonna make him finish answering the questions I asked him.
And even that we could keep, you know, when you cut him off, like you just reiterate to him, hey, you didn't answer the question.
The bottom line, I asked you about why you have no advice for the white people that we play. Well, I don't care about them. They're not my competition. So what you're saying is the black people are your competition. But first of all, let's understand something. You're not on my level or any black American's level. You know, I don't care how much money you got, you know, or you claim you got. You're not on our level because you come from a shithole country that never contribute to the fucking world. If your Sonike people disappear from history, no one would ever fucking miss you. So you can never talk shit about us. What y'all do? Y'all slaves. Well, you want to sit there and act like you don't know our history? You live in America, you don't know our history. That's stupid, or you're just a liar. So when people say talk like that, the conversation's over. You're being disingenuous. You know, you just gotta learn how to take that L. Whatever it is I have against these people, man, they won. Yeah, we're winning. You know, we're winning. You know, you're losing. You know, you can't show me anything. He's about, I'm gonna go back to Gambia. I got 10 acres of land and everything like that. Yeah, whatever. You know, and the only people that might patronize your sorry ass country is Black America. But you like Akon, you have no respect for us and you hate us, but yet you would like our dollars and everything. You want us to kiss your ass. It's not gonna happen. You know, what part of it is not gonna happen? If you want respect from people, you gotta show us why. Respect is not something that is given. Now, we have no right to disrespect anybody, you know, no matter what they have like that. But when you want this honor and respect just because you're a continental African, that's arrogance. That's put in them. We're superior. We weren't enslaved or whatever. I come from a tribe. Well, our ancestors knew one thing, right? No matter how, our ancestors came from royalty too. But once you got on that slave ship and put on that plantation, none of that shit meant anything. When you come in the white man's world. And the white man got you gassed up thinking that you're important, he's fooling you. And like I said, when white people get around us, when I was growing up or not, white people would tell me, yeah, you're better than the black people from Africa, you're better than people from the islands. They used to say you're better than this person, but I was like, I don't want to hear that shit, you know? They used to tell me I'm better than the black people from the ghetto. I'm better than the black people. So I never ate that shit up because I know what that means. As soon as I'm not around, he's saying the same thing to another black person. You know, I understand how these people operate.
Yeah, they get around the science of the division operation, and people fall for it, though, brother. It's been working for centuries.
From it, they think you're benefit. The only place in the world where people think Nigerians do well is America because they can hide behind Black America. Everywhere else in the world, they're getting banned. Indians just kicked a whole bunch of them out. Dubai said, y'all got to fucking go. You know, all these countries like, yo, Nigerians are costing us. They have a good propaganda machine. You know, Nigerians are so educated and everything like that. Then when we break down the statistics, they don't do that well in America. They got a few doctors and everything like that, but they ride on this Nigerians the most successful immigrant in America. They repeat shit that they heard without any proof or anything. And they, instead of having real success,
well, brother, they're listening to Akon. I mean,
yeah, they put this in Nigerian success America. Where are the Nigerian restaurant supply chains? You know, show me one 5-star Nigerian restaurant. You know, simple stuff like that.
I don't know if any. You know, I'll be on the move.
You know, show me a 5-star Nigerian hotels. We got African American hotels and 5-star restaurants. You know, the top 20 black businesses in America, right? Not one is a Nigerian or African. You know, but where does this come from? It comes from propaganda that people see and repeat online because that's what they want to hear.
Well, people are gonna say Nigerian got the most black billionaires.
Well, actually, when you look at it, right, there's no way of measuring that because they measure by Naira, you know. And the bottom line is just like somebody said, "Oh, Ghanaian billionaire." How could you have a Ghanaian billionaire, but Ghanaian's GDP is only $68 billion a year? Now, every Nigerian is a so-called billionaire. You know, they have $1 billion Naira. They call themselves a billionaire. You know, you could see a billionaire. You could look at the stock market. You could see a billionaire. When somebody's a billionaire, right, and they got a product where like that, like Amazon, you could see Amazon's in your face. You know, Elon Musk, whatever like that, Bill Gates, Microsoft, it's in your face. It's something you use, something close to you. You don't become a billionaire and whatever your product you use, you don't know, you never heard of it. It doesn't work like that. Even when somebody becomes a billionaire in entertainment, right? You can rest assured you've seen their movies before. You've seen their work or heard their music, like Jay-Z, you know? They're there. There's a presence. Same thing, you go to China and Japan, whatever like that. A billionaire is somebody you can see their product in bright lights and everything. It's in your face. There's no such thing as a mysterious billionaire. That's a lie. And a lot of times people put these numbers up. Oh, we got these billionaires, everything. But what do they produce? Where's their product at? Where do you get $1 billion from? Where's your scale? Where's your operations? So I've been studying this for decades. I know how billionaires are created. The businesses are vertically integrated together on many different levels. You would see such as like I used to go down to the Ocean View right there. I used to watch in the harbor. I used to watch ships come in. I used to go down to Portsmouth time. I used to always look at ships coming in, how they to the port authority and everything, and they got the containers and everything. I see ships with names like Patel, Chang, everything like that. You know, you can see the friggin' their connection with the global supply chain. There's no Africans, businesses, industries are part of the global supply chain. We're a net consumer. Black people in Africa are a net consumer in the global supply chain. So where are all these fucking billionaires at? You know? Like I said, I was born tonight, but not last night. I would like there to be billionaires in the black race, but what we do is we get online and start talking a bunch of stuff and flashing and showing all stuff like that, that we got all this money and everything like that. It's childish. The average African and Nigerian is a fucking child. They're not winning. That's not winning. Winning is really having something. Like I said at the top of the show, winning is having something. Winning is showing and not is doing what I don't even have to say. But you got, Nigerians are so rich, right? You got so much money when not, where is it? Where is it? If there were so many Nigerian billionaires, Echo Atlantic would be a thriving city right now. Dangote's corporation, you see this raggedy ass building he has as Dangote Group or not, it's only like a 5-story building. When you're a billionaire, you got skyscrapers across the globe. You got a portfolio of properties and whatnot you can go to. But that's just the way it is, man. Black people are just like, oh yeah, so I'm buying this Akon crap. Oh, Africans are all rich and whatnot. It's a lie. It's a lie. But until we build a global Black African infrastructure, where we do have a Black industrialists who have capital and everything like that, and we have institutions that can finance and build them on that. We have a domestic consumer base and everything. You always get rich by having a domestic market, a domestic home market. If you don't have that, you never become a billionaire. It's a lie. So, yeah, I think that's it for me tonight, man. I gotta get up in the morning, brother.
Yes, Carla, absolutely, brother.
I hope I made some sense tonight,
There was something about fake Nigerian billionaires or something. Yes, brother, you're another great energy. So, family, let me just pop up this banner on you. There you go.
Yeah. Thanks for another live stream, Pan Nationhood. Hope people learn something tonight, hope we learn something tonight, and so it's all about winning. We can't be winning unless we're honest with each other, we have to be honest. If we're not have honesty, we have nothing. We can't win on freaking jokesters and hucksters and outright Akon and whatnot, you know. Like
yeah,
that,
man.
you know?
Akon has been making the news, man. It's been. Well, I mean, hey, you know, after a while, you know, if you don't deliver, you know, people gonna see you for what you were. It's a fraud.
Well, they can buy time. You know, okay, 7 years. These things take time. These things take time. You know,
that's like RJ Madi right there on the same land as you know, as Akon City. This literally vouching for Akon. I'm like, when I'm looking at it, I'm like, birds of a feather flock together.
Yeah, the bottom line, they both have no respect for black people, you know? Stupid, you know? Yeah, no respect, no love. I think RJ Madi, I can't say he doesn't like black people, but he has no respect. Title, right? Somebody told him that you're a special person, you're a prince.
Yeah, I'm sure Akon is worse.
Akon's a freaking outright crook, you know? You know, that's an outright crook.
I mean, look at the foolishness he's telling these fake rappers.
Yo, South Africa, white people, it's a black people got all this money. Are you kidding me? The black person in South Africa is worrying about where his next meal is, you know? You know, like the fruitcake with the blonde hair was saying, tired of these people coming here, amping up Africa, you know? His next you know, he's worrying about his next meal. He ain't thinking about no damn, you know, what Akon got to say and whatnot. That shit's real, man. It's real out there, you know.
Akon. But just brother, man. I know you have to roll, so play us some closeout music.
Yes. Yeah. All right, brother Bomani, Bobcat, everybody else.
We're going to take it back to the roots with the Sankofa Bird by Melanie Ganji.
It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Bomani Nkrumah. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey!
Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. The Akan and Binkras. Symbols from creation. It was a sun, go bird. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing. Son, go bird. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing. Return to your roots and get 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 your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of djembe and kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. Ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. It was a sun, called for bird. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth blessing. Son, go forward. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Connect your truths and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. You must return to your roots and get your blessing. Oh, yeah, boy. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, boy. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, boy. Oh, yeah, boy. Stand, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Son,